Hello, we're back with more Dota 2. It's the final day of the NA closed qualifiers here as we get back on the road to the International. And Wago, we're dipping down back into the lower bracket for a best of 3 lower bracket final before that grand final later on today.
We've gone the full distance in the lower bracket. We're down to the final 3 teams. Today we will crown who will go qualified to the International. One of these 3 teams will make it, Gareth. We got Shopify, Rebellion versus BSJ and Friends, the first matchup, and then of course Wildcard waiting for them in the grand final as they actually won 2-0 yesterday against Shopify Rebellion after your and my cast was done.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a surprising thing, right? If you tuned out yesterday before that series, you're kind of thinking, oh, Shopify, they've 3-0'd Wildcard in the past, there's no chance. Well, we were all wrong. 2-0 victory for Wildcard puts them in that grand final spot, and now Shopify, I'm sure after that series there were some harsh words in the locker room there, because they've now got to play against BSJ and Friends, where expectations are growing for Shopify.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is all the pressure on them now. Everyone has been looking at them like the big dogs, the ones that should go through. And you can definitely say that the other teams that are still remaining here are also the ones that we expected to go far, right? Shopify, Wildcard, BSJ Friends. I think we all had them as the top 3 for this qualifier. Mm-hmm. So seeing them all make it to the top 3 is unsurprising. We just didn't expect it to be Shopify in the lower bracket already.
Yeah, that's a big shocker. It was good having some of these newer teams and TTG showing up, playing their own Dota, kind of stepping up to the big dogs, not winning, but giving us some at least competitive games was a nice showing. And then 4 anchors as well, kind of on the fringe there. It feels like they were kind of close to getting to this spot in the lower bracket semi-final, but just not good enough against BSJ and Friends, they have such a wealth of experience.
They do. Very versatile team. Even if you ban some key heroes and their specialties, they're still going to play very, very well. So that's what we saw from them as well. Actually, did run into one of the players from this NA qualifier just a few hours ago playing one of my ranked games. I ran into the mid player from Team Slayers, was playing mid with me. Yeah, Vagabond. And, I gave him a little shout out, said that, unfortunate that we didn't get to see more games from him, but well played. He played a really cool game on Phoenix. And I said that I enjoyed his cast. It seems like a nice guy. He carried me in pub, so I enjoyed that.
Nice.
Thank you.
It's probably one of those things where you might have met him before, but now your brain sees the name. You've got some kind of memory attached to it. Now you'll start seeing him everywhere. It's like when you look at the clock and it says 1337, and your brain's like, ooh, again, I've noticed it. But it's just the fact that's a number that you like. But yeah, we see the full journey through the whole bracket there as well.
Yeah, exactly. We've had a lot of 2-0s, of course, only a few series going the distance. In fact, in the...
One?
Yeah, there was just a 1 here that went the distance. We had more in the open qualifiers. But Wildcard, impressive stuff from them in upper bracket, both 2-0ing BSJ and Friends and 2-0ing Shopify Rebellion. And that's all that is left in the qualifiers. So they have to feel pretty damn good about themselves. They now get to watch, sit and wait in the upper bracket or in the grand final for who's going to advance from the lower bracket to face them. So they get to sit and prepare, think about strategies, and make sure they're ready for whatever's coming their way.
Yeah, especially having just been 3-0'd by Shopify in the EWC qualifiers. One of those games was very close. It was like an hour and 20 minutes. The others like 30-35 minutes, kind of average game time. But Wildcard are showing, step by step, iteratively, that they can beat Shopify Rebellion. Now showing a 2-0, that's kind of put them in their place. It's honestly a scary spot for Shopify to be coming through this lower bracket. But we do have this potential for them to build momentum, right? There is a gap between Shopify and BSJ and Friends that we're kind of dancing around. We expect Shopify to sweep through this series and kind of have the wind in their sails as they head into the best of 5. But there's that potential for BSJ and Friends to stab them a little bit with a dagger, poke them.
Exactly. That's where Shopify now have to be ready for 2 very different teams as well. Wildcard and BSJ and Friends are not by any means similar in how they play necessarily. They have different mentalities, different identities altogether as teams, but now they need to be ready for both. And you got to take it one step at a time. Of course, it's easy to look at this from the lens of Shopify Rebellion, the chosen ones, the expected ones to go through. But at the same time, BSJ and Friends, they're just 2 matches away from qualifying to TI here.
It's technically true. You're right. We could see them Potentially qualify. There's that chance. So the beauty of these open qualifier teams sliding through the lower bracket is like, wait, hang on a second. They aren't that far away.
Yeah,
they're actually within striking distance of making it to TI. I mean, we could see Newsham playing at TI and Jenkins casting him potentially, or Monkeys playing and you casting him.
That would be amazing, man. I would be all for it. So that would be hilarious either way. And likewise, no matter who goes through, Shopify, the ones who have delivered consistently at high level, played against the top teams so many times. You have BSJ and friends who are a very fun team to follow due to all the, the personalities on that team. But wildcard as well. I'm a big fan of some of the players there. Speed was actually over in Sweden one time at my training camp. He was coaching, did a great job. He's an amazing coach, an amazing person. So, I wish him the best of luck as well. I don't necessarily care who wins. I'm just here for the good Dota.
Yeah, we definitely should have some of that. I'm expecting this series to be fun. We've seen Monkeys forever giggling and laughing, keeping the spirits of his team when the player cam pops up. And I expect, a lot of these kind of Benny Hill moments that we've already seen from him, where he's just drawing the attention of the enemies and giving space to the rest of his team. It's felt like that's Monkey's job, run around, be a cheeky guy, give Sammy Boy and I like a bit more room to get themselves out of the laning stage.
He is very, very Ice-esque, if we say it like that. Yeah. Very space creative for an offlaner. He will go on these crazy chases, whether it's people chasing him or him chasing something. I've seen him tower dive tier 3 tower at, some 7 minutes into the game with Brewmaster just running people down. If he commits to a fight, the fight can take for quite a long while.
Yeah, but it's him choosing. It's his choice. I'm actually curious if we will have Shopify, ban all of his heroes at the beginning. Just like ban the Brew, ban out his Bat Rider, get rid of some of these offlane heroes just to make Monkey's life a little more miserable.
Yeah, we'll see what the approach is going to be, because in the game against Wildcard, all right, that was where BSJ friends made the mistake of not banning Doom and ended up running heal lineups and then getting kind of countered by Doom. But they did slip through the Brewmaster. He got to play it. I think they had some overall draft issues there, though. It was not so much about whether Monkeys got a comfort zone hero. It's more that their overall draft was just outsmarted by what Wildcard brought to the table. But usually when we see a player who shines so much on specific heroes, there's usually a bit of attention thrown to it. We might see some targeted bans.
But that was one of those things where it was like, the first time they first pick this DP, the Doom is immediately a response to it. And it's like, okay, maybe we can deal with it. And then you find out quickly you cannot. The second time, though, it's, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me kind of deal, right? It's like, yeah, you thought you could handle it, but it definitely did not work for them in that case.
Yeah, I mean, it's Doom is one of those heroes that's deceptively strong in the current patch, I think. You think of him as mostly just, it's the Doom, it's gonna, stop healing. No, but what about the right clicks? Doom steal consistently some 1500 auto attack damage in a team fight, just smacking people around. He hits really hard now. Go for the Wolf, have the level advantage through Midas and Radiance, and then you just auto attack people and it really hurts.
Yeah, and it kind of started with Amar, right? Going this phase drums, Alpha Wolf build from the off lane. Sanjasha, Harpoon, Assault Cuirass, and then it's trickled into this carry player mindset of, ooh, I like what's happening over there. What if we put it in the safe lane? And then we had Got the Juice, right? Doing this Navi Junior run in the Western European qualifiers, dominating with this carry Doom. Because it seems like it seems in situations where you think, okay, in this draft we have we had a case like this, right? We have carry Sven. Surely, come mid-game, this carry Sven is going to just clap the Doom. But I was really surprised to see Doom go toe-to-toe with heroes like Sven. It was like mind-blowing.
Yeah, especially if you don't have BKB up, the Infernal Blade can just melt you. Especially if you're a strength carry like that, you get stunned for quite a while by the Infernal Blade, and then the auto attack damage is surprisingly high. If Doom is available as well, the ulti, I mean, and then you're just in trouble. So it's a very tricky hero, and it's a bit reminiscent of what we used to see as well, like pure playing carry Doom quite a while ago, right? Like years ago we had carry Doom being played a lot. Now it's back again a lot.
It looks like Monkeys Forever is already doing his monkey business. He's already having a moment. Apparently he's going to turn his player cam on, but he's getting dressed first. He's running around naked.
Yeah,
he's a jester for his team.
they're getting ready. We have all the players here, so you know we're not gonna have any walkovers this late into the bracket. Gareth, all the teams here are very serious about their chance to qualify for TI. Everyone making time to be here, and this is, like I said, so close now. Just 2 series remaining.
Yeah, super close. So best of 3 here in this lower bracket, then that BO5 where wildcard are ready and waiting. Yeah, I'm honestly kind of gasping to get into this draft to figure out exactly what Shopify have learnt over the evening they've had, basically, to think about their loss to wildcard. Because you said it right, it's 2 very different, not just 2 different teams, but like 2 different mindsets you've got to have. Even thinking back to when Shopify started this closed qualifier and they played against C-Dub, right? And they had this Pudge, Venomancer, they had this Darkseer for Hellscream, Batrider 4 for Davai Lama. They were trolling. They were straight up memeing, treating it like pubs, and then a short amount of time has passed since then, and they've suddenly had to become 100% serious, right? This is 1 slot for NA. You've had to flick that switch and say, okay, against wildcard, we've now lost 2-0. Do you think there's going to be some complacency left against BSJ and friends just because this is a team that they have run over in the past?
I don't think there's any complacency at this stage. You know, it doesn't matter which opponent they would be against. They're in the lower brackets. It's 1 game or 1 series to be eliminated right now, and they know the pressure. I brought it up pretty early on in the tournament how, okay, they're the big ones, the expected ones to go through, but that also comes with that massive weight on your shoulder that if you don't make this, you're going to face some ridicule. You're going to have to, owe it up to the fans like, oh, sorry, guys, we lost to, BSJ and friends. Like, that would not feel good to them. They would not want that. So they definitely will fight tooth and nail no matter what opponent in the lower brackets. They're gonna try their absolute hardest, and if they lose here, it will simply be to being outdrafted and outplayed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the pride comes before the fall. They've already had that tumble down from upper bracket to lower brackets. Now put pride aside and say, okay, we've definitely still got things to work on. This is a good chance to get some victories before that best of 5, like literally, warm up and get ourselves into the groove of things as we do get the draft up on our screens. And already Undying, TA, Shadow Shaman removed out by BSJ and friends with a Brewmaster already gone. Serious times here, focusing on Monkeys Forever already.
Yeah, we got Big Brain Bulba behind the draft, Shopify Rebellion staying there, got tons of experience, helping out the team of Shopify Rebellion to come up with something against Shopify and friends. Or Shopify and friends? BSJ and friends. Mixing the teams here. Maybe that will be a new mix.
Shopify and friends.
If
Shopify
both these
and
teams
BSJ.
don't make it, then we'll have the remake.
Well, this is the scenario that we were talking about before. DP has been first picked, but of course it was BSJ and friends that made this mistake. Now, will they have learned and can they use it themselves? Like, is this a Doom snap pick?
It's not really Monkey's favorite hero, though, is the problem. So I wonder, how happy is Sammy to play it? Do they want to play it carry? Is there potential for them to flex it? Does I Annihilate play it? Like all these questions pop into my mind because I'm sure Monkeys can play it, but it's not. Yeah, look at him talking as well. Like this seems like him going, guys, I can do it, but it's not the best as well.
And then I guess the conversation of, we got Doom used against us, but are we good enough? Like, is DP enough of a threat that we have to pick Doom here? Because previously it was wildcard knowing that it was going to be like Oracle and Abaddon and these other heroes coming after. If you don't know that's going to happen, and if you ban Oracle, maybe then that Doom idea isn't as valuable as it was previously.
Yeah. The TB gets picked, another hero that usually does quite well against Death Prophet, which is funny to say because it was actually BSJ and friends who beat a TB with their own Death Prophet in the previous series. Outplaying the poor carry of Ja on his TB, but he still did a whole lot of work in that game, and TB has enough damage to threaten Death Prophet. The ulti can be amazing for bursting her as well. And it's hard for her to deal with all the illusions, since the illusions, they're taking extra damage, but they are, again, very high armor, and the DP ulti is physical.
He's being very vocal, isn't he?
He's having some fun. The TB snap pick, huh?
We finally get to see some daylight in Newsham's room since we're starting a bit earlier. Most of their games have been pretty late on into the night for him. But look at that.
Yes.
Shopify ban Oracle themselves.
Interesting.
Because usually we see this Oracle DP combo.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of good against DP, I guess, to some degree. So if you don't want to run it, but I'm a little bit surprised. It's like they ban AA and then ban Oracle as well. It's like maybe they could have gone down the road of having the DP Oracle combo.
Yeah, curious one. And now Batrider for Monkeys Forever potentially, or is this the position 4 for Newsham?
I think this is the flex, right, coming in. We have the multi-flex going on. TB could be offlane, could be carry. Most likely carry in BSJ and Friends case. I would say extremely likely. But the Batrider can also flex between the 3 and the 4 role. So now it's a little bit hard to pinpoint them, and they stay flexible to adapt to what they're seeing. Naga comes in, but Darkseer's banned this time, so we're not going to have any song vacuum combos.
Not this time, no. And we're expecting the POS 5 Naga here, deluging all over the place.
I think that's the most common. Carry Naga is just not really in a good spot. POS 4 is fine, but 5 is probably the best role for her.
I guess the reason I ask is because I see a TB, and we used to see a lot of Carry Naga against TB, right?
Yeah, we did, but Carry Naga has really just fallen out of favor entirely, so it would be a real curveball if they bring it in here. The evasion is kind of nice, so it can be nice to try and play on a timer before TB could bring up any form of True Strike. The illusion stacking up and getting evasion. But,
just unlikely.
But yeah, Carry Naga is still not really favored. And there's the risk, you know, if they show that it's Carry Naga, if they pick heroes that make it obvious that this is a core Naga, then they could pick something like a Sven. And it's just not easy to deal with it. All the cleave, you lose your illusions.
And Naga in the hands of Scam, you know, it's been one of his classics for a long while now. So they've got their kind of setup with the Song of the Siren, teamfight control through the Dark Willow, with a couple of supports picked up here, bring them a lot to these mid-game battles. And of course, we know what DP loves to do with that exorcism. Dazzle is going to come out here for BSJ and Friends, though, a hero that, I don't know, we've seen a little bit in these NA quals as a support, but not, I don't know, it hasn't felt incredible.
It's felt okay. Again, last time you and I saw it, it was actually playing the Poison Bloom facet, which, you know, makes me sad, dude. They buffed the Nothel Boom so much. I think it's super strong now. The heal facet is very, very good. If you get a Holy Locket on Dazzle, like if you have Glimmer, Holy Locket, you're saving people so hard. This hero has a lot of potential right now, and obviously one of the amazing synergies with Terrorblade. You get the Grave off, he's gonna get a chance to sunder someone, so that's really good defensively. And on top of that, they do now have Lasso into Dazzle ulti and hexing with the Poison Touch, so they have a little bit of a chain stun. Looking at Shopify's lineup though, they have a lot of control, but they don't really have that clean, easy disable still.
There was that point at which Dazzle shredded illusions, right? With the shard.
Can.
So he still can against this Naga? But that's not in laning stage or anything, right? That's much later on.
He needs ulti. Yeah, he needs ulti for it. So it's only when he's in ulti form, then his Poison Touch is gonna hex. Yeah, for a long time he had hex on Shard. And that was when it was super good against the other heroes. But yeah, now it's a little bit underwhelming because you need to have ulti ready.
Tembosaur is going to come out here now. And a hero that does very well into TB, into Tiny. So we could still see this flex between him and the Death Prophet. They've got such good options here. DP or Timber into the Tiny mid feels like they've got two very strong lanes already.
Yeah, whoever they send is going to have a good time. I think more likely perhaps that you send your Timber. Seeing the Tiny is often struggling a lot to the Whirling Death. They ban out the Doom now as well, so covering their bases, get the heal secured for Death Prophet. No AA, no Doom.
And then I guess you'll have double ranged against this Dazzle TB lane, so you can just permanently harass back. DP can fight with a Willow to defeat the Dazzle. They've got magic spam to push TB back. So already very strong lanes that have not even shown their carry yet.
Yeah, it looks really nice for laning stage for Shopify. Definitely the stronger lanes. BSJ and friends do have some nice stuff later on, though. If TB just finds himself some time to farm and they group up with the Batrider, Dazzle, and Tiny, those heroes can definitely find pickoffs. So there's potential. There's potential for both teams here. The last picks are gonna say so much for how this game is gonna play out.
Morphling and Muerta both banned. Not great ways to deal with them. And right now, your primary stuns through this Tiny.
Does feel nice for BSJ and friends that they have the ability to put the Batrider core if they want to, because they get to see the carry first. They're gonna see the Gyrocopter coming in.
So Gyro Naga lane. I see it's pretty difficult to deal with both of those heroes.
Yeah, the Deluge to take away your armor, Flak Cannon to take advantage of that minus armor. Pretty nice combination for sure. And a nice carry to get rid of all the TB stuff on the mid-game timing, you know. Ultra late game, like I mentioned before, I think TB versus Gyro is pretty okay for TB. But there comes that mid-game power spike where you have like 4 or 5 items before every item is complete. But around that time, Gyrocopter does really well against TB.
Oh, it's a 4 Tiny. I got baited super hard.
That was the possibility that we didn't bring up. I wonder if Shopify Rebellion thought about this one. I doubt that they did due to their bans as well. But
I got baited super hard. BSJ and friends, yeah, giggle. That's like gigabait of this Tiny mid.
Oh, for sure. Definitely. That was a very nice curveball. Sadly, not going to see the curveball facet, it seems, from the Puck, but I Annihilate. Puck is one of his best heroes, so this is not only a good pick for him, but it's a good Puck game. You're against the Timbersaw, against the Dark Will. The Silence is amazing against these heroes.
And now we do have a functioning off lane with this Bat and Tiny, right? Toss back into tower, Firefly get over the Naga Siren, got magic splash damage, is nice.
Yeah, Naga has to be very cautious. Normally you want to run up and trade hits, just auto-attacking as a Naga, but if you go up against the Tiny Bat lane, you can't really hit the Tiny because then you get tossed to the Batrider and suddenly you're in danger, your carry can't really help you. So he's going to have to be very cautious on Schem. I wonder how he's going to play lane. He's a super talented player, so keep an eye on him, see what he can do on this tricky lane.
And it's also Naga Gyro, right? So they've got this ability to push the lane pretty hard, shove it forward, then as long as he has access to the small and large camp, we can have this Naga pulling and stuff like that. So I assume that's the way you just want to play out these Gyro lanes. Try and get fast levels, push out the wave, and don't let the Bat and Tiny chase you and toss you on the tower.
Yeah, I think that's the most important. Just play towards the jungle camps. It's going to be big. Good luck, have fun, go easy on me. I am old, says Monkeys Forever. Monkeys, man. Is he even old? I'm not even sure how old he is. He's a little youngster, I'm pretty sure.
Davai Llama, why do I have Sammy Boy on enemy team? The classic, why do I have Sammy Boy in my lane? He's gonna get tipped as well, like Grandmaster Terrorblade against the Grandmaster. Oh hell, we've got loads of them, hey? Timbersaw, Dark Willow, Terrorblade, Puck, and Batrider. All capped out. Specialist heroes abound.
Tried to bring in the information on how old Monkeys Forever is, but it just says he's born December 23. So, you know, I guess he's not even, you know, barely half a year old. So
but you don't have pretty young. You don't have a year for him either?
No, there's no year for him on his Wikipedia. It's just December 23. That's when he's born. That I did know, actually. I knew that he was right before Christmas.
Yeah, usually, I guess he's trying to keep his age hidden. I don't know, he's 30 forever, huh? He's not a day older than 25. We've got a big smoke move here from Shopify, going into that northern jungle, getting a pretty deep ward down there across the bounty rune, but not meeting any enemy heroes just yet. Davai Llama's gonna come into contact with Sammy Boy and Zexy up top, but they're just saying, hello, how you doing? Bounty rune is ours, and then run away. So we get the 2 for 2. Monkey's gonna come and grab that 4th one.
And the Naga is just coming by, kind of making sure that they can get the body block as well, just by showing her presence here. She did walk over an observer ward, so not gonna find any kill. But that is completely fine by her.
So with all this bait switch Tiny into Puck pick, we now end up with a Puck versus Death Prophet lane, right? Not the DB versus Tiny. So what's the expectation shift here for Yopaj?
I think it's a pretty decent lane for the Puck. You know, like Puck generally does well against ranged heroes. You can get a lot of heal. Sadly, no targeted ability that you can juke or disjoint as Puck. The Spirit Siphon is targeted, but not disjointable. However, DP, she did get that massive laning stage buff, 80 mana cost, 100 damage nuke. It's very, very cheap. So we already see him doing quite a bit of harassment on level 1.
Spam, spam, spam. Use all the resources you've got. Get these early last hits, get into bottle quickly. It's always interesting though, see who plays into mid lane or who plays out the mid lane. Do we get active around these action runes minute 6? Do we get to push the tower of the Death Prophet at level 6?
Yopash already destroying this lane. He's 9-4 against 2-0, so his last hitting has been so clean. I did say that DP is buffed for a laning stage, but this is beyond what he's supposed to be able to do.
Yeah, this is massive. Annihilate's got an uphill climb there to reclaim a bit of territory in that lane. Down the bottom, kind of the situation we were expecting. The wave pushing back and forth. Monkeys and Tiny now nowhere near their tower, so no tossback plays available. And Scam able to play forward. But what's the camp status here? They blocked it up?
Yeah, blocked. He's blocking the small camp. The big camp is going to spawn now, though. As the Nagasai is chasing down on Batrider. Can't really result in any kill or anything. Jarko plays only level 2. Maybe if he was level 3 and had all 3 abilities, they could have tried for it.
And still some good jet damage onto Monkeys there. Like down to half health, so maybe next time around they can look to kill him off. But yeah, with large camp accessible, Scam will be able to pull the next wave. Not this one coming.
The situation on mid lane is rough right now, by the way. Annihilate is only now getting his bottle. It's 230. So he missed the bottle water refill, which is a massive milestone to hit. You always want to make sure that you have it in time for that. But he missed too many last hits, got denied a lot.
Yeah, that's really rough. Now you're dealing with fast 6 on DP, the potential to rotate. But there's always that big threat, right? Like if Puck feels that mid lane is uninhabitable, can't be there, Puck's going to hit level 6 and think, oh, I want to move, go into another lane and fight. This Terrorblade's going to run away from this Timbersaw for a moment. But as soon as you leave that lane against the Death Prophet, you know, Exo's popped and your tower is potentially dying.
Yeah, it's very tricky, and he might not even be strong enough to fight back against the level 6 DP once that hits as well. So even if you don't leave, you stick around, you might just be watching the ghosts do the work.
And this is a combination of hero and skill gap?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a... Oh, wow. He's low. Chase on Monkeys, but doesn't have the damage.
Stacks. And now turnaround blood grenade from Scam onto Monkeys. Oh, we've got the net to trap him up, and Scam's going to come in with Gyro getting with final touch. Timano takes it down. Nusham's trying to punch this Gyro out of the game, but he's popped a heal, turned around, fought back. Tiny dropping low. He's got Windlace and a Fairy Fire, but I'm pretty sure Shopify have a double kill down here. It just takes a little longer than they would have wanted.
Yeah, they get both in the end. Very, very nice fighting for them there. Kiting under tower, and sadly a bit too aggressive dive from Monkeys, who didn't have the resources to finish off the Gyro.
Super close. And close doesn't cut it, especially when Shopify, you know, very, very serious about how they're approaching this game.
Yeah, you can see all of them are doing quite well on their cores as well. The CS score is very, very similar on all 3 cores. Nobody wants to be the one responsible for a bad start.
Yeah, true. Black mark against your name on Bulba's little list. His notebook. You don't want to end up in Bulba's notebook, I tell you now. And yeah, looking at this Puck and the Batrider, last hit values, very sad. Down in the dumps.
Yeah, at least the TB is getting farmed, but TB is the one who's going to tuck away later on and wants to recover the jungle, so you really do need to get a game going somehow for the Puck and the Batrider. I think in 1 minute, seeing the 6-minute rune, you need some good rotations coming in from the Dazzle and the Tiny to try and help and solidify the rune control.
Yeah. Monkey's trying to play forward onto this Gyro again, and Nusham's come in from the back end to toss him forward. Nice flame break, pushes him into the damage, and they've got the kill. That's a big one. Hellscream, though, has come in with a blood grenade and brambles to try and catch up to this bat. Scam with Hellscream will be able to take him down as Zexy TP's here, reacting to the aggression, but a wasted move as nothing will come of it.
Yeah, he's not gonna get anything more. We see a ping coming out. He's like, I took so much damage from the Batrider. I haven't tested, by the way, if the stick and napalm thing is fixed or not yet. Interesting. Him picking how much damage he took makes me think I should check that after this game.
What was that with his hits applying like double the damage or whatever it was?
Anything triggering sticky napalm would trigger it twice.
Right.
Is the way it works. So yeah, it was bugged to do effectively twice the damage it should.
I feel like I saw someone say that was fixed, but I mean, quite easily it could be unfixed, right?
I mean, it should be fixed by now for sure. It was a crazy bug. Nice pull by the puck, making sure the siege creep is dying, but pulling this creep wave away. Not gonna be able to threaten Yopash on his DP though, as the heal is about to come in from all these ghosts. Full HP.
Yeah, minute 6, half HP on that tower means minute 10 rocks around with that next catapult wave. It's gone. Such a difficult task for Annihilate just to hold on to this.
Yeah, it feels like an inevitability. That tower is going to fall eventually. It's just a matter of how long can you hold it. You're a puck against the DP, so you're always expecting to lose this tower. Looks like Wisdom Rune is going to go 1 for 1. No invasion or steals. Stacks being made all over the place right now.
Yeah, and I guess I somewhat take back what I said about Zexi's move being wasted down here. You know, he comes down, Wisdom Shrine's then guarded, he's protecting this bat and the Tiny. And like you said, right, you need to play through a hero, and if TB isn't the hero you're playing through, there's no point in giving him an exceptional early start. You know, your expected value for TB here is like to trade farm, go jungle, while bottom lane Dazzle can actually do something important.
He can, but he's been under a ward for a long time now. Skem's lane ward has not been dewarded. They have a sentry on the Dazzle, but has no clue that he has been under vision for so long. And this is giving perfect intelligence for Shopify. So they're leaving with Gyrocopter, going top, threatening the TB now. He is in danger.
Yeah, Sammy Boy walks right past him.
What? They didn't see each other.
How do they not spot each other? Goes through the trees. Now, he has been pinged by Hellscream, so Timado can come in from the northeastern side. Terrorblade Thunder is ready, so he pops it to try and stay alive. The damage comes so quickly, though. Metamorphosis used even with a Grave. Sammy Boy with Zexy trying to TP home and survive. Nicely done.
That was the half a second buff on Grave right there. He would have died for sure if it was not for that buff.
Well, Zexy's going to die for this, though. So they do get something, Shopify. TP cancelled as well, means this tier 1 tower is going to get chipped away at.
Yeah, this is looking pretty open and free. Gyrocopter does want to make his way down bottom again, though. Gonna go and look to farm. Doesn't want to slow down Timbersaw and his farm.
And the classic Duraccio move, or aggressive, whichever era you're from.
Come through the gate, make a little gank.
Get down tonight.
It's like hard to think about Dota without the gates at this stage for me. Just how long time it took to go from one side to the other side of the map, you know, like you always had the TP, and that was such a weakness. But now you have these gates, allows for a lot of moves for support in the early game.
Yeah, like imagining a world in which Duraccio does a level 4 rotation is like, okay, yeah, he goes through the gate. Imagining aggressive do a like level 6 gyro rotation was his big thing, right? Get ulti, level 6, then TP to the off lane. That was wild. That was like unheard of. You've left your lane as a carry minute 6. What's going on?
Yeah, especially back then, as most people just wanted to farm. Like, that was a very different era of carries. Top lane, they're not chasing down the Timbersaw. Stack up Napalm.
Tower denied. Magic damage incoming. But Davai Lama here standing and delivering, tanking through it all. Now they need the coil, but the Song of the Siren from Scam has arrived. Now what's the plan? Do we bail on this and run, or do we turn and fight? Shopify, they're going to retreat. Newsham, though, with a toss back on Davai Lama. Timbersaw still a tanky target to go for with his reactive armor. He's not getting burst down, and Annihilate is going to jump to this orb to get away while Davai Lama gets the kill on Puck before the escape happens.
Damn, the turnaround right there. Good save coming in from his team, of course.
Newsham.
Hungry for something, but Timber not going to be overly greedy and stick around here. He's just going straight base. He says, you know what? I got 2 kills on core heroes when I should have died. Fantastic stuff for Timber.
Man, a 6k lead 10 minutes in. Pretty big sign here that Shopify Rebellion are going to continue this sweeping domination of the map. Newsham in a pretty devastating spot, top left corner, terrorized, found by the Schem Naga. And he's slapped around. Root him up for the Timbersaw to get the kill. Yeah, give him the last hit.
Actually giving some more momentum to your Timber, who's already looking very strong. Has the chipped vest to accelerate farming, has Kaya already to give quite a bit of damage and mana. Can be very nice for him. And yeah, they're struggling to hit timings on Dire right now. Puck getting destroyed in last hits on mid lane, and then Batrider just didn't really have a great time on bottom lane either. So underfarmed.
And it's not as though Shopify have done anything crazy, right? This has just been a very systematic play out the lanes. Things are kind of just doing what they're meant to be doing. Towers falling, Timbersaw tanks through it. Now DP with Exorcism ready, playing into enemy ancients, wrapping around behind this Terrorblade who sits by his tier 1 and is scouted by Naga Illusions, being herded back in towards the Death Prophet. And poor Sammy Boy rooted and slain by his own Wisdom Shrine.
That is such a surgical little smoke gank right there. They go in, get the kill, clear up an enemy stack, and of course can lay all this DP ulti damage into the tower. Again, we have an attempt on Timber's life. This time he doesn't have friends nearby.
Nusham's gonna blast off this Timbersaw to outer space, bring him down into the middle of the rest of his teammates, and finally Divine Llama is gonna die. Now though, they need Grave on the puck, and Orb is ready to jaunt off to the right hand side. Annihilate's dead to the Crypt Swarm though. Yopash snipes him.
Yopash is on fire this game, dude. He's getting so much done. That ulti was mega value. You get a gank on the TB, steal enemy stacks, take a tower, TP top, get a kill on the mid player. I mean,
yeah,
he's involved in so much right now.
Like how many? Yeah, I mean, was it Looper? I can't remember who it was the other day where we had this Death Prophet using ulti, trying to find spots where it's like, oh yes, ulti, go in, play aggressively, but then you end up going back and farming ancients with it. It feels so bad when DP can't convert an ulti into like one objective. Converting into 3 is mad.
Yeah, knowing when to turn, to pull the trigger on that DP ulti and making sure you get it involved for a lot is the sign of a great DP player. It was funny to see the observer highlighting there as well. The gold difference from the fight is like a 1-for-1 kill trade, and that's 920 gold gain for Dire. They're so far behind. And the kill gives a lot. Timber on the tower.
Yeah, another go on Divine Llama here. It's a lot of magic burst damage, and they've got him down. Oh, the tips.
It's turning into their private piggy bank. As a 3 is drawn on the minimap here.
He's not respecting this devastating tossback from Tiny.
He's not.
He's not. Now Hellscream running away, but that's kind of given up the positioning of this Observer Ward. Taken out by Zexy.
I like that Skim has kind of transitioned on this Naga now to starting to shove lanes, keeping lanes pushed in a bit, making sure TB doesn't push the lane out. So he's finding himself some farm, gonna build towards an early mech healer Naga coming in.
And the importance of that, right, is like, oh, doesn't TB want these lanes in front of him? Yes, but he wants to be able to kill the lane, push it, and then farm the extra 3 jungle camps before coming to the lane, right? If he has the lane permanently in his face, he only gets 1 wave at a time.
Exactly. And on a very simple, explanation, you could always say the farther the creeps are towards the enemy, the more farm is available for you in a safe way. You know, we talk about safe farm in Dota as anything that is behind where your creep wave is currently should be pretty safe outside of getting smoke ganked. So yeah, like you always want the lanes out.
You basically draw a line between all your creep waves on the map, and that's an invisible wall, right? You kind of imagine that as the barrier between enemy territory and your territory.
Pretty much. We have both teams with 2 dormant Curios waiting right now for the right moment to evolve. It's going to be Tiny, TB, Willow, and the DP all waiting.
Monkeys getting poked by this Timbersaw. Oh, what's he got? Spirit Vessel on Bat, is that? And then going into Blink as the second item.
Yeah, I mean, they banned all the anti-healing heroes, so they decided to buy an anti-healing item instead. You need some way to deal with Death Prophet and Timbersaw for that matter.
It's just funny seeing Bat with brown boots. You know, the long periods where we had Bats rushing Boots of Travel or rushing drums, bongo boots. And now he's just here with the old brown boots. He's got a crown on him now, though. Accessorizing with his boots. Hellscream's gonna terrorize him, though, and push the Bat back. Nusham and Annihilate looking for an angle to approach, but Gyro and Naga are both here. Phase shift, not enough to save the puck. And now a quick, frantic scramble to try and evacuate the area. BSJ and friends gonna have to try and sacrifice Nusham. He runs into the middle of them, but Monkeys Forever has been found and chased to the side of the map. Well, Tiny, well, he got obliterated.
Great move there, joining in through the gates. Again, things going the way of Shopify, just off to a storming start to this game, building towards a 10k lead 16 minutes into the game. A lot of it on the back of this Willow just being involved in so many ganks, by the way. Hellscream has really found his moves this game.
Look at this already, 16 minutes in, Exorcism's ready for Yopaj at level 2, so they go quickly into the Roche pit.
They are not here to mess around. Shopify Rebellion looking very serious. BSJ and friends off to a tough start with a lineup that is, you know, nice, but needs a little bit of time, needs items before it really starts operating. I always talk about Puck, how Puck needs Witchblade plus Blink. Otherwise, you don't do that much, whereas the counterpart, the DP, doesn't really need any item. You just need ulti.
Pretty much. So what do we got now? Aghanim's Gyro. This DP, you know, has had Aghanim's for a bit, working on that Blink Dagger, which is going to be here momentarily. Like one creep camp, one creep wave, she's got it. I didn't realize DP is level 14, by the way. Gyro level 12, the closest on the Dire is level 11.
Yeah, it's definitely a big level disparity here. You can see DP just having a flawless game, and this Aghanim Scepter is going to keep accelerating that farm as well.
And Lucium and Annihilate trying to do something on the map here with a play towards the Naga. Scam is just a slippery little fishy though, can't be found. This though,
go with the Terrorize.
Terrorize pushes the poor Pug back into the Gyro, giving Tomato a double kill.
Hellscream again at the right place at the right time, waiting on the high ground there, throws the Terrorize from Fog of War.
But also you're playing into a Naga with mech and trying to get that kill. I think that's already a rough start to the move.
It is. But at this point, they don't have any easy moves. Like, all the heroes are getting very difficult to kill. The easiest one is probably Willow, but even Willow has 1300 HP at this point. Got the Vit booster, got the Rod of Atos recipe coming out.
And the framing of that is very important, right? It's like, that is a very difficult move. Why are you making it? And your answer there is, what else are they meant to do? You know, it's honestly props to them for making that move and trying something when it is such a desolate despair map. Now another smoke, they're going to try again.
This is when you need to lean on your carry. In situations like this, you can't just wait. I talked earlier about how the TB was the only one having resemblance of a game in laning stage, and how he doesn't want to be the active one, but sometimes you need to. This game, he needs to step up and find some random kill. You know, you need to take down some core heroes, and this is exactly the move they need to make. Can they connect onto his gyrocopter?
They can. From the high ground as well. Tomato, leashed up with a coil. Blasted down by the TB damage. Massive one there for Annihilate to pick up like 600 gold for himself, plus another like 550.
That's amazing. Also opens up the possibility for them contesting this bottom tier 1. They haven't laid any damage into it so far. Meanwhile, the Aghanim's DP is just pushing tower, man. She doesn't even need to click ulti, just auto attack will do the work.
It's so insane. She has her, like, they've got two side gunner heroes, right? Both DP and Gyro operate with Aghanims in kind of the same way.
Yep. No, I'll buy that. Yeah, it's basically the same effects.
We've got a side gunner and a side ghoster.
A side ghoster, the new Aghanim's name for DP. I just need like a, I don't know, some Ghostbuster gun or something. Reverse it. Shoot out the ghosts that you captured.
Don't cross the beams.
I mean, she does have the Spirit Siphon. That's basically a beam as well. Confirmed Ghostbuster.
That movie freaked me out as a kid. That I can't remember what it's called. The guy, the King of the Carpathians or whatever. You know, the evil painting guy.
I do not recall. Like I think okay. I've seen it, but it's so. I was very
Ghostbusters evil painting guy. Wilhelm von Homburg. Vigo the Carpathian, that's what his name was. Vigo, the villain.
It sounds like a villain name, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was one of those, you know, kind of old medieval looking paintings of the evil looking guy with his hands on his hips. And then, of course, the painting moved and he came out of it, and that freaked me out. I thought that all paintings were going to be like that. Going to like a British museum, like, oh no, I'm going to get attacked.
Yeah, the expectations. Smoking again, they're looking for a repeat onto a gyrocopter. Can he sense it this time though? He hasn't seen any core hero for quite a while. Just seeing the TB pushing out. Batroid is showing bottom, but where is this gank trio? When Tiny and Puck are off map. Yeah, he's gonna play very safe. Farming back in the hard to gank area.
He just drew a bunch of circles, like, I am going to play the outskirts of the map on my side of the river. Nusham is still going to step forwards, looking for where the smoke break happens. Now it breaks, and he's like, oh god, who's up there? Can't steal the Wisdom Shrine.
He doesn't want any part of that. Too scary to go in there. He doesn't know if it's multiple heroes as well.
Yeah.
As the attention is slowly shifting towards mid. Yes, the Aegis is still up on DP, but it's timing out.
Little did he know it was just a gyro. So now Direward sees gyro. Mid lane, they get a jump on the DP. Toss up and lasso overlapping, and now the Naga comes in with a song to reset. They're bringing gyro across here, and Davai Lama's just killed off Sammy Boy in the back, apparently. They've isolated the TB, while Scam and Yopaj move forward towards the Bat Rider. Call down's coming, but that's going to be off the mark. A toss-up's going to try and buy Nusham some time with a Grave, but they've been surrounded. They've been routed here. Davai Lama straight down the middle. Nusham and Zexy both dead.
Making it look so easy. Shopify, after this amazing start, have played it pretty much perfect to just turn it into more and more advantage. Besides their carry getting picked off at some point, but yeah, even up top, the Atos setting up. Cursed Crown to fall. Not gonna be able to dive this, as the rest of his team is just saying, let's back out, wait Aegis.
You say that, and Davai Lama throws a Timber Chain right through the Bat Rider.
It's not a hook.
No, it's not.
Maybe it's a threatening move, you know?
So I could do it, but I'm choosing not to. And another huge timing here as well. DP on the BKB. Gyro with S and Y complete. Naga Saren's finishing off with full... Like, she's got Greaves on Naga, and now Solar Crest is coming. And looking at this net worth board is just... it's pain.
He's ahead of every single player on Dire right now. I know that they took Roche and they got, 5 towers, but still, it's kind of crazy to see him this farmed. He's, got 100 CS to his name, and he isn't dying. Didn't die a single time.
We are getting close to unkillable territory for a lot of these Shopify heroes, and Davai Lama in that mid lane is showing that off beautifully with his Aghanim Scepter. What's surrounded by 3 or 4 heroes gets tossed up, and he literally does not care.
He didn't even need to use his Lotus Orb, really. Completely safe there, just by the protection of the Aghanim Scepter. They waste no time, though. Quick smoke again. Blink on Bat Riders available.
Oh, it's just slightly too late.
They saw him cruise upwards. Bat Rider's finding him.
Yeah, Monkeys is on the gyro. That rocket barrage, a lot of damage though. And now with a response from Davai Lama, they bring the Timbersaw and the DP in to kill off the bat quickly onto the head of Monkeys. No saving him there. And can they wrap around? Wait, the Hellscream has come in from the right-hand side. How is Dark Willow there, finding an opening in the team fight that didn't exist yet? Nusham's is getting bedlammed and killed by this Willow solo, and then DP can go deeper onto the TB. Davai Lama's over the top. Terrorblade will sunder back the Grave. It comes out, but it overlaps with the sunder, so a little wasted. Terrorblade, we'll see if he gets back into base. Should be surviving here. No further chase from Shopify. By the way, are they doing this? They're going past tier 3s. Skems Naga with Davai Lama's Timbersaw. They're on this TB. Bringing him low, but yeah, no actual kill. Now the retreat with a buyback from Tiny being shown.
And meanwhile, mid tower just falls immediately to this Exorcism and Gyrocopter. Trying for a toss, nowhere to throw him.
Nah, you jump in, you die. You flame break, push back, you die. You defend your barracks, you die. Mid lane pretty much gone. Yopaj is just gonna stand his ground. The ghost will come. Annihilate's jumped in here. Now we follow the rules. He should be dead. Does get rooted up, but they'll show some mercy.
Yeah, this is very desperate times for Dire. 22k behind, losing your first lane as well. And that move on Gyrocopter up top. The fact that he managed to slip away to the lane, and it was just Bat Rider finding him alone. Unfortunate for them. Maybe that kill could have been the start for them working their way back in, but instead they lose mid lane. They use a buyback on, sure, just the support, but every bit hurts right now.
Yeah, it does. And now the next moves for Shopify are probably going to be quite simple, right? We've got Exorcism in 60. We've got a DD on this DP. Roshan is going to be up reasonably shortly. Has Tormentor died yet?
Yeah, they took it.
It did die, okay. That would have been another nice objective, but not for a while.
Yeah, Tormentor gave shard to the Naga Siren earlier, so she has the healing as well.
I lost track of that.
Yeah, so many things are being done, honestly. They're playing with urgency on Radiant. As the
Oh, yeah.
Batrider sadly gets picked off, and this is not just a little support either. This is a core Batrider, so it's hurtful again.
Who was it pinging earlier? Gyro pinged how much damage Bat did to him, right? And now Dalai Lama showing how much damage he can do back. Oh, but this Daedalus Gyro going wild, running into the middle of two cores, gets sundered and doesn't care? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just auto
BSJ
attacking
and friends
through
just falling flat on their face. I thought that was a GG coming out of Sammy Boy. Maybe they got one more fight in them?
They can try. Maybe they will get their respawn. I mean, they can't go mega creeps immediately. There's a bottom creep wave still. No, the bottom tower. But yeah, they're gonna call it. This game, there's no sign of it turning. You don't have the wombo combo lineup to turn this big of a deficit around.
I mean, you just said, you know, the Dungeon Master's classic phrase of, you know, you can try. You can certainly try. But the answer there was, you know, rolling 5 nat 20s, hoping for some lightning strike onto Shopify Rebellion's boot camp. You know, serious things need to happen to shift that game's trajectory.
You can always try. That's, you know, how it feels. But that was a tough game from start. I think Shopify, they just looked like a team that went back, thought about, okay, what do we need to win here? And they just got off to a fantastic laning stage start. They drafted pretty strong laners, sure, but also the gameplay was so spot on from the start.
Yeah, it didn't feel like they made any mistakes. You know, there were some good moves and a bit of aggression from BSJ and friends that, you know, found a kill on Gyro, found a move here and there. You know, the Grave TP, right? That was very nice, but it doesn't lead them to anything monumental.
Grave TP out and the all chat Lamau, but he gets punished for it later on in this game because this poor Terrorblade did not have a free farm game. Getting hunted and hurdled around and then even forced to join his team just to make some moves.
Yeah, God, it was so hard for them. I still can't believe this. Scam Naga. What, like, so 16 minutes in, he was sat at 4K? And then minute 20, he was 10K, right?
Yeah, they got a lot of gold. I mean, they did get a lot of big objectives there. He got the shard as well, so shard net worth injection around the same time. But for sure, he found a lot of time to push in lanes and didn't die at all.
Yeah, so that was a 5-minute time jump and a 5K net worth jump. So he was like 1,000 GPM, like
basically
what?
on a support.
On a support in that time period. Like, that's wild thinking about it. Just Naga Siren things, I guess, cutting waves, finding openings.
The injection card, but you won't see anything like this. But didn't die. He's still alive. Look at the KDA here. Can actually see Yopash, Hellscream, Scan. None of them died a single time in games. All three had clean game number 1. Very impressive stuff from them. And even Dalai Lama, who was the target of a lot of early aggression ganks, still had an impressive 9, 2, and 8.
Yeah, super clean stuff from Shopify. Really beautiful stuff. I mean, having like clean sheets like this is just an incredible showing from them. And again, you know, testament to them thinking, okay, we dropped that series in the upper bracket against Wildcard. We had our fun in the qualifiers early on, picking funny heroes, memeing around a bit, you know, maybe not fully respecting the gravity of that situation, which Wildcard exploited beautifully. Now, though, finding themselves in this lower bracket, putting themselves in a spot where they are, you know, one game away from meeting that grand final opponent, it feels like Shopify in the driving seat for this one. Yeah, definitely. They set the tone, set the pace for the series already with the first win. That was such a quick and dominant win. Never mind the actual game win time. It's more also about how early that game felt desperate. And a lot of it just goes back to the laning stage. It was played really, really well by both the supports. I didn't think that things were going to work out that well for the gyrocopter lane, but that, you know, lane did extremely well as well. It's like we saw, you know, obviously the team, then the draft, and we're thinking, okay, you know, this isn't a 50-50, this is like 60-40, then 70-30. But yeah, laning stage made that, you know, a 90-10 for Shopify, just domineering the way that match went. Very well done in game 1. BSJ and friends, you know, hopefully they keep their spirits up. They did that nice little trick in the draft with the swap around of the Tiny. They caught us off guard. I'm pretty sure it caught Shopify off guard a touch as well. They weren't expecting that, but it didn't give them a winning position. Like, the puck didn't do well against DP. You know, that was the big problem.
Yeah, I think that honestly a lot of it comes back to that. You wanted more from your puck. You wanted puck to be able to provide some more rotations and actually have a bit of net worth, but he just got outplayed. Jopas is a very, very mechanically gifted mid laner, and sometimes that happens, man. He'll just bully you. He's on a strong hero in DP, and he got the better of him.
Well, there we have it. Game 1 all wrapped up. Shopify taking it. We'll see if BSJ and friends can do anything better in Game 2. We'll take a break and come back with it.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, folks. Thanks for joining us here on the road to the International as we get back into the NA Closed Qualifiers. Game 2 between BSJ and Friends and Shopify Rebellion. Game 1, Waga, not close. Shopify doing what we expected, kind of running over the opposition with a little bit of fighting back.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different details. One detail that I noticed after we had the game finish up and just took a look at the scoreboard a little bit, at 12 minutes in, every single player on Shopify had more player damage dealt than every single player on BSJ and Friends. So that kind of tells you a story of how they were truly just bullying them, being very oppressive, dealing a tons. And yeah, it was a hard game for BSJ and Friends from the get-go there. I think, honestly, things could have played out differently if lanes were just played a little bit sharper. It's hard to say that it was necessarily all about drafts. I think outplay definitely did happen in this one.
Yeah, there's just lots of different elements, right? And that's kind of what happens when you have, you know, one team on the upper echelon of NA Dota, the other teams, you know, kind of the remnants of of NA Dota's finest. You know, there's definitely a mix of players versus a team. You know, is what I'm getting at. A pretty big difference in the synchronization, being on the same page, doing the same kind of thing. Like thinking about that game 1, how many times did we see Hellscream pop out of nowhere? From our perspective, and I'm sure from BSJ and Friends' perspective, like, where did this guy come from? But he's communicating with his team. He's making that move, finding the openings, and starting off these fights in a beautiful way.
Yeah, Hellscream, I mean, honestly, is a player who really has just risen a lot in my regards. I think that he is so good at reading the map and where to be. I've also had the pleasure of having him in quite a few of my pubs a little while back, and he's just such a good player, man. His map moves are impressive. It's like he has a little bit of a vision into what the world is going to look like 30 seconds from now, and that's what you'd want as support. Have the good read, because you know you don't have the resources to get there quickly. Core players, they can just buy travels, show up there, be there in time, have a blink dagger, yeah, easy. But when you have brown boots on a willow and you keep showing up at these random locations, getting these ganks, that just means you had the right idea long time ago.
Yeah, like a minute or two ago, you're thinking about where you want to be and how you're going to get there. Is that through the gate? Is that with a TP? Is that with a smoke? And he's done a tremendous job with that willow. Now, heading into draft for game 2, you said that this is, you know, a combination of draft, execution, lane stage, player skill. Is there something that you would want BSJ and Friends to change, like, dramatically in how they drafted?
Drafting wise, I can't really say that they need to do something that different. They picked 3 Grandmaster heroes. This is comfort zone. The heroes did look like they could play pretty well together. They had a nice mix of team fight ganks and tower push from TB. Like, I can't really fault the draft that much. Ultimately, though, that Death Prophet looks problematic to me. A hero that they themselves rate pretty highly, and a Shopify first picking and dominating with. The puck mid against DP, I think they wanted to get a way better result out of that. Annihilate, you know, just needs to sharpen up a little bit after this game and reset, you know. Sometimes you get a bad start to a lane and it's super hard to work your way back.
Yeah, is Puck one of his specialty heroes? Like this
It is.
Yeah, it felt like something that they picked and he was going to be comfortable with. But yeah, in that matchup against Yopaj, it got absolutely handled.
Yeah, I mean, he's a super good Puck player, but I've said it time and time again. I think Puck is a hero that you have limited room for outplay early on, but once you have Blink and Witchblade is when you can really start pulling the dance moves out in these team fights. You know, you can do so many things going to support. But yeah, Puck is one of his best heroes. He generally plays this style of hero. So
the slippery.
Hoping to see him get either Ember or, you know, a Puck again. Maybe even bring out the Storm Spirit, a hero that could work out, but has the potential to also struggle early on against something like a DP.
Yeah, and it feels like they often struggle when you don't have the slug hero in front of them. I don't know how you feel about this, and it might be me oversimplifying. But with these like Pucks and Embers, I want someone to go in and, you know, be the tanky fella who draws all the attention of the enemies. Like, hey, look at me. Give vision of the supports. Find the backline. Because BSJ and Friends had like Bat, who was playing from Fog, Tiny, who's playing from Fog, Dazzle, who's sitting behind the TB, and Puck was the one who kind of had to sacrifice itself and go in as the first hero, which is not ideal.
That's very true. That's one element where Shopify definitely had the advantage. They have a Timbersaw who repeatedly tanked those ganks, and his team could play behind him and turn it around.
And Naga.
As we head into... Yeah, true. Naga, who was very good at resetting and getting the heal going and setting up those kills.
Or even just like sending illusions and scouting.
But we're gonna have a pretty different game though, as Naga is banned out, DP is banned out, and it's actually Shopify themselves who ban out the DP. So not gonna allow BSJ to try and do the same thing.
I will never understand fans in the floor in American homes and buildings. The ventilation system being in the floor, like, it's mind-boggling to me.
Like in the wall or
in the floor.
itself?
There's like, you know, the vent, like on Tomato's camera, there's like look there, you can see on Davalama's camera, there's fans and vents. It's like a common thing in America to have like the ventilation and the heating system vent in the floor.
I don't think I've ever seen that actually. I mean, not in a. Oh, yeah.
It blows my mind every time I see it. Sometimes it's literally
nice though, right?
Well, sometimes it's literally a hole. Like it's literally just like people don't put the like vent grate on top of it, and it's just a hole in the floor. And I'm like, if you have a child or a pet, doesn't your cat just like go roaming in the venting system?
It's not a fan, it's a blender. Oh no.
Yeah. One of those things they got in their sinks, yeah? The
exactly.
Food waste processor or whatever it is, the grinder. Anyway, enough of that. Brewmaster for BSJ and friends. Monkeys Forever, first pick Brew. Here we go. Finally.
Yeah, he gets on his Brewmaster and they remove one of the most natural counters. Not only, we talk a lot about Doom anti-healing, but he is also one of the best heroes against Brewmaster. You silence him for so long, you can easily kill him. You don't get a chance to pop the ulti out. They did, however, leave Bristleback, which is a very, very highly rated hero as well.
Yes.
So Shopify get a strong trade-off there. And those quills can sometimes pose a threat to the pandas.
I mean, in any other situation, you'd be, I mean, maybe even this one as well, you'd be saying that Shopify already have the strong upper hand in terms of meta picks, right?
Meta-wise, definitely. But Brewmaster is decent as well for just spinning up the Bristleback and, you know, leave him there. You don't want to focus Bristle. That's like the biggest thing about Bristleback that, you know, everyone gets wrong at every MMR, be it you being 2k MMR or 12k MMR. I bet you that you and your teammates focus the Bristleback more than you should. I did it earlier today together with Baby Knight. With the two of us, we hit the Bristleback a little bit too much, a little bit too stupid. But with Brewmaster, he brings that possibility for you to just put him in the air. Your teammates literally can't focus him. Make it easy for yourselves.
Why doesn't Monkeys look happy? He's got Brewmaster. He looks sad and angry.
Maybe all the mystery is gone, like the you know, the elusiveness of the draft. His part is already over.
He's the dog that got the car.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm Brew.
It's like, I'm Brew now.
You know, the real reason he's not smiling is because there's several minutes until he gets to play Brew. He has to watch other people pick their inferior heroes first.
Yeah, it's all the Brew counters. Well, Doom is already gone. Who else deals with Brew?
Gyro, and they banned that as well, so another hero gone. Yeah, definitely not bad to get rid of, and I think he might be happy as well about seeing the Lina ban. I don't know, Brewmaster maybe doesn't get countered by Lina, but it's not fun to lane against her.
I wonder what Zexy's hero is going to be. He played that Dazzle, he's played a bit of Oracle. Maybe we get one of these Oracle combos again.
A lot of the previous game getting banned out with the Willow and the Gyrocopter also being removed. We're going to have to see some fresh stuff coming in.
Ah, that's one of the classics against Brew. Static Storm.
Exactly. Get another silence. Not as long duration as the Doom, so you have to be a little bit more speedy about bursting the Brewmaster with this one. But on the benefit of actually being able to hold him in place as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Does Medusa fit in that same boat as the Gyro with the split shot?
For killing? No, actually. Not as much, because Gyro you quite often want to kill and deal with, whereas Medusa, you kind of, again, want to ignore her. She does kill off the Brewlings if she gets strong enough, but that's very late into the game. And you might struggle a lot to hold on to towers as a Medusa, just from the pressure of the Brewmaster's team fight and the early pressure.
We do get the Zexy Oracle again, so we can ensure that the Brewmaster ulti will happen if we get the false promise on him. There's no like Oracle DP though, so we don't have that big combo.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. And I mean, Bristle is pretty okay against Oracle as well. He's like, yeah, you can block magic damage. I do physical damage. He's all good. There's the Dispel possibility to get rid of the Nasal Goose stacks, but even with that, I think Bristle's pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, they might still go back to this Terrorblade again, right? Oracle TB still good. TB into Bristle can be good if you get to like mid game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad at all. A possibility. The only downside again is that Disruptor ulti is pretty nice against him as well.
Yeah.
So slightly concerning, but it's not a deterrent necessarily. That's more like a little disincentive to not pick the TB. I wonder if they have something else on their mind, something else that they want to play a bit more. Their priority right now is going to be heavily on laning stage. Keep in mind, he played Terrorblade in the previous game, had a pretty decent start at least, and then wanted to farm, and the game was already falling apart. And he realized, I can't just farm, I have to do something. So there's a possibility he will try and go more active, pick something that fights a bit earlier, because maybe they need to.
I'm trying to find Nusham's hero as well. I mean, Tiny seemed okay. Tusk has seemed very good these quals, so I'm kind of wanting them to go that direction. But then I'm looking
at a hero ocean, man. He can play anything.
Yeah, he can play Pudge if he wants to.
So many heroes. Yeah, bring in the Nushan Pudge.
Just a matter of laning it with the Brewmaster, right? Well, Tiny again.
Okay. Yeah, Tiny. We've seen this Tiny before. This trick. Abaddon comes in for Shopify. Okay.
So what, they keep their flex open with Bristle, Abaddon? Now they've added Clockwork.
I think
it's Huskar time, huh?
Yeah. Quick Huskar coming out as well. BSJ and friends don't even think about it. Ooh, okay, it's committed. It is Oracle Huskar, so it's one of the disgusting combos to play against. Fortunately, though, they haven't picked up Yopash hero.
So what, a couple of things. Huskar, Aghanim Scepter is like a duel, right? So you're able to turn the Bristle back around.
Yes.
Abaddon's not really going to care, though, with his borrowed time against the Huskar too much.
Not too much, but you can't dispel off the burn. So it's like, yeah, you stay alive, and you're probably going to full heal from your ulti, but if he keeps hitting you through it, then you might just burn down eventually. Those burning spears are non-dispellable, so even if you have a Photic Shield, you might still be in trouble.
But then a third thing is we could see a lot of blade mails here. Like
definitely.
Bristle, Abaddon, Clockwork, just blade mail it up.
Yeah, it's fully possible. I think they have, like, it would bother Huskar to some degree, but at the same time, Brewmaster doesn't care about blade mails at all, pretty much. He pops into ulti, doesn't care about blade mail. He Radiance burns people down while being an Earth Panda. He's all good. So it's decent. I'm very curious what they're going to look towards as their final hero on Shopify. Sniper gets taken out. That's what BSJ and friends don't want to deal with.
You know what the goated play is? Is to pick AA as Shopify. And then you've got your Clockwork offlane, mid Bristle, carry Abaddon, Disruptor 4, AA 5, and then a Huskar doesn't have a game.
This last big win as well. So does that mean it's carry Tiny coming in against Bristleback?
Oh, good question.
Carry Huskar mid Tiny. Oh wow. Okay, they're doing it this way. Curious.
Yopash Puck going to round out the draft for Shopify. So carry Huskar. Usually this is Huskar mid, dominates the lane, swings into side lanes, and causes problems for everyone. But carry Huskar playing into Bristleback with an Oracle?
I mean, honestly, I would say that they have the advantage on all three. Well, at least two lanes on BSJ and friends. I think their mid lane is advantageous. I think their carry lane is also really nice. I think Huskar against Bristleback can swing the wrong way. You can definitely die, but with Oracle ready to dispel the goose stacks, I think the Huskar should be pretty safe. And you can kind of passively oppress the Bristle, take away his HP.
And that's in terms of hero to hero matchup, right? Not counting in the Yopash factor in this mid lane.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question mark there, because Puck versus Tiny is Tiny favored by a pretty big margin, but we saw what Yopash could do in what I expected to be a pretty even or even a fairly decent Puck matchup. And now, this time he has, he has puck. So if he gets off to any good start at all, we'll see him joining a lot more. I do like that they pick a last pick puck against Oracle, so they have a solution to go in on Oracle. But overall, I mean, BSJ and friends, they did what I expected. Put a lot of emphasis on laning stage, a lot of emphasis on winning early on. And this is what you kind of need to do. They're one game down, and you need to all in, send it.
Yeah, full send. Just get going with these heroes, play through the strongest hero on the map. Yeah, it's going to be exciting once Brew hits level 6, because I feel like they're just going to quad lane that bot lane, play through Monkey's Brew, get super aggressive. Because you want to be booting these Shopify heroes out of lane. Baden doesn't do well going into jungle. He's a carry. He wants to be sat in that lane, farming lane creep. So if you can boot him out early on, big win. And then the potential as well is to contest these enemy stacks of ancients that Bristol wants to be building.
For sure. Disperse it back. Which facet did he end up? Okay, so he ended up on Seeing Red, because he was previously on the Goose facet, but now back on Seeing Red. It's more Quill oriented. This is going to be better for bursting the Brewlings as well. If he gets Aghanim Scepter, he can burst the Huskar, burst the Monkeys Forever ulti, or even just kill Oracle if he ends up next to him. We're seeing a 40-second smoke, the classic.
Carry hero buying Radiance, also a classic.
Yeah.
Is that why all these heroes are super popular nowadays?
Largely. I mean, Radiant was overtuned, and then it got nerfed, but now we have the remnants of that, the leftovers. People are still buying Radiance sort of habitually because it was so OP.
I guess that's why Kunkka has also kind of gone off the radar a bit, right? He became super popular, peaked, buying Radiance as a carry, as a mid all the time. Now it feels like we rarely see this Kunkka anymore.
People learn to deal with him as well. It's more that people get trained to not all in burst on the Kunkka and found solutions to deal with him. We saw more and more people buying the Yule Scepters and doing the trick against Xmark as well.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see this Abaddon go phase boots into Radiance.
Wait, what?
Get super
I didn't
tanky.
even know that.
What?
Hellscream showing me a new mechanic. I did not know that you can make the first creep wave aggro onto the power cogs. I had no clue.
Oh.
I thought they would just ignore the power cogs the same way that they ignore heroes, but apparently they're super angry at the cogs.
But the cogs don't have souls.
They used to.
So why would you get angry at an inanimate object? That's never happened in real life.
You pissed at people being angry at someone who doesn't have a soul?
Yeah. As a redhead. It's a very clear connection, I think.
You're taking this too personally, Gary.
No, it's more like, it's more like I was making fun of myself because I've never, in the middle of the night, stabbed my pinky on the wardrobe and screamed at it as though it's a person.
Well, if the wardrobe burned your mana, I bet you would be pissed too.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, stubbing your pinky toe is burning mana in real life. I think that's negative aura just immediately down the drain.
Yeah. What's that? There's some saying like people break their pinky toe several times in their life on average. It's like, what? I don't know if that's true. It sounds like a myth, but how many times you stub your toe, it could be true.
That's one. I mean, so one of those things is it's difficult to know when you've broken your feet and hand bones, right? Because the bones are small and difficult to know you've broken them. But second part of this is also there was that common phrase, the average person eats 30 spiders in their lifetime while they sleep, and that's just because Susan in Aberdeen eats 300 spiders a day for lunch.
Yeah, someone's carrying. Yeah,
it's just offset. I have definitely not eaten anywhere near that.
You have not pulled your weight in that one.
No,
Okay,
but Tiny.
Mid?
Oh, the dodges from Yopaj. This is the matchup, right? Tiny versus Puck. You said Puck's not happy.
Yeah, it's going to be a good matchup for a Tiny for sure. He did invest quite a bit of resources trying to bring down the Puck, and unfortunately, when Puck dodges the tree toss that you throw away, he gets a lot of HP and mana back because of the disjoint and the Puckish innate.
True. Oh, couriers. One of them dead. And top lane. That was boots for the Huskar, actually, that gets removed. But top lane, Bristle and Clock, double melee into this double range, just dragging waves around. You don't want to play into burning spears.
Yeah, shenanigans galore happening up here. The Clockwork should be safe. Miss actually on the high ground there as well. One neat thing is that he is immune. The Huskar has no mana pool, so he can walk straight through the cogs and does not care.
True.
Kind of a sad matchup for Clockwork.
Monkey's down bottom looking a little worse for wear. He's burnt through the majority of his regen. Has a tango. He's bringing out a salve. Scary when there's a big wave approaching your tower and you're so low.
Yeah, they already did commit the glimpse, though. At least it's coming off cooldown soon.
Attempting to get a pull into large.
Missing the banner just barely. Rough for them.
Yeah, it's difficult. Already this Baden 17-3, having an incredible early start to the game. And they've got access to both of their camps as well.
Yeah, and I think Disruptor is doing a better job trading hits here as well. Ooh, top lane.
Was that a double kill for
onto
Hellscream?
Huskar.
Yeah, he's trapped the Oracle in the cog, so Huskar dead. Hellscream double kill. Divine Llama does die to the Burning Spears as they stacked up on him. But that is not, there's a thumbs down from Divine Llama. It is not well worth it, I fear.
Yeah, I'm not. That's why I meant that this lane is a bit volatile. It should be a good lane, but if you ever overstep a little bit, especially losing your boots early on, can make the lane a bit harder. Let's see.
Yopaj gets the water rune.
Yeah.
Oracle, I want to die. It's a tough spot. I'm sure the Huskar's called. Oh, bottom lane. Nusham's dying.
Solo.
And Monkey's forever. He's gonna be okay, it looks like.
He's got the Drunken Brawler giving him a little bit extra magic resist, enough to stay alive. But still has to waddle back to base, and there are a lot of creeps pushing under the tower. This is not a nice time to have to go base. Gonna miss out on a lot of experience. Sure, you can send your Wind Ranger down here to pick it up, but ideally you want the gold and last it's on your offlaner.
I just realized I have a problem with Brewmaster. Because in Dota, what color is agility? What color is strength?
I mean, strength is red and agi is green, yeah?
Yeah. That's why is Earth Brawler? Earth Brawler should be the strength one, surely?
Yeah.
But he's green. Storm Brawler should be the agi one with evasion and speed, but he's blue.
Right? Yeah, but fire is red. See, this is where and earth is green. So they ran into this problem here.
Yeah, I get that.
The
Wind
elements
Ranger dragged back in. It makes sense with the elements. Maybe they should just change the colors of agi, strength, and
just all to fit the world view of a brew player.
Yeah. Monkeys will have a firm word with them. They'll sort it out. What's universal then? Universal is golden or something.
Yeah, they fall under purple.
Purple.
Yeah.
Monkeys?
I mean, he's been taking a serious bit of damage here, and new Aphotic Shield can come in as well. He's gonna go down.
Oh, I didn't think they'd be able to keep on going like that. But with glimpses, thunder strikes, the shields coming in, multiple cycles of spells, and Monkey's left alone by his Wind Ranger as well.
They've kind of been brought down one by one, right? Wind Rangers will leaving, trying to go and do something else, but yeah, this offlane of Dire not working out. Now Clockwork, Hellscream on in one of his moves.
Wisdom Shrine time.
Setting up. He has not been spotted by the ward yet. He's hiding behind the vision. But Disruptor is being spotted. That might just bait them to come into a Clockwork though.
Well, Nusham kind of gives away the positioning of the ward there with that power shot across the front of Skem, and now has walked in to the cog setup of Hellscream. Tiny's TPing, but he's going to get glimpsed immediately back to the mid lane. So no contest over this Wisdom Shrine anymore. And Bristleback looks like he's fighting with the Oracle over the left-hand side one. That's not a fight Oracle will win. So double Wisdom Shrines, and then onto this tower. Skem taking a beating from the tower hits, but Monkeys Forever has been surrounded on all sides. Can't run to the right, can't run to the left, and gets cut out by the Abaddon. A dominating streak now for Tomato.
They're playing so well this game, honestly. Same as previous game. They're just out the gate swinging, immediately building different advantages here and there. Nice glimpse back. We see Hellscream again making his moves. Looking at the Tiny, who is pretty low resources if Puck could find a way to join, but right now busy under his tower.
And no mana clock. Still lurking around in the mid lane. Oracle.
It's relying on Magic Stick.
Yeah, Oracle and Wind Ranger coming in here. I can't really do too much to this Clockwork though. Just watch him walk away. 8-minute rune's going to pop up, but Hellscream guards it with the cogs already out. It spawns, and Arcane's going to be taken by Hellscream, while Sammy Boy is coming here to try and grab the Clockwork, but he's glimpsed away after his ulti. And in the end, yeah, nothing. No kills.
I mean, there's a Huskar moving, so 4 heroes committed by Dire, only 3 heroes from Radiant. Meanwhile, Bristle happily farming. They're pretty okay with this trade.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Would have loved to get that Arcane rune, but Puck still making a play on Tiny. Finds some low HP.
Yeah, coiled up, getting burst down. Scam still poking at Nusham here, and they've also got a reaction out of Sammy Boy. Again, going to get glimpsed away, though, as Scam sends him packing.
Scam is just, I don't know, sending people on vacation left, right, and center here. This Disruptor, massive impact. By the way, have you seen his skill build on Disruptor? He wants to send people places. He's not using ulti. Never mind that.
Just max damage.
And again,
Max displacement. Bring monkeys forever back towards them. Still level 5 on his Brewmaster. No ulti, no way of escaping. Trapped in the cage built by Hellscream.
this is falling out of control very rapidly.
Dodge on the mid lane as well.
Puck gonna stay safe. As the Tiny is working towards that Blink Dagger, but long way away.
And with all of this, it's not as though the Bristle's having a bad time top, right?
No, definitely not. I mean, he's top in CS. He's highest CS in the game. Hasn't really had any kills to his name, so he's a little bit behind his counterpart on, his friend in Abaddon. He's been taking tower, getting a ton of kills, but Bristle's still enjoying life, having a good game.
Oh, monkeys, it's not happy hour yet. You're not level 6. Bit of underage drinking going on with this Brewmaster.
There's no happy hour when the early game looks like this.
Neopow's going to steal away the shield rune. Man, it would have been so nice for this Tiny, but that's pipped at the post by the little Puck.
A nice little play. He dodges the shackle, gets a bunch of mana for that as well. And just cute plays all over by Yopash already. And the Abaddon ticking ever closer to the Radiance. Meanwhile, we see a lot of offlane Brewmasters want to go for Radiance, but this game, he's so far behind.
It's very difficult to do. So what, is he going like Spirit Vessel or something?
That's usually been the build for him. I suspect that we might see him go back into it here, but he honestly is just food stamp mode. 2.7k gold at minute 11 is not enough to really think about a big item even.
Midas? Dare we say it?
I think you just a slow desperation Radiance. You just kind of keep your head down and work on it.
Just suck it up, princess. Get the Radiance one way or another.
It's still going to be faster than going Midas into Radiance, you know, it's going to take forever to get it then.
Hellscream toying with Iron Eyelet in his jungle as well. This is a support Clockwork getting up in their face. Try and punish him here. Shackle shot and toss. Hellscream very tanky though, and he's going to hook shot all the way across into his bristle bag. Who's still fighting with Sammy Boy. Going to toggle his armor
Very
down.
nice presses of might by the clock there, finding they can easily get out of there. Lands a nice hook onto the Huskar right before Glimpse. Mid tower slowly falling as the Tiny is struggling to even show himself on mid lane.
Yeah, it's hard now. And the big question we were posing, you know, laning stage, trying to get this early advantage, playing through a strong hero. We again find ourselves in a situation where Sammy Boy's top net worth on the Dire and Tiny Brew, the two playmaking heroes, are both struggling. So what is the avenue for them to get out? Like, we can't just wait for Brew Radiance, right? So is it just waiting for Tiny Blink?
I think Tiny Blink and play around the armlets on your Huskar. Right now there's a dive happening up top. The Bristleback eyeing up Oracle, chasing him. Sexy trying to get out of here, but too slow.
I mean, the Huskar is just getting manned up on by this Abaddon. Well, Shackle shot him, but Skem's gonna glimpse the Wind Ranger out of there. Now we jump in though with the Huskar onto the Disruptor and the Primal Split used to zone out the Abaddon. So finally, Sammy Boy picking up a kill on Skem, some revenge at long last after all these glimpses back. but now maybe in trouble still, as Divine Llama and Hellscream close around in on the Huskar. Nusham sniped out by Yopaj. A toss-up on the Abaddon, though, after his ulti ends, does net them a kill, while Sammy Boy has survived, toggling his armor like a god, keeping himself running here as Divine Llama and Hellscream finally on top of him. He can't toggle through that. The Cogs will push back
roots.
this Zexy Oracle. Divine Llama, though, did get rooted up, can't TP home. Quill sprays are stacking up, though. This is getting a little bit spicy, as Divine Llama could turn and continue this fight with Hellscream manning up and being the bodyguard. A glimpse back will kill off Zexy, and Hellscream comes back in with a double kill. Monkey's now on the run, trying to sprint away. Another Thunderstrike to come as Hellscream and Divine Llama. Yopaj cuts in from the right-hand side. And a massive fight for Shopify. They lost their Abaddon, but they got a lot for it.
Huskar did 1980 damage. Huskar, yeah. Sounds about right. Still less than Queen of Pain did in that previous game. Nice dive there on top lane. Meanwhile, by the way, while the dive was happening top, the puck stopped the Wind Ranger, who wanted to TP in to help. He got coiled by the puck and then slowly brought down in a 1v1 against the puck Yopaj. But just difficult for them all together to coordinate right now in Dire.
And that was after Nusham TP'd and got glimpsed out, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Annihilate. Snipes out Divine Llama. A nice big kill. Meanwhile, though, Yopaj and Skem on the tail of Nusham. Wind Ranger down, and Zexy, level 5 Oracle, minute 14. Going to get coiled up.
And they're just running at people. These heroes are looking so scary right now. Disruptor, Puck, and Clockwork is like the killing duo. Or killing trio, even. Still worth.
Well, a bit of all chat there.
Players having fun. I think in particular, the Abaddon is starting to have fun as the Radiance is online. They're looking at Monkeys forever. No, they doesn't have ulti just yet, but it's about to come off cooldown. Very, very close.
Oh, the hook shot there. The false promise, though. Zexy saves him, so now Monkeys can ult if he wants to. He's going to pop the Primal Split. Zexy dead. They cycle in the Abaddon. Now, the question is, can they get kills off the back of this? A TP is cancelled somehow. Yopaj has come in here to deal with the Brewlings. It looks like BSJ and friends have kind of left Monkeys just to deal with his own business and try and deliver down bottom. He's going to pop back into reality, and he's not going to get caught at all. Gets back to Fountain, but that's now a defensive split used.
Yeah, Oracle ulti and Brewmaster ulti, and you didn't get anything actively for it. You just saved your offlaner, who's got the Midas. He's got the compact Copium Midas. 15 minutes in. It's gonna take a while before it really starts paying dividends, but meanwhile, every single minute that goes by, Dire heroes are dying over the map.
Yeah, I mean, what's Hellscream's score right now?
He's 6-0 and 8, dude. He is absolutely just tearing through people. I told you last game, Hellscream is so good at moving across the map. A hero like Clockwork fits like a glove for this player.
Static Storm on the tiny mid, protecting the puck from that jump. Oh no, like can't quite connect onto Yopaj.
Pretty crazy to see that Hellscream Clockwork is 1500 gold away from having Aghanim Scepter. We're 16 minutes in. What do you mean he's closing in on an Aghanim Scepter? This man is getting absolutely ridiculous level farm.
And it's at the same time he's playing this kind of 9 class style, right? Or Schofield style, whatever you want to think about it
Yeah,
as.
very Schofield, yeah.
Like playing behind enemy lines, scouting. Like this is classic Schofield stuff, right? Clockwork, behind enemy lines, finding these openings, and just that question of like, why is he there?
It's Schofield, but minus the deaths. Schofield will literally not care about his life, but Hellscream has found the balance of not dying while doing this.
Yeah.
Glimpse gonna come in.
Brewmaster, coil snapped thanks to the
combo.
glimpse. Well done, as they'll hook shot in as well to secure the kill. TPs are coming in from BSJ and friends. They're being pinged out, but yeah, no follow through there.
Good job abusing cooldown as well. The new Brewmaster doesn't have ulti yet. They gank him just before the ulti is gonna come off cooldown, keeping him pinned down, and this Midas has a lot of work to do to make him come back into the game.
But yeah, you're right. K1 would be like 10-0 while Schofield 0-6. But
Yeah.
that 10-0 came from the 0-6.
Yeah, it's a similar style, but in this game, you know, Schofield also has those games where he would end up just having a ton of kills and not dying at all. It's just a matter of every single piece of the machinery working out right now. Not just the Clockwork himself, but the rest of the team. Everyone is firing on all cylinders.
Top 3 net worth, all Shopify Rebellion, 10k lead, minute 17. We need some big concerted effort now from BSJ and friends, and a smoke gank is one hell of a way to do it. Play together, get these jumps, find a target. It's just, we need vision. We need some information for them to play with.
They have the BKB on Huskar. This is literally what they want to play around right now. Just say Huskar is the strongest player on the field, try and get something out of him. Puck,
Oh, no
cheeky
way.
bastard. Gets the haster and gets out of there. And jigs up as well. The BKB is revealed.
Under the nose of 5 of them as well. It's the pink headphones, man. That's what does it.
It is. I mean, at the same time, they don't have the best heroes for catching the puck immediately. Tiny could maybe grab him, but Tiny was the one who got blinked across there. Monkeys
now
forever, not
Monkeys.
again. Oh, he might die here. A glimpse back into an ulti. He's gonna have to ulti quickly now. Oh, he's dead.
He's already dead. Coil snapped, Stag Storm dropped. Damage comes far too quickly.
It's
And
pretty
top lane,
crazy that
a catch on the clockwork. Toss back into the life break. They've got the streak. Massive money coming into the pockets of Sammy Boy and friends.
that's nice. Cashing in on that piggy bank. That is the clockwork. Get some gold for themselves. Sadly, it's 19 minutes in, not 20 minutes in. Otherwise, we could have seen them swing into the Tormentor. Gonna have to stay patient for a little while longer. Yopash just shoving lanes now, using his blink and Witchblade.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As Dire, they have fantastic vision around mid, so might see them play more to try and make plays on those power runes. I think that's somewhere they might be able to get a pick on the Puck player. Puck usually very hard to kill, but a little bit predictable that they always want to go for those runes. Could be a chance to pick him off.
Scam has been dewarding this area consistently for the past 5 minutes. Like every time I see Scam, he's pushed a mid wave and he's placed a new sentry somewhere mid. He's like dewarded 3 observer wards in the past 5 minutes. It's so difficult to keep vision up against him. We will see them smoke though.
This is the Tormentor smoke timing, but both teams are smoking up. We have Huskar going behind onto the Bristleback, but he has Blade Mill and Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, do you want to do
a
this?
dangerous jump.
Oh my god, Divine Llama just kills Sammy Boy with a blade mail. Oh my god, Zexy's blown up. They toss Hellscream in. Divine Llama surviving through the burning spears. The damage not coming through enough, and he'll spam out the quill sprays so he gets another one. A double as Tiny falls. Newsham found by Timado. Yeah, I mean, what can you do, honestly? What can you do?
Clean team wipe. I mean, it's one of those moments where Oracle is not close enough to save you, and you jump into an Aghanim's Blade Mill Bristleback. It's just not the target. You see the amount of damage? This is why he went for this facet in this game. It's really, really good against Huskar. It's good against the Brewmaster ulti. It's good against Oracle to try and burst him. Just a nice read by Davai Lama that this was the play. And then he even pings out the damage he did.
Yeah, I mean, I said it in the draft, right? This could just be blade mails galore. I'm honestly a little sad that the Abaddon and Clockwork haven't gone for blade mails just to deal with the stuff in this game. But I guess Bristleback having one on his own is apparently enough. That's all
As
I needed.
Windrender gonna get the same treatment, get the Aghanim's combo. It's a combo with itself. You press one button, combo.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's great. What's he doing now? Is he Glimmercape, Bristle, and then into Satanic?
Oh, yeah. This, again, the Glimmercape Bristle is very, very popular ever since Dota-sama. Oracle forced to ulti himself.
And Huskar jumping in onto Scam. Gets the damage in thanks to the Tiny's control. Meanwhile, though, Zexy gets picked off by the puck, and Divine Llama has found Monkeys Forever solo down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can't fight him. He's level 18 at this point. His Bristle is an absolute freak of nature. Meanwhile, the Abaddon just free farming wherever, doing whatever he wants. The net worth lead building up to 18,000. Things are starting to look real tough for them. This is one of those almost last hurrah kind of feels in this smoke. They need to get something going. You can't have this pattern of just dying all over the place and not being able to make moves.
I mean, you look at these tanky bastards on the Radiant side. You got Bristleback, you got Abaddon. What are you gonna do? You can't bloody kill them. They're invincible, Wagger.
Just get the puck. It's easy. Just catch the puck.
You can't touch the puck. The puck's hidden. The puck's hidden behind all these fat bastards. The Bristleback, the Abaddon. You can't touch them. I'm telling you now.
It's a lock.
That's a serious issue. Wait, Huskar's gonna step up, ulti into Health Scream. Sammy Boy is alone here though. Surrounded by a Bristle and a Abaddon getting whacked around. Where's the rest of his team? They're trying to deal with a disruptor on the puck elsewhere, so Sammy Boy is just dead in the river. Left stranded. Zexy is found by this Abaddon now as Yopaj actually gets the final touch.
And they
Now
didn't
Scream
even have
survives it
Oracle
all.
ulti ready. That was an impossible jump right there.
Have they got stunned? Teleporting out. Annihilate gets coiled.
Gets stunned by the Clockwork as well. Nice attempt on the power shot. Not going to be enough to get the kill, but very close to taking down the Clockwork. Monkeys forever.
I mean, there is one way to stop.
Yeah, two little letters. That's all they want, monkeys. 2 little letters will make it all stop.
Well, at least Monkeys is back to laughing his ass off. That's what we like to see. No more
That's the
sad and
thing.
concerned monkeys.
He does this, man. He has an unbreakable mentality. Even if he will say that it's despair or something afterwards, like he will say how awful it felt to play this game, he will still have laughed more than any other player. I bet you Shopify Rebellion are not able to laugh as much as he's doing right now even. And if having fun is winning, then he is the true winner.
Yes.
Dire's middle tower
Yes, we've got a 3rd place slot for NA Quals that takes you straight to TI if you laugh enough.
Just the happiest player gets sent to TI.
Golden ticket.
Fake smiles everywhere. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
I mean, it's 100% an American that's winning that golden ticket, right? The smile to TI.
Oh, it's not the Swedes, that's for sure.
It's not the Finnish or the British.
No, we're out, dude. We're disqualified.
It's got to be a toothy smile. You know, the pearly whites, and the British are out. They're done. Finnish,
Yeah.
they're never smiling. Just Scandinavia in general, right? The whole Nordic region, that's out of here. Central Europe, no.
It's gonna be an American. Yeah, you're right. I could see a South American. You know, could get out.
Well, South America is an America in the Americas.
This is true. There's also American.
Another primal split. Leading
Up
to
top,
nothing.
they're
Well,
trying to get the Clockwork.
Clockwork.
Finally, maybe
Dying.
getting something.
They got it. The Sammy Boy just gonna stand his ground.
He just phrases. He's like,
bathe,
yes.
bathe in the happiness and joy. Divine Llama's getting pushed
in the
into
glory.
base. Monkey's trying to toy with the Bristleback here, but Divine Llama. Well, I don't know if you can just go in and kill monkeys. You can try. It's a
And it
lot
might
of
just
damage
get
out of
him.
the cool spray.
There's the
Okay, Yopaj helping out. I thought that was going to be a 1v1, you know, head-to-head fight. That's unfair, bringing a puck in there to help out.
And never is. What kind of a pub is this? And Coil is ready. Annihilates. Don't even need the Coil to catch him, I think.
Huskar's in with his BKB. He's slowly approaching an enemy hero. Bristleback's been shackle-shotted up, but shielded. Divine Llama had... Oh, he's got the Aegis, so he has a second life. Oracle and Tiny, they got the false promise onto Annihilate, but he's just being walloped here by the Abaddon. And I don't know where the Huskar went, but he's not here on our screens, so he's not doing any damage. Watching the rest of his team die. Nusham bought back, died back. Triple kill for Timado. And Shopify Rebellion, I mean, moments away from victory now, it feels like.
Yeah, this is looking pretty all over. I don't know what you can do at this stage. The Huskers trying to wrap around. They have a high ground ward. I guess they have a lot of ultis ready, but Oracle ulti on cooldown. Brew 30 seconds.
He's a right proper basher.
He really is. He has Glimmer. He almost has Heart coming out already. Needs just 1500 gold.
Tier 3 gone. Racks wide open. Sammy Boy is hunting. Where are you? Oh, you're over there. Skem sees you and you don't see him. You're gonna get glimpsed and kited here so hard. Oh, Sammy Boy, it's sad. Rockets give vision. Thunderstrike is
supports.
still tagging him up.
They're
The two
calling over the
supports
backup.
with the hook shot in. Yopaj is now allowed to arrive and Sammy Boy will die.
Quick
Primal split bot.
greetings.
Divine Llama gonna call spray and try and deal with the Brewlings while the Oracle I don't know what Oracle's meant to do
The
here.
Oracle and the
Oracle's
Brew
oracling.
against Bristle.
Yeah, Oracle's dead. That's what Oracle's doing here. Oracle's dying to the puck. Yopaj just absolutely handling them in the back lines. While Divine Llama is going to die here, it looks like, getting tossed around and blown up by the Tiny. Now buyback from the Huskar, trying to fight around his tier 3 tower, but they're losing their Tiny. The Huskar's in a static storm. He's being dealt with by the Abaddon. Charging forward, a level 21 Abaddon against a 15 Huskar. Dodging the life break with a phase shift as well. Sammy Boy gets the false promise on him though, so they can turn and fight with a low HP Huskar. Big damage in towards the puck of the Abaddon. They're doing it. They're holding their high ground. They're fighting back. Timana's going to drop. Yopaj dead, and BSJ and friends. They've held their high ground. They've got big core kills, and they've just made about 10,000 gold.
They've made a lot of gold and a lot of recovered mental state here. As we see the all chat, the tips coming out. The players having a bit of fun with each other.
God, that cuts deep though.
It does. I mean, big comeback gold. They did spend a lot of buybacks, but at least they get the moral victory of, okay, you didn't have Yopaj go 0 deaths on his puck. You got a kill on him. He's 11, 1 and 12 now. Don't have to feel as bad anymore.
I mean, I told you, man. You know, it's not about winning this game. It's about the little dagger stabs. You know, the needling, twisting the dagger in them, giving them a little bit of pain.
Get in their heads.
Get in their heads.
At this point, they're doing all they can before the finals against the wild card. They're trying to do the prep work, mess with Shopify as much as possible.
Yeah. They're debuffing Shopify.
Stacking debuffs.
Just stacking debuffs on them.
The first Dota debuffs to actually go into your next game as well. Have you seen Skem's inventory, by the way?
No. What is it?
He's got the grenades ready, dude. He's
Exceptional.
He's going to war. Maybe he's bringing them for the next series as well. Get ready for the early game. There's a little bit of a lull here after players died. Almost feels like Radiant said, okay, let's not clown around. Let's wait for ages.
Is Scam just
off the gas a little bit.
Is Scam just like ahead of the curve? He feels like there's another, I don't know, COVID coming or something. He's buying up all the toilet paper and he's going to price gouge everybody. Just get all the blood grenades out of stock them all up. And then next game, you want a blood grenade, you come to me.
Ah, yes, the classic Tranquil's Agadam's Desolator clock build. I see it all too frequently. To be fair, he does get 250 attack speed when he overclocks, He can get some serious damage done with this Deso.
Exceptional build.
It's the pushing power, man, I'm telling you. He's also prepped for this Tormentor they're about to do.
Mm-hmm.
But first, they got a glimpse of this Brewmaster as he pushed the creep wave. Kind of just make sure he gets out of there.
But also just hitting Huskar once with his Deso really hurts him against Bristleback.
Yeah. It's very true. Not fun to get any added minus armor when Bristle already is basically soloing you. Annihilate might run into the Yopaj puck.
Yeah.
They see each other. Puck a bit too low. Doesn't really want any of that.
Trying to farm the same camps. Hello, how you doing? And then goodbye. I don't want to be here. Easy Tormentor though for Shopify. Quick shard for Hellscream. And time to look at the lanes.
And we see the intention. They want to go. They want to go bottom, make a move to D-ward, prep for the Roche spawn, or maybe even just find the pick-off to win the game, because a lot of buybacks were used in the previous fight.
Oh, yeah. All of them? No, Dire have no buybacks, huh?
And nobody has any buyback right now. Everyone is playing without it. Radiant just need gold to have it.
And Dire all on cooldown. Lanes get pushed in. They don't connect with a hero yet. I'm looking at that Brew down at bottom lane though and worrying for monkeys. Oh, where are you running? Running south? There's no creeps here. Trying to TP out.
Oh, the Radiance could have tipped him off there, but not quite quick enough. I mean, the Radiance has a little bit of a linger, or like a set time before it starts burning you, so he only found out very late. I wouldn't put it past Yopaj though to blindly coil immediately when the Radiant burn got on him. Like,
oh, yeah.
he is that fucking sharp. He could land that quickly.
Could easily see that. Well, they're not bull rushing in. They're being quite delicate with how they approach this. Setting up with a lane push, planting themselves in enemy ancients.
I mean, they
do
already
get into
had
Roche.
one rowdy dive into the enemy base. This time, they're going to go for the finisher move. Get the Aegis, get the resources that you want. It's going to be banner as well, so it will be even harder to stop.
Yeah, I mean, in this next team fight, I can see them killing 1 or 2 cores. But dealing with all 3 of these Shopify cores is a nightmare.
Yeah, I honestly kind of struggled to see Abaddon or Bristleback dying at this point with the Aegis and then going through Abaddon in a full team fight.
Oh no, it's easy. You simply toss them into Fountain, and then they die.
Oh, right, yeah. You need like a pit stop, you know, toss him and then hold him there for a little while. Use a Cyclone from Brewmaster and then toss him onwards.
We're just going to spawn in a Magnus so they can toss into Skewer.
There we go.
Wind Ranger's going to change hero very, like in the All-Star match, right? Just going to have quick little console command.
Random heroes showing up, random Roshan showing up and throwing you.
And I remember that happened in an and it wasn't All-Star match. It was like a show match at Star Ladder, I
I
think.
played in Midas mode and they had that. In Midas mode 2, I think they had they spawned in the Roche and he started doing stuff and they had cataclysms everywhere and stuff.
Yeah.
Different
Yeah, that was-
crazy stuff.
There was that, but there was a more. So that was like a meme one, right? Like Midas mode from the
Yeah.
beginning is kind of like meme, right? But there
Oh,
was
yeah.
like, I don't want to say it was try hard, but it was like, you know, quote unquote, a serious show match. I think it was at Star Ladder, but it was like super boring, and everyone in it was like the players started to like all chat and be like, I'm bored. And I think Cyborg Matt was, oh, I know it's dead up here. Cyborg Matt started spawning in Roshans. And it triggered so many people. Like in the Reddit threads, like, this was a serious show match. Why is someone
Yeah.
spawning in Roshan? It's like, guys, it's a show match.
Yeah. I'm so mad. I wanted to see who won.
Yeah, like the players were like visibly bored.
Yeah. The players only want to have some fun in those games, but at the same time, you don't really want to be the one clowning around first and just looking bad.
Abaddon has a
need someone
catch on the
started.
Huskar. Static Storm's there on the Brewmaster as well. I mean, all of a sudden, BSJ and friends, they've come out of their base and they've been picked off one by one. The Tiny was one thing. Brewmaster now with no buyback dead for 90. I mean, thankfully for them, Huskar survives, but now you're looking at multiple sets of barracks falling. You've glyphed up, but top lane's pushed by Bristle, bottom by the Abaddon. Your base is in disarray.
It's just a sad trio. Huskar says, okay, let's try for a kill. They want to try and go onto the Bristle, but he has the Aegis. This is a desperate attempt at getting something done at least.
Yeah,
But
they
look
can
at the
try.
clockwork, the auto attack.
They can try all they want. This clockwork just opens up on them. They silence the Oracle. Dead, can't ulti, no buyback available. Newsham going to try and windrun back into Fountain, but Divine Llama here with the Quill Spray, stacking up and getting another kill. 5 dead, no buybacks. Shopify Rebellion looking to take down all these inside buildings and towers to get the mega creeps going for themselves. And it looks like BSJ and friends not going to surrender until the throne falls.
They have buyback on Oracle. He can defend. You just got a false promise your throne.
Yes, go
Tell it
forth.
not to die.
Go forth and defend, young Oracle and Brewmaster. Defend your tier 4s with all you've got. Defend your throne with your lives. Use your primal split. Don't die. Cyclone the Bristleback, the evil people in your base. The
Oh God,
hordes
he's
of
melting.
heroes. Your split has ended. Your summons have disappeared, and this false promise is a false life. A half-life. You will die. There's a toss into the Fountain, though. They put Bristleback in there. Quill sprays. Are they going to come fast enough? Look at that damage out of Divine Llama. And that was just his Aegis life. That's one. And game over.
Yeah, just good game. Well played and good luck. Yeah, that was a tough beatdown coming in. Shopify Rebellion, all business. They know that they don't want to be here in lower bracket. They want to be the ones qualifying, and they want to do so in a significant fashion. But that's just a power difference that we kind of expected from the start, right? Shopify finally show up, turn it up to 100, and sadly BSJ and friends, they had a good run here, but can't really stand against them.
Yeah, you've got high caliber players there, but you're against a high caliber team with the best of the best. It's a real difficult challenge. They put on a good show, entertaining as always, which is super fun to watch and cast. As Sammy Boy going in here, he knew what was going to happen. There's a blade mail Bristleback, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, this highlight reel is going to be a lot of tough engagements as well on the side of Dire. Obviously, there was a big advantage not only in team coordination, but also in MMR, right? All these players on Radiant are pretty damn high ranked, so unsurprising to see them pull out ahead like this.
Yeah, this was an odd one from my perspective. All I saw was Sammy Boy go in 1v3 and die. But of course, there's multiple fights on the other side happening there with Puck and Brew getting involved with the Oracle and the Wind Ranger as well.
May have thought that he had Oracle ulti, but Oracle partly didn't have ulti, partly got zoned by Puck anyway. So there was just no saving him. And everyone basically left him to die the moment he hopped in.
Well, always nice to see them in high spirits. Monkeys laughing and all chatting, you know, poking and stabbing at Shopify. But of course, it's still a 2-0 victory for Shopify, winning in this lower bracket and finding themselves in that grand final best of 5 to replay the series against Wildcard. And they beat them 3-0 in the EWC qualifiers, but now losing 2-0 in the upper bracket. Do you think this is going to be like super hard for Shopify? Like, how do you envision this next series going even?
I think it's a really worthwhile watching grand finals. Anything could happen. They are called wild card, you know? You don't know what they're going to bring. Are they going to bomb out 0-3? Are they going to be, you know, taking the battle to Shopify? Will they get the early advantage? Or is Shopify going to do what we saw here in this series against BSJ and friends? It's hard to tell because I don't really know where to place wildcard appropriately to their name. I know that Yamsun has played really, really well throughout this qualifier. RCY, a lot of people respect him for, you know, what he's capable to do on the mid lane. His mechanical skills really high. But yeah, this next match is going to be stacked.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the pride of TI, the prize pool of TI, right? You know, no matter how big other tournaments get with their prize pools, you ask pro players and it's always, we want to win a TI. It's always that, you know, absolute top level prestige of making it to, qualifying for, winning a TI. They're all big steps in players' careers. So for wildcard, you know, not making it to EWC, okay, Shopify got there, but now your shot to get to TI, it's a big deal for them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this is enormous for both teams. Obviously, Shopify want to go there, but it wouldn't be a career-defining moment necessarily for them in the same way. But for wildcard, this is the chance of a lifetime for them. They are just one series away of actually going, being part of TI. You know, that is the dream of every professional Dota player. So definitely they have to manage their nerves, and I think that's where perhaps Shopify has a bit of an advantage, being the more experienced team. They've been in similar situations to this more often, and you can definitely get shaky. You can get really nervous in this situation as a player, because it's easy to get in your head, start thinking ahead, like, what if we don't make it, or you know, how much it actually means to qualify to you. You have to somehow distance yourself from all that, just disassociate all that and just play the game.
Yeah, and it's where all the information from your coach and your, you know, your staff behind you comes in very handy as well. Because to defeat a team like Shopify, you know, we've already seen Wildcard kind of playing through these drafts and finding weaknesses they can exploit, giving Shopify the undying and trying to deal with that in their own way. But, you know, there we go. A 2-0 victory for Shopify gives them a bit of wind in their sails, momentum their way as they head into that grand final. The stage is now set in that best of 5 between Wildcard and Shopify Rebellion, and we'll be passing the mics on over to Trent and Lyrical to take you through that one. So it's goodbye. Thanks for watching from myself and Waga, and make sure you come back in about an hour for that best of 5.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the final day, the final show, the final countdown. Trent, it's time to. All right, I'm done. Yeah, wild card versus Shopify. How you doing, man? You excited?
I really am. Yes, we've had a long journey. We're here. We got what we expected, but not the way we expected it. You know, the 2-0ing of wildcard here to make us a little questioning here into this best of 5 as to how much respect should Shopify be giving here? Because apparently they weren't given enough respect before.
You know, it's interesting. I think that when we get into this, the drafts always become one of the most interesting parts of Dota when you get to like a best of 5, because you can try and like give heroes sometimes, not give heroes other times. I feel like there was a fair amount of out drafting that went on in the wildcard series earlier with Shopify. And I'm wondering if some of that was because they were letting them try out those things, seeing how they could deal with them. Obviously, they didn't deal with them well, Trent. They ended up going down the lower bracket.
No, and both games just pretty solid overall. I mean, game 1 was a little wild. It had some insane team fights and everything, but this idea of just like keeping their lead is a really hard thing to do versus these teams. Like, you know, keep in mind, like we were expecting Shopify to roll through this bracket because they've been at some pretty top tier competitions lately, and they've performed well against some of the best teams, drawing against teams that are, you know, winning and placing really highly at lands and stuff. So kind of expect them to sort of sort through this bracket, but as you can see, they did not. They had to take a little sit down and get warmed up this morning versus BSJ and friends. The NA companions of Wildcard did their best to slow down Shopify Rebellion this morning.
That's right. Yeah, and that has sort of been, I think, at least something going on under the surface a little bit amongst this region. We keep on seeing players type out things that are like, only real NA team left or something like that. And I think that there's a fair amount of over emphasis on that side of it, to be honest. But it is a situation, at least, where Wildcard feels like they're the team that is carrying the banner for some of those less fortunate souls on the
downtrodden of North America.
Shopify obviously still one of those teams to watch out for here, and we're already into the draft for game number 1, so let's get into a best of 5. I can't wait. Already a lot to talk about in this draft. I'm going to pull up the other ones too and start to look at some changes. TA Doom still banned out, along with the Bat Rider. Then we get Naga DP. So that's the change up. Naga was let through in one of those games yesterday, and now it's a switch up where they get the Undying. Got to be thinking about that, Lena.
Yeah, that was the main problem, right? Was this Lena game 1, and then kind of the Chen plus TB game 2, as well as the Bignum Bane was also quite fantastic. So I think Chen could have been maybe an avenue to go down here, but instead they're opting just for this straight up Undying, which is a hero that Shopify Rebellion are really comfortable with. And in response, Shopify Rebellion just go for a very early Darkseer. Not much of a mystery to this hero, but he's very difficult to counter in the lane, barring a few very specific counters, which they can just kind of ban out. And it gives you a very good framework to start your draft around.
Right, and whereas in the last series that these two teams played, we did not see Darkseer get picked up until the end of the last phase. It was actually the last pick overall by Wildcard that ran it. It's Shopify going back to what they were doing before at the beginning of some of the other matches that they were having when they were like 2-0ing or 3-0ing Wildcard. They were running this Darkseer first.
Yeah, and Wildcard, they have a couple tricky heroes. They have pulled out the Chen, which and not so much tricky, but some teams just aren't willing to run it, and other teams are, and it is quite powerful. They have the Lycan, same idea, I would say, in terms of just like this ability to get the helm and then play a very difficult map that is hard to contest. And then they have this Broodmother position 1 that we saw them bring out versus BSJ and friends. So I don't want to get caught by any tricks right now if I'm Shopify Rebellion.
Right. Yeah, stay away from those. Also worth noting that like we went through the early phase of this draft very quickly, almost no reserve time. So to the point that you're making about any tricks, it feels like this is much more just like both teams saying you're going to get what you're going to get. We know where we want these first bands to go, and let's kind of see what happens with the iteration of it. They take out the Sven, and they're leaving in the Lena, but
And
they'll
the
take the
Ursa.
Shaman. Yeah.
That's really interesting. Leaving in the Ursa over the Sven for a Darkseer lane. Because, like, I mean, you're picking it this early. You're kind of setting up your Darkseer to have a bit of a bad time. So I figured there'd be at least a protection versus probably the most agreed upon counter to Darkseer at the moment with this Ursa in the laning stage, just making it very hard for him to contest and stay nearby. Ooh, I wonder if Wildcard want to opt for that.
I think one thing is they are going to take the Ursa. The thing that you can do against Ursa that I think they're banking on a little bit is you can kill him early as Darkseer if you can play the lane right. If you can get to level 3 quickly, there is a timing in there that you can punish. Sven is like a more steady counter throughout the whole course of the game because you've got that stun to disengage. That you're not going to be able to kill the Sven. There is a window where you can kill the Ursa, and I'm wondering if they're going to put the Shaman in that lane and try and do it.
Well,
It
what if they
feels
just
tough, though?
What if they just took the Bane?
Yeah.
Like, what if like they could even do a theoretical lane swap a little bit here, put the Bane as a position 5 purely to end this Darkseer's career, because if you remove the ability to lane to pull it all, I don't think Darkseer gets a game. But then again, it's also an Undying 5, so there's already a very heavy pressuring 5 in this situation too. So they do go for the Bane. It worked really well for them. Not a big shocker. I don't think Shadow Shaman offers any real assistance versus the Bane. So that's a good one to have.
I mean, I like the idea that you're talking about. The one thing that does make it a little weird is that if you're taking Nightmare to stop the pulls, your laning stage is like a little bit weird if you just play it straight up. So maybe Shopify stick like Shaman in the 5 role and you try and take like some bully position 4 now, because then you can contest and kill the Bane if you run like Tusk with Darkseer at this point.
But then you have double melee versus Undying Ursa. You know,
That's true. I mean, if you kill him, it's okay. Yeah, it's a little weird.
But maybe it's a case of just worrying a bit too much about what we're seeing and thinking, what do you want to do, Shopify? How are you going to win this game? I mean,
Yeah.
Darkseer is one hero. You have last overall pick, so you're probably saving that for Yopaj, I would guess, with how well he's been crushing the mid lane. So they go for the Ogre Magi. That'll be our 5, very likely. And our Gyrocopter. Very chill heroes. Very much a just like a strong lane, right? Ogre Gyrocopter. Not a lot of heroes can threaten the farming capability of these 2 heroes in a lane.
Right. And I guess the idea here maybe too is that if you're sticking one of our Undying or a Bane in the position 4 role, Ogre should be able to have a pretty good time against them almost no matter what, and like make their life pretty rough. So maybe you're just even willing to sack that Darkseer, go back, stack camps, recover from what's going to probably be a bad lane, and then just lean on your mid lane counter pick to really carry you through.
Yeah, and it really helps just in case they want to flex this Undying to position 3, which some players
Right.
are very good at right now in the current meta, and they find a solid 4 to like really crush the lane. Pick a strong lane to ensure that that's not really going to be that easy. And if it was a core Undying, you've already got Gyrocopter and you've got attack speed bonuses from an Ogre Magi. Pretty good answers to deal with the Tombstone. Wildcard going to steal the puck away here from Yopaj, who's always looking good on that hero, and then have a couple of bans to protect it. We've seen a bit of a resurgence in the DK in that matchup in some of the other regions. The Monkey King's always a go-to. TA's banned out first phase every game, so we don't see that one very often. No one has braved the Sniper yet, though.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
And I don't think this will be the time.
No. Well, one of the things I'm thinking about too is like you talked about, again, just sort of like pulling back for a second and looking at what is the whole overall game plan kind of about. And I feel like Puck solves a lot of what we were talking about we wanted to see from Shopify, which was like having a really strong mid lane that can run around and make stuff happen. Puck is like the counter to that. There aren't many here like lanes where you're just going to get completely dominated, and you can rotate defensively if you need to. And so now like I don't know. I'm wondering, do you just go for like mass team fight from Shopify because you have this Darkseer with like a gyrocopter? Maybe you can take like some super hard, just like a Pango or something like that, and try and think about like out team fighting them late game.
Yeah, a lot of those answers have question marks attached to them for sure. Like the Pango, like you're saying, is a bit of a classic, like, I don't want to pick it in a puck, but if if we need it. The Ember, I think, is probably going to be the other ban from Wildcard if I had to guess, just because Yopaj is so good at the hero. And there is a little bit of back and forth between Puck and Ember in terms of, like, I'm rooting you, but you're coiling me. We're
Right.
both a little upset here. I think Storm Spirit is too risky, but I know there's definitely some players that would still just take it anyway because they would feel like they can kind of run this game off of it. And we get a couple of strong offlaners. Can't believe Bristle made it this far, to be honest. Kind of forgot. So a late ban on the old Bristleback here as we look for Fade's option.
Yeah, where is he going to go?
10 seconds
Lots of
remaining.
different possibilities for them.
5
Dawnbreaker banned out.
team pick.
And last up, we've got that Monkey King ban. Should also note, you see these players here on the screen, a lot of them on that wild card roster looking at their first potential TI appearance for them. There's 4 players there that haven't been to TI before, many of them relatively new, but you also have Bignum, who's been playing Dota, we were looking it up, competitively since 2012 and has yet to make it to a TI. This could be the year for them if they can take down this powerhouse of Shopify Rebellion that has just been running the region. They're just 3 wins away.
Oh, there it is.
Whoa.
That's the mix-up. We're getting the 3 Undying, rather, and that's going to put us as a Chen 5. So now, not deterred, they say, yeah, we know. Immediately go Yopaj Kunkka. We saw it coming the whole time, they say.
I don't like that. I don't know if they needed to do that. Like, on the one hand, I think that obviously it's like a strong mix-up, but I kind of feel like Wildcard could have played them straight up and just taken a different position 3, and they would have been fine.
A lot of it's going to depend on how they play this Undying lane, because
I guess that's true.
It's a matter of just like how clean are you on it, how good are you at getting the conversions on these kills during the laning stage with your decays. Do you know when to commit, when to back off, when not to overextend?
Right.
I've seen some people trying to copy the Undying in the off lane, and it looks like it fails miserably. And I think, maybe this isn't that good. But then I see some of the people who are really spamming it, and I'm like, oh, this is really, really broken. So just got to ensure that you're on the right page. If you think about them dropping a tombstone right now, it's pretty scary. It looks really hard to fight into if it's not killed super quick.
No, I agree. And I think that there are that like the element of, upping the Undying to position 3, that feels like in a lot of ways good to me. I was thinking more in just terms of like the strategy of a best of 5. This is the type of game that if you try and do like something where you mix it up in the first one, it makes me wonder about your confidence of playing a straight up game of Dota. Do you feel like you have to come into this with an outdraft? And obviously they're still feeling pretty good about their potential chances. But I'm liking, I think I like Shopify's a little bit more with that Kunkka pick last. We'll see though.
That Kunkka was a really solid pick. I mean, it's a classic versus the Chen lineup. You know they're going to be boating up and stuff, and you're looking for these 1 moments, and you've got this ghost ship ready. It's a big spell for these turnaround plays. So our players are running out here, and we can get right into it. Yamson says, first Samson. He calls it out. Carry love.
That's right. Particularly, compelling considering former teammate, and all the rest of it. It used to be on this roster. But let's get into this game. Game number 1, Shopify facing off against Wildcard. It is a best of 5 and on the verge of going to TI, these teams being the next ones out of the line. It is interesting to have the qualifiers like now when TI isn't for another 3 months or something like that, 2 to 3 months. Am I crazy?
It's a little ways away. Yeah, it's September. We're getting out of the way early.
Fair.
It'll end in 3 months from now, the 14th of September.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Very cool.
I had Wikipedia open.
Nice.
Helpful.
Well, the wraparound coming in, Bignum and Fade getting into position by 4 heroes who are about to be revealed in that smoke. RCY spots them, and immediately they're going to back out as Fade Runs into Tomato, starts to stack up some of those decays and keeping them a little bit at bay here now. Skem, obviously no abilities yet, but we'll have another decay in a moment. And Hellscream is just going to have to let that one go. This Ogre is a problem.
What TI number are we on now?
14?
It
that
is
right?
14. That's what I did in my head, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. This is TI 14. Yeah, it was so nice when it was lined up with the years.
I know.
We really
hell?
just had to go and have a global pandemic to ruin that, huh?
We should have 2 TIs in a row. I like
Yeah,
that.
we got to catch up. Or we just have a leap TI where we just call this one TI 15 and be done with it. Yeah.
That's cool.
I mean, if it works for the dates, I don't see why we can't do it for our TIs.
True. Oh, speed. That's not good. Lost his little creep friend.
And we'll give the leap year TI was won by TNC because they had that qualification that they never got to
Yeah.
use.
MDL.
The official winners of the leap TI.
The hell? That's crazy. I forgot about that. Dude, Jack was so mad about that too because they had like been the team that was also through.
They
based
got
on
the
that.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there was no cashed conversion on the points. He
No.
tried though.
Yeah.
Well, pull in here from Fade. Oh, he's just TPing immediately from Tomato. He's like, I don't want any piece of this.
Yeah. Understandable. That is really quickly going to kill you if you're not out of there. But that does also leave open an opportunity now. If they can find a kill before that TP comes back off cooldown, could be in a really good position.
Also expensive, you know? They're
Oh,
not
yeah.
free.
So far, some good damage as the TP away by the Bane will be fine there. And RCY doing a pretty good job in this mid lane here, getting denies onto Yopaj, is also using this curveball to control both of the runes. It's Puck having a very nice time in the mid lane.
Yeah, I do love the curveball facet, and it's great for controlling when you're going to be within Tidebringer range or not. You know, you can just you can use it for last hitting, but then guarantee they're not just going to be stuck in a spot where Yopaj gets a free hit on you, just like walking backwards, which happens a lot of the time.
At least for now, things seem to
Puckish
be
innate is
going.
comical.
Which one?
The puckish innate, like the fact
Oh,
that you just keep getting this health and mana is just like it's wild stuff.
Up top, they're going a little bit now onto Yamato. They have the tombstone down, and we'll get a little bit of extra slow. Will it be enough for a finish? Maybe. No, not going to get him killed. But still, this is a lot of pressure being put on. Does have couriers coming out right now. Only tangos, though. So Skem is going to be low, and so is the gyrocopter. He's actually going to have a salve brought out to him, but the courier has to go all the way back first.
Yeah, and of course there's also no TP, so the threat is very real. If this pushes in under the tower, could be something to be concerned about again if they just want to dive after you.
Yeah, Fade is a little way away. They're actually glyphing the wave too, while
Yopaj mid,
also pressuring
really low.
in mid. Looking for it, trying to find Yopaj kill. Not gonna quite get him. Playing it close.
Yeah, he's got a TP home though. It's too much pressure at this point. Oh, he does not get a lot of regen from that though, and RCY he bets it all on there being the ability to get both and no one there to contest him, and he's correct. Probably because they can just see the Shadow Shaman bottom. So
Right.
he's probably just getting both water runes. Oh, never mind. He did not opt for that. I thought he was going to drag. That's big for
Yeah,
Yopaj.
doesn't go for it. Meanwhile, Divide Llama down bottom gets really close to being brought down. 5 stacks of Fury swipes up. But I will say, for considering how much people talk about this Ursa counter, they've done a good job of not giving a ton early on to Yamsun. Divide Llama has gotten to level 3. He's got his Helm of Iron Will already completed. Is going to be going for this Helm of the Dominator build, which I'm a big fan of personally.
Yeah, it's go time. I mean, we've all been watching this item. We know it's crazy good. It's gonna really accelerate your farm. There's not a lot of mysteries to it, that's for sure. Finally get some
Fade.
damage back onto this top lane. Try and bully them a little bit here. And RCY not quite level 6, unfortunately. So he can't make any sort of a sneaky rotation up top here while the wave's pushed in. Would be a good time for it.
I think Scam wanted to fake for the twin gate, but comes back into lane now and is spotted, so they won't be able to make a go onto Fade. Well, things are still sitting very even in the mid. RCY does have level 6 at the ready, so need to watch out. And there is that rotation coming through bottom now. Speed in some trouble, so too is Yamsa. Doesn't get out of there. And yeah, they're just going to take the easy kill onto the Chen. And this is actually going to be first blood drawn by Skem, of all people. Accidentally gives that kill over to him.
All right. Takes 6 minutes, but someone finally goes down. And they're not even going to miss much up top here.
Dire are scanning.
They're going to try and contest for the Lotus.
It is going to be a haste rune up top that Bignum ends up taking away from Yopaj. Well, Fade takes more hits up top. He is fine. Has a wave pushing into him. And yeah, need to watch for that 7-minute mark, most likely.
If I recall correctly, I think they made that exact same play in game 1 versus BSJ and friends with the gyrocopter. It was like a level 4 rotation with gyro. Just same idea. Just not respecting anybody with the help of these twin gates.
Yeah. That's good. Well, Divine Llama is definitely starting to have a bit of a fall off situation now. This is normally where people retreat back to the jungle, as they're also likely trying to set up for this 7-minute wisdom shrine. Could be a
It's
nice
only
way for it to
speed
work.
going though, and he cannot do this by himself, especially when he's blocking himself in with his creeps.
Yeah, that wasn't the greatest.
But I mean, there's no way he's winning that with the help of an Ursa and probably a puck rotation too. So Bignum gets the other one, just goes 1 for 1. Fade's getting his way back to the tower, and with only a single kill, all our cores are pretty well farmed. Like Gyro and Ursa neck and neck here. A little bit of an edge lead there for Yopaj in the mid lane, but nothing too crazy. Dylama's a little bit behind, but again, it's Darkseer. He's going to start going crazy, especially once he has that Helmet Dominator creep going with the Iron Shells and whatnot, and can clear through some stacks. A very a patient game from everyone here. No one really wanting to overextend and kick this into crazy mode yet.
You know what, though, for Divide, this is actually a problem. He might go down here. Oh, no, he couldn't get the Mind Stealer off in time. What I've been seeing Speed do is just spam mana burn on him. And one of the big things that has allowed Darkseer to have success is the Aggrandize giving you mana and like just having unlimited mana to spam. If you're not having that, his farm speed is going to be way lower than it should be. And you're seeing he's having to like ferry out clarities and stuff. That was like the big difference maker before, was not needing to buy regen as much.
Oh, and look at this. Shopify, they have found a stack here.
Okay.
Yopaj starts working on it, and RCY is like, whoa, hold on, that's our piggy bank.
Yeah, he actually gets a lot of those taken away. Now the torrent comes out, the boat to follow. Bignum tries to dodge, but it won't happen. And so they seal away some of that stack. Still very even in terms of net worth in this game.
Yeah, but a nice bonus for a gyrocopter who already has Falcon Blade and is all the way to the Chrysalis.
Yeah. Fade needing to dodge away from this. Skem shows up, catches him, and he's gone. We'll see Sturge coming back, but
believe it or not, you
easy
still
kills.
give gold, guys. Even though you respawn immediately, it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't feel like it matters when you're playing the hero.
right.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, more and more pressure being mounted. And Divine Llama is really in no man's land. Having not finished the Helm of the Dominator, not having that much mana, he's kind of just like stuck sitting around.
I can hear the pain in your Darkseer voice.
I mean, they have done a fabulous job of dealing with him. I'll say that.
That ward in the lane has been crushing him because he keeps going like
Yeah.
left and right, and then the Chen creeps just follow him, and then the Ursa comes and just punches him after too.
Right. And this basically means you don't have an offlaner, is they're getting set up to go mid and make a big move. Immediately drops the tombstone down. Can they kill it off in time? Otto hits into it. Yopaj still very low. Will he fall eventually? Yes. But they move in now with the gyrocopter to take down some more of these Chen creeps. Speed is being ran at. Has level 6, but it won't matter. So they take down the Kunkka in exchange for the Undying and the Chen. And Devi forced back again bottom. Yamsun's not letting him get anything for free.
Radiant's courage.
Well, it's another similar story where Tomato is the one who just keeps on winning. He just got another, 530 gold there. So
yeah,
he is 1,400 gold ahead of the Ursa now.
That's pretty crazy.
That's bad news, man.
Tries
That's
to make a
big
move.
gyro.
Onto him here. Shackles, but now Hellscream has bit off more than he can chew. The chase down is there. The wall drop. And that actually is going to keep alive the Shadow Shaman. So they used the Hand of God to make sure that Ursa was fine. Can see Wildcard trying to deal with it as up top. They're thinking about going and do find the gyrocopter. Fate is there. Decay has Tombstone back up in a moment. Drops it immediately. Motto starts hitting it. But I think with all the damage coming into him, it's going to be enough for the finish. They get the deny on the Tombstone. Now Skem is here. Fade is going to have to back out. Has stick charges to survive. Well, it's a TP out from RCY.
And Yamsum comes through to finish off the tower. Make sure they can't get back up here. And they take the gold lead now in Wildcard. I think just a little bit though. I mean, how much has this lead ever been grown? It's been pretty much nothing the whole game.
Yeah. Well, and you're seeing that this Chen in these windows here, it's a little bit of an interesting graph. When these moments are happening, when stuff isn't going on, Speed is just farming. Has a drum fully completed at this stage, and so it's kind of that fourth core in a way going on with this Radiant team. They will Nightmare Yopaj, make some issues, and well, Bignum, does he have enough to take him down? Has Brain Sap as well as Sick charges, but it won't come out in time.
And now they're going to leave the snake here, and you cannot deal with this. Okay. Seemed a little excessive if you're just snaking a Bane, but when it's right next to a tower, you get the benefit of taking out a big objective. So good job. And that was all based on that Nightmare that was thrown out because they knew, like, oh, he has nothing to protect himself. So I'm definitely going to hit the boat on this guy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, well, despite being
minutes.
really far behind, he's now only 600 or 700 gold behind Tomato. Big catch-up from Yamsum as he gets the Battle Fury and is stacking an Ancient Camp again. Oh, that one guy. Bro, why the Ancient Ice Shaman just stick around? It's too bad. Feels bad. You know, you try and go for the stack. He doesn't agree.
Right. They were setting up also on the Helm creep of Divine Llamas, and he takes over a different one and then shoots out some all chat.
Got him.
Always good to see.
It's quite the insult.
Yeah. Honestly. So 2-6. Bignum with grip is going to try and make a move now. Ogre is kind of playing a defensive posture near Gyrocopter, but if they could catch him right here, this would be so huge. Gyro up on the high ground. Does he retreat back to the jungle afterwards? And can they just get him? No, they're not quite in range with the grip. Oh, that is the point where you wish that you had a Tumblr's toy instead of a Curio.
I mean, that ward definitely helping as well. Planted by Tomato. Keep himself alive there. Like, immediate reaction as the smoke's popping.
Still, an Ursa with the Battle Fury at this point in time in the game, working towards his next item. You got to be feeling at least a little bit good in this matchup for Wildcard right now.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing about it is that your Ursa can now farm him towards that Blink Dagger and actually provide this damage that you want to see in these objective team fights when we go for the Roche and the Tormentor. And as an Ursa Chen lineup with an Undying, like, they can Roche pretty much whenever they want right now. Yopaj looking through the myriad of items that you can go first on the Kunkka. He's gone for the Orchid. This is the, screw you puck item. Oh, and this is a good setup for it.
there and jumps away. able to jaunt out before the shackles. That is not supposed to happen. And so
that's crazy.
keeping fine. Speed is going to lose a couple of creeps there to Yopaj, but still doing okay.
I mean, Puck lives, Snake down. It's going to hamper any push they have.
They got the tower.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff.
And I will say, as much as like Darkseer, it's going to be hard to kill him off with this helm build. I kind of feel like with level 4 Tombstone and like the Blade Mill coming out, this Undying is going to be doing a lot more in the fights than him.
Yeah, I mean, Yamson just got the hell out of there. He knew they scanned, like something's going on here. I'm going to go farm up top. This is the danger zone. And good choice. Now, they were smoked up trying to make use of this Orchid, so, you know, as you're saying, with the Darkseer not having the options for starting team fights, it is on Yopaj right now.
Nightmare to dodge. The boat still will hit. Does he have enough to take him down? Hand of God out. Tombstone didn't manage to get the catch in time, but they will be right on top of this Kunkka, bringing him down with the Fury Swipes. Yamson doing more than enough damage. The coil there onto 2. Vailama drops down the wall. Now the jump away, managing to get some separation. Bignum has the double Ion Shell on him. 20 stick charges, tries to back away further. Brain Sap to survive. And Divine Llama sending in that Satyr. It's not enough, and he's just going to die for it. Now they move in. Yamsum comes back in, and they get the kill. Oh, man. That was a bold move from the Darkseer.
I mean, that's a classic core player who's having a bit of a hard time, tries to make a big move to get back into it, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're trying to get everything you can to get these next items so you can contribute a little bit more, and you dive a little bit too deep trying to make the most out of the item you chose, and that sets them on the path to Roche right now, with Yamsun about to eclipse Tomato in terms of net worth. Now, I'm saying that as he picks up the Aghanim Scepter on Tomato, while also holding the Amplified Damage Rune, so it might take him a few seconds to catch up, because he's going to farm it very quick for a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. That part at least is nice, is that, you know, Gyrocopter able to get back on the map, farm, try and keep pace with these other heroes. I will tell you, I've done this Helm of the Dominator build on Darkseer more than a few times, and one of the things that you oftentimes see people do with it is get more points in vacuum. They'll leave Surge at 2, and that way you can do like the vacuum into Stomp play or something else like that. This is much more of like a power farming build from Devi Lama, trying to just as rapidly as he can get the items that he feels like he needs to survive. And that means that these fights are that much harder.
I think there's also a problem when you're doing this kind of style with it by going for just the Helm level 1, that you have to keep Iron Shelling the creep.
Yeah.
Like, I think that part's really good for the team fights and everything, but like ideally if you know, let's say you could go for the Helm of the Overlord instead of the Vanguard, you get that dragon, you get some creep that doesn't need you, you're Iron Shelling on the other side of the map, you're doing your own thing, being annoying somewhere else, you're not linked and tethered to this creep in order to keep this going.
Yeah, it does change things a lot.
Of course, he does just immediately steal Chen's Centaur, so that part's kind of fun.
Yeah. That part is nice. At least you can get that done. And, you know, it's a strong creep that's killing off all the other ones now. Although, do they manage to bring it back down as well? They're trying to kill it.
I like how it still has the Holy Persuasion buff on it.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, persuaded to Chen's cause. Actually, no. I gotta let you know, Dota, it's not.
But that should give like a negative debuff that like it doesn't. It's like a confused Pokemon, you know? Like half the time it attacks your own team.
Yeah, it's like when you traded, but it's too high of a level, so it doesn't listen to you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Centaur is just loafing around.
Yeah. 2000 gold lead. Good ward here, scouting all of this movement. They see Devi, they see Tama, they see Scam, Hellscream. They're going to see this smoke in just a moment if that's what they're doing. And would be a huge opportunity for them really just to take a tremendous fight. RCY is not with them. But that ward expires, and that gives vision that, hey, there was setting up on us here.
A little spooky. But yeah, they're not going to go for anything. Oh, now he's the Blink Dagger. Okay, that's what he's waiting for. Puck TPing. Courier's bringing the blink. This Courier needs to hurry the hell up. They want it bad right now on this puck. As they head
Look
for
at
the
this,
Tormentor.
Yimsun going right in for it. They're going to get it before they're able to get there with the rest of the team. They take it down.
Orchid on puck.
Tormentor already down, but the Nightmare dodge. Well played. That is a great start to this fight. They jump in. Gyrocopter went on for the tombstone. He didn't get it. The immediate tip. The turnaround play is huge. Yimsun goes down once, but that's the Aegis. He's coming back in just a moment. Fade is still alive. What a great fight that is for Wildcard. They will lose the puck, but this full duration tombstone means everybody else from Shopify is going to be in a hurt position and maybe even going to get divided.
Oh, they got him.
The Nightmare just in time. And as they bring in the rest of the squad, they're going to take down Devi Lama. Tries to TP out, no luck.
Oh my! I mean, they almost get out with their puck as well. Gets a second Orchid on him in one team fight. Manages to help bring him down at the end of it there. So that was at least I guess a bit of a victory for their side. But yeah, that was a beautiful Nightmare to start things off. Allowed him to get all that big damage out. And now the dream situation for an Ursa: you use the first Aegis to win a fight, and then you buy your BKB. Like that is what you want on this hero.
I mean, this is really bad now for Shopify. I feel like the mech that you've got now on Chen, and I will just say again that I think I didn't like the last pick Chen during the draft because I thought it was them trying to like catch them off guard and all the rest of it. But I think this is literally just Speed's answer to this Darkseer, and I think it's really well put together because you hobble his mana, and once that happens, you're in a world of hurt. Now there is a problem here. Ursa up top. Well, they're gonna Nightmare to save. He had BKB too. And instead, never mind.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, turn it around, and it's Shopify that are the ones that are hurting. They take down one. Yopaj will throw out that boat, gives himself a little bit of the rum buff, but with Yimsun right on top of him is a dead Admiral.
Hellscream is just on the
Wildcard
bottom of the map.
keep it
Just
going.
dropping snakes. Like, this is where we're at, guys.
This is some Slacks gameplay right here if I've ever seen it.
It really is. Except he doesn't get away, so we'll see.
Oh, ooh, just barely.
What? Oh, dude, that vision is so tricky right there.
It is.
Dire's top
I thought he was getting Yules for sure.
Oh, very good stuff across the board. 10K gold lead for Wildcard. And for Shopify, I mean, where do you go from here? A lot of question marks.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tricky because, again, I really do think it's their drafting. I think their drafting has been excellent. Like, they're always leaving themselves a bit of a shift up and some sort of an idea to kind of all in a little bit. Like the Broodmother was a great all in. This Chen was an excellent just like all in. You know, you're going for a certain strat, and if you don't hit these timings, this draft and this game can look really bad for you. If you don't win these very specific team fights, there's a Kunkka and a Gyrocopter who are going to get really big, and then you get to a point where the game's really hard to play. But because they not only won their team fights, but also shut down one of their big and most important cores, who they opened the draft with, they wound up in a bad spot, and now he gets gripped.
Oh, again. Another huge pickoff there as they take down Devi Lama and has been thoroughly dismantled this game. 0-3-2 has not stood a chance. He's still relatively farmed, but Chen is going to surpass him. That's the problem.
That's not good.
Your position for Chen, or 5 Chen, excuse me, has more of these like aura items than the Darkseer does.
Some big lifting going to be needed here from Tomato.
Oh yeah.
He's calling out. He's drawn circles on the map. It looks like a snowman, but I think it's tactical.
Yeah. Farm here, farm here, farm here.
This is where you may play. Nowhere else.
Yeah. And he is trying to get towards that Satanic now. I mean, it's one of those things where it almost feels like you need to start, you know, not buying, but thinking about, but window shopping a rapier, you know?
Oh, yeah. I think for sure, too. Like, they got to be feeling that a little bit where it's like, is this one of those games where, like, I'm going to wish I'd started thinking about this rapier right now because in 10 minutes I'm going to be sitting on my high ground and my map's really small.
Right.
And we're going to be YOLOing anyway.
But the other question is, do Wildcard have what it takes to sort of close out this lead that they've built up? It's 11,000 gold, but we have seen leads much bigger than that be thrown away when it comes to taking high ground. And Roche is feeling like the most important next big objective that's coming up, and he should be respawning pretty soon here now.
Bignum will be a
As a
great
smoke.
grab here.
Yeah, you see him immediately. Bignum in trouble and dead. Does have buyback immediately. Wildcard spread out to the side. And this is, I think, right as Roche should be respawning.
No, it is mega late. Roche is not
never
coming.
mind. It's the max time. Okay. Excuse me.
It's a big Roche, yeah. So fortunate for them.
Wait, show me the clock. I need to understand this one again. I
top
thought
one?
that it was that point right next to it.
No, see, that's the you've got your 12, your 3, your 6, and your 9, right? Your card, thank you,
Okay.
observer, your cardinal directions. Then you see that glowing line in between the 9 and the 12. That's the respawn time, and
In
that's
between the 9
approximately
and
at
the
3
12.
minutes. Yeah,
Wow.
that's when Roche
Oh.
respawns. You see those little dots on the bottom right and the bottom
Yeah,
left?
yeah,
That's the Aegis
possible.
expiry and spawn.
Right.
So the Roche spawns at the bottom left one, and then yeah, there you go. That's your Roche
Jeez.
clock.
Brutal. All right.
And so
well, it's gonna
11
be a bit.
o'clock on the clock is like max spawn. So it's like a 3-minute spawn.
Yeah. Jeez. It's right next to that one too.
Yeah.
And that hurts because that pick off on Bane, obviously directly into Roche, could have been a huge moment for him. You can take it with this lineup with the Mass Serpent Ward, but now they're going to have to win another big pickoff fight, and I don't think Wildcard are going to give that to him freely.
They gotta kill
on the low
RCY.
ground though. Got to be careful. Okay, the creep breaks the smoke, and now Bignum realizes, okay, they're over here too. Fade sends in another one. The smoke breaks on several more that jump in. They find him, kill him. No shaman in this fight at all. Yamsun is right on top of this gyrocopter. BKB wants to run him down. This gyro is going to fall. Now Skem, the next one on the docket. Everybody is dying. And Wildcard win another huge team fight.
Oh, what an absolute massacre. You know what I love about Ursa as a hero, actually? It makes me realize that whenever I have to play carry, I need to pick this hero. You don't have to buy farming items on this hero. Because you buy Battle Fury, that's your one farming item. Then you get to buy things like Blink, Basher, and Nullifier. And that just guarantees teamfight wins, you know?
Yeah.
Like Gyrocopter, he's got to buy these other items that they don't have any control elements. They don't counter anything that other people have. They just have like raw damage. Because Ursa just has this damage built into his Fury Swipes, he gets to buy all these fun items. Fun items that win you a team fight like that. I mean, there was just no counterplay. He BKB'd, he runs in, chucks a nullifier on someone. RCY was not threatened the whole time. The immediate 100-0 on Hellscream, like they can't win a fight without him.
Yeah. No, the nullifier being able, and then like, you know, it's just, you get destroyed for most of these heroes, right? Whether it's the, you know, the foul play going on, or whether it's the Darkseer trying to surge away from you. It's a huge problem. And Yamsun getting somewhat low as he finishes off Roche. Will have the Aegis in hand, passes over Roche's banner, and this is going to be an easy pathway towards taking down the rest of the tier 2 towers and potentially even threaten high ground if they want. I mean, they don't have great pushing to go high ground, but Chen can do a little bit at least.
Yeah, that is the major flaw right now, is that you can definitely still throw this game going high ground, without a doubt. Because there's a Darkseer on the enemy team, there's a Kunk on the enemy team. That stupid Shard, trying to go high ground versus that thing is a menace, especially when you have poor pushing potential. And of course Gyrocopter, who's one of the best heroes for just dishing out damage in these clumped up fights. Weird positioning. Yamsun's just in.
Whoa! And nullified, in trouble, dead. Okay, now we get a Coil and a Yules onto Gyro, who's trying to run away. The Undying right on top of him, pops his own BKB, chasing this guy
excessive.
down. Yeah, I went a little bit far there. But are they going to go high ground here? I mean, no Darkseer, 30 seconds. He also dropped wall. And he just jumps in, finds him. Waits, gets the nullifier. Why not? Nightmare to dodge the X pullback, gets the enrage off, and Yamsun just walks away from that. They drop down the banner. This should be a set of racks. Like, they don't have bow. They have almost nothing.
Again?
They jump in, they find the gyrocopter. Might even go for more. No BKB, no answer to this. This
Now that is how
one
you
is
high
looking
ground.
over.
Kill the
Ooh,
heroes.
Wild card.
Oh, look at Yevson. Look at him. He's giddy. He's like, oh. That was a
Damn.
crushing, dominating performance there. Like, again, teams throw going high ground because they do play it safe, because that's how we've been taught to play Dota now. That the high ground, you got to be a little bit careful. They showed no fear at the end there. They got a little bit of blood in the water there with the kill in the Darkseer, and they just went in and trusted the fact that, like, our Ursa is huge right now. I have an Aegis. Like, let's just kill them. And they did. And they won.
I mean, that's big. This is an interesting moment right here. Are we gonna have like Shopify not make it to TI for the first time in this organization's history? I think they've been every other year. And this is a team that, like, Wildcard is made up of a bunch of players that have never been to TI before. Many of them very, very young. The question I have is, like, when a win like that, when you feel so good, are you going to be able to handle it if Shopify even it up? You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. It's they're riding very high momentum. I think this draft was pretty momentum based as well. Like this Chen strat picking up late. They were feeling really good after 2 wins last night, and even just going back to that crazy like 87-minute game or 77-minute game, whatever it was. Being so close to going to Shopify's way. Like we're living potentially in the timeline where they win that game, you know, and the other multiverses of how many where they managed to lose that and then go down a negative path afterwards. But they've been riding that momentum this whole time. They're showing like no fear in a lot of these plays, playing really aggressive on the map. And this big Nabane, again, so many setups, just making things so much easier for you and just requiring you to think about him in these team fights, because if he's not addressed, you know, I'm talking about like, oh, they got to get the silence on RCY, and you know, oh, they got to bring down this tombstone. Like, there's too many things to do once you're behind by this much.
Everybody played their part and did it really, really well. I think that there wasn't like, I mean, yeah, it's a worthwhile point. Like RCY played this game fabulously at the various points in time, was like top of the net worth for his team. And he's like the hero that I feel like we want to talk about the least out of all of this. You know what I mean? Like everybody played really, really well. And Yamsun, this high ground, like you talked about, this is the way to go high ground with Ursa. Just go high ground to kill him. Don't hit the building. Just take him out.
Yeah,
I was sick.
Kill him really damn fast. Like no chance. There for Shopify. Recognize that Darkseer is gone. We're ending this game right now. And I mean, they're getting beat on these drafts. I mean, is what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Like I feel like they are in trouble. I feel like they're opening with pretty weak openers of this Darkseer. If you're gonna open Darkseer, you got to ban the Ursa. I mean, if I'm saying it and then you lose the Ursa, I feel like it's time to ban the Ursa. I'm not that smart. You're a lot smarter than me. Don't try and be too smart, though. Just accept that Ursa's pretty good versus Darkseer. And on top of that, everyone's playing against Darkseer a lot right now. So they're ready for this. He had a mana burn strat versus you. They warded the shit out of you. You had a bad time. And I'm not going that way next time from Shopify.
No, I agree. I think that like, I think that this tells me a lot that at least against this team, you should not go Darkseer first, because like, okay, Sven maybe is like I think it's actually also very telling that they ban out the Sven, because like there's some windows in there where like you could maybe try and find a kill onto Ursa, but you have to play it perfectly. And it also depends upon the Ursa player not knowing what they're doing entirely, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that they had a great answer with Chen Ursa. Like, that's not your normal combination of heroes that you mess with, which tells me they've theory crafted a lot how to beat this after Shopify beat them with it like 5 games in a row or whatever it was that ended up happening before. So yeah, I don't want to see him anymore, at least not in the first phase. There was a lot of heroes that were still sort of open to pick from in that point. They could have gone a lot of different ways with it. But it's what we ended up seeing. We'll see if they change it.
That is the question, yes. How do you adapt? Because they had the evening to think it over. They didn't think hard enough, apparently. Shopify did not find their answer. Wildcard just continuing to improve. And what other tricks are they going to pull in their bag? Will we get the Broodmother again? Find out next time when we come back from this break, right, Lyrical?
That's right. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we'll have game number 2. See you then.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, and welcome back again, everybody. We are getting ready for game number 2. Shopify Rebellion facing off against Wildcard Trent. A short break. Teams are just about to get ready to go underway.
Yeah.
How you feeling? Do you think they can do it?
Yeah, I was hanging on the void back there behind us, the big the purple void. It's nice,
right?
Looking forward to getting to TI. See how it is there. You can see way up there. There's like actually that's where the PCs are set up. That's where the players will be playing.
Oh,
yeah,
got it.
It's beautiful. So not so interesting on your side of the void. I noticed you got lost. Actually, that's why we're a little bit late coming back. That's why I got the coming soon. There wasn't
Hamburg,
here.
It looks like a different than I remember it. You know, it's a little bit different.
The pandemic wasn't good on Hamburg. It's never been the same.
It's a problem. Well, we do have a draft for game number 2 right now. And I'm actually going to look back through the one that we just had as well to sort of compare. Although I'm kind of wondering if we're just going to see something completely different, because I think Shopify need to change it up. But at least so far, they haven't decided to change up the early stage of their draft, the level 1 bans.
10 seconds remaining.
And if I had to guess, I think that Wildcard have a couple strats coming to this.
Remaining.
Yeah.
That would be my thought. Oh, wait, I just realized I was bringing up the brood mother that was. Was that? Wait,
that was Sammy
it?
Boy.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
Dire team
I was bringing up the wrong squad for like 3
They saw
times.
it, though.
But
So
they
they
saw
felt
it.
like
But they
it was
saw
good.
the brood.
Yeah.
I think they played it too. Actually, I think I'm not crazy.
Okay.
But we didn't cast it. I think was the mistake I made. Okay, I'm not crazy. They did play the brood. They just played it offlane. So there you go. The brood is still in.
Very good.
Yeah.
Undying ban. So that is the switch up wild card to decide to take that one away. Naga also banned. That leaves in who?
Shaman first pick, I think, is what they're leaving in essentially. That's what they're betting on Shopify doing.
There's Shaman, Timber, Ember. Or not Ember, sorry. Shaman, Timber, Bat Rider were the first phase bans that are still in. Oh, wait, Shaman was in the second phase.
Yeah, no, he got picked. I'm just saying that I think that if you ban out Naga Siren and you ban out Undying, a lot of teams who have first overall pick tend to take Shaman right now. It's like the go-to meta choice. We've also seen a couple other crazier ones like the Puck. That's always a bit wild. Oh, hold on, Bulba's back. He just got here. Just came and sat down. Someone else was handling the bans while he was yelling from the toilet. You know, Doom. Just get rid of Doom.
Oh,
All right,
they
Chen
take out
to
the
go,
Chen.
and there's the Shaman. So this would be expected. If you're a wild card, you know that this is happening. You know that if you ban Undying, you ban Nogasiren, they will pick Shadow Shaman. I know it, thus they know it. So what is your plan knowing this? Like, does that mean you want to ban Puck in the next phase because, you know, you don't have the Shaman, you don't have to worry about it, you don't have to worry about it? We shall see.
I think all of their other big heroes at this point from Wildcard have been banned out because they ran the DP when they didn't get one of like the Undying or the Naga Siren that they've been running too. And so the question is, do they want to take like just the Lina here and then second phase get some of those like melee cores to help protect her? Because we haven't seen much else besides that style of gameplay from them so far this qualifiers.
I think opening Bane would be interesting as well, but it'll be the bat instead. I was thinking Bane because it can kind of flex between the 5 and the 4, and it's been looking really solid for them, and you don't have to reveal much, but they go for this Bat Rider. So we did have an earlier core bat, but obviously it's much more likely it'll be position 4 or even position 5.
Yeah.
And again, it doesn't give away too much. He's pretty capable in most lanes. If he's a 5, he does require a bit of a stronger laner. He can't really support the weakest position 1 laners, but put him in lane with like an Ursa or a Troll or someone, and it's going to be just fine.
I do like the idea that you're talking about of going back for a Bane later, but I kind of feel like now with the Bat Rider, that can fulfill some of that same idea.
Yes.
And so you could still go, if they don't ban it, for Lina +1 out of the second phase. And that way you don't get like a lot of your other heroes banned out, because there's a lot of different heroes that could fulfill that role. They ban out the Ursa. are they going to take Sven out and then aim towards a Darkseer again?
I mean, if they don't ban the Darkseer here, though, Wildcard could also take it.
That's true.
And I wouldn't hate that at all. Like, I don't think... I mean, Batrider, Darkseer can be a lane together, but obviously you could just do Bat 5 and go for, like, a Tusk after as well. You don't have to reveal anything else, so you could ban some other annoying Darkseer matchup, take the Darkseer yourself, and then force Shopify to be the ones who are revealing things here. I also like the idea of not picking that melee support that you're talking about until after. Like, if I want to do Lina, I want to pick, like, a really good offlaner here, and then maybe I'll go Clockwork Lina or something, you know, or Ogre Lina myself. Yeah, because, like, I don't even want to let them think about it, personally. So they grab the Kunkka. So instead of just picking a straight up offlaner, we get a flex. They're flex heads. That's the big thing about Wildcard. They want as much flex as possible, which is very cool here. I was thinking Abba would be kind of sick too, because it would give you the position 1 flex, maybe DM Sun, but also like the 5 or something. But Kunkka's even better. That's a really good choice.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot about that guy.
That's a big one to get. The Bristleback being taken now. So this, I feel like, is one of those heroes that you at least had to anticipate that this was going to be a possibility, and I'm sure that they have an answer lined up for him, but we need to see it now because you've got great run in there, make things happen, and if Shaman gets a decent timing on his Blink Dagger, the combination of Bristle running in, Shaman following up with Hex is just devastating.
Yeah, this is a very spooky hero still. He's very, very strong, and it's going to be a good morale boost for Divine Llama as well, because life's a lot better on Bristle than Darkseer generally. Bristle just one of the most busted heroes still.
Well, we were thinking we would see a big swap up from game number 1, and that definitely feels to be the case so far.
This has to be Oracle, right? Oh, they steal the Bane.
Oh.
I feel like Oracle was actually just so much more reliable versus Kunkka and Batrider. And also having a Bristle Shadow Shaman, but the Bane gives you some better options in terms of just some control, but immediately countered by the Shadow Demon to disrupt someone who's being channeled, so we'll cancel that. That's going to be great versus both the Shackles and the Bane. Insane Rubik pick, by the way, here, and they can't even go for it, so Rubik is still dead, apparently, despite us seeing him a few times. But Bane and Shadow Shaman, like, come on. But we can't have it. We get Shadow Shaman instead, or Shadow Demon instead, into Puck, and then the immediate counter pick on the Void Spirit, which time and time again has proven to be kind of a counter pick, but also kind of not. It definitely goes both ways. He gets coiled. He's having a bad time, but this idea of like the Yule setup is always prominent there. Picking the Puck, though, does mean they won't get their Ava, which has just been a staple for them many times and would be good versus a lot of this solid and chaining lockdown between Shadow Shaman, Bane, and even the Void Spirit pull.
Yeah, it's a really nice Puck game, I feel like. And I mean, Void Spirit is interesting. This does also mean it's going to be a Fade Kunkka. Is that what you're thinking as well here?
Yeah. Yep. I mean, not necessarily, though. It could be Yamson.
Right.
For sure.
One thing I was thinking, if they wanted to, they could swap it around and just like lay down a disgusting Viper. But they're going to get last pick overall. So you can also see, depending upon what they take here. The other hero that I sort of secretly think could be kind of a sneaky nice one would be like an anti-mage. Against these like single target disable supports, and then also just like burning through all that Bristle's mana. There could be something to it, but I don't know. We'll see.
I like the risky business of it.
Yeah.
They're going to get rid of the Morphling. Thinking about these potential Tomato heroes. The Gyrocopter could be all right here. Ursa's already gone. Sven, actually, I'm not the biggest Sven fan, but I do think just like overwhelming damage would be a nice thing for Shopify to have.
Right.
5 seconds remaining.
And it never hurts to have a Chain Stuns, you know. What's this innate called? Vanquish? It gives 20% bonus damage when people are stunned. They have a lot of stuns. It adds up.
Could also just run it back, and they take the gyro. I think that's what you said first. A nice idea.
Yeah. It's so boring, though, you know?
Right.
Boredom did not win game 1.
Yeah. Do you feel like Shopify need like a game-defining, game-winning hero here out of the last pick, or is Bristle that hero?
No, I think they definitely need a game winner for sure. That's why I like the more from the gyro bands. It has to be a big dog, a Sven or something. Definitely. If Alk was a hero, like Alk would be kind of the hero, something like that.
Okay.
I don't think Weaver's it, but my head kind of likes it a little bit.
That's interesting.
But I don't think Tomato's going to play Weaver.
Drow is the other one that I always think of Tomato playing,
Yeah.
but I don't know if he wants to be running that. They take out the Beastmaster. Okay.
Yeah, it's the Sven. It's the big dog.
Makes sense. Still, not a great game to be running into the Shadow Demon.
No, I mean, this should be a 4 Shadow Demon, and his farm priority is going to help determine this game for sure. Like, if he gets Ags, it's an absolutely insane Ags game. Like, versus Bristle, and then he's got the saves versus Shadow Shaman and Bane, and then he's getting rid of War Cries and stuff. Like, there's so much value to the Shadow Demon.
And I think this is also going to be a situation, too, where as Shopify, you have to come and contest for stacks. If there's a free time of Shadow Demon and Bat Rider building up stacks, even taking them themselves, it's going to be an issue. They run for the Medusa last. Oh, dangerous into the Bane that has the mana drain, but it's a big pick.
Yeah. Not a lot of other ranged carries left in the pool that they were feeling comfortable with here. Didn't want to go for the Drow or the Weaver or something, so they opt for the Medusa.
It's interesting. I feel like the two most important heroes in this game are actually the Shadow Demon and the Bane.
Yeah, you might not be wrong here.
Like Enfeeble against Medusa, and also the mana drain from the ulti, which is obviously harder to get, but then also Shadow Demon for the saves, and the big ulti if you can get it onto either the Sven or the Bristle. And Devi's going Seeing Red.
I'm a bit of a Seeing Red truther.
Okay.
I know that Snot is good. Like I don't dispute that it is good, but I do think that Seeing Red is a little underrated, and it helps that now the Snot has been nerfed a little bit more. But one thing, like that bonus damage that you get does help a lot when it comes to sieging. It can really help your mid game and trying to open up the map a little bit here. And then, I mean, you always see Amar going this build where he's going like any item that's red. Pretty much, like, you know, that's. I think he might have some issues like color blindness or something, but that's pretty much. If you don't know what to do and if you don't have a guide up, just buy a bunch of red items. You'll probably be fine. And just smashing his face into the other team, and it's pretty absurd.
I like it. Well, a lot of potential ways that they can go with this. I want to see how this one works out, and at least for now, it's another game where I feel slightly better about Wildcard. A last pick Medusa creates some really serious issues because you can't just like bully her down through damage. She's got way too much of it. And now you've also got a Shadow Demon that can save the Medusa, and suddenly how much extra damage are those illusions doing, you know?
Yeah. I do worry a bit, though, I will say. I think that I think they're going to try and dance around the Medusa a little bit. I think that RCY needs to play really well this game, and he did play very well last game, but I think the pressure's on him again because I think their early game damage is a little lacking. Like, you have to be hitting boat. You need that Kunkka's damage. He's not going to be getting a Radiance at an early time. He's probably going to go like some Blade Mail styled build, probably not into Radiance. Fair. I wouldn't guess. Maybe he will. But I kind of doubt it, which is why I don't think they ran at position 1. Because I think if a Radiance was good this game, they would have just done one Kunkka into an offlaner. But I don't think Radiance looks particularly amazing here. So I worry that they're not going to have the damage to finish some of these early game kills. And it's going to result in a stalled out game. And then I think that eventually Shopify get to the point where they feel comfortable taking these fights around the Medusa and not being forced to actually confront her. But I think the execution barrier was higher on Wildcard's draft last game, and they succeeded and won it. So they've already proven that, to me, they can take these riskier styles and win.
And it'll be interesting to see, because as much as I do agree with you, I do think that there's that like big window, right, when it's like BKBs on the first like couple of items for Bristle and Sven, and it's like, okay, what do Wildcard's heroes actually do to you? And the answer is basically nothing, as Bignum disrupts himself. That was a little bit weird. is just gonna die. Okay.
Might have been a little misclick action there or something.
He did apply 12 stacks of menace to Sven, which was kind of cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, not great. Yeah, no, but I was gonna say is that, like, I think after that point, if they can survive through it on wildcard, I feel like Medusa becomes the strongest hero in the game, right?
Yeah, for
Eventually?
sure. Yes, that is the point. We will hopefully get there eventually if you're cheering for wildcard. That is the goal. Because you get to this point where she picks up like 3 high tier items, you look at her and you're like, oh, she's like 3-shotting supports right now.
Oh my God, is Bignum dead again? He has brain sap. Oh, wait,
who's
what?
dead though? Wait, who's dead? I like him walking back at him. He's like calculating. He's like, if I blood grenade him, nope, never mind. That's not even gonna be close.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tough one. It did leave the Kunkka 1v1 against the Sven, which is nice.
Mid off to a bit of a rough start here for RCY. Not able to get a couple of the last hits and getting beat up somewhat here. With the bottle already in Yopaj's hand. And Puck's courier just waddling its way here as fast as it can. But not going to be here for the rune.
Fade trading some more hits there onto Scam, dealing with the brain sap. But almost up to level 3 since Bignum left for a long time, giving solo experience. Getting that level 2 Tidebringer can make a pretty big difference, both in terms of damage and survivability, or rather ability to last hit, as Divine Llama pressuring Yamsum, doing some good damage there. 6 stacks at the moment of the sticky napalm, but also lots of stack of the quill spray building up.
Yeah, what an interesting match this will be too. Just like stick spam on both sides and trying to push it right to the absolute limit.
Speed 14. Okay.
It is weird seeing that, isn't it? After like a decade of casting Batrider, to be like, oh,
Yeah.
big double digits.
Keep our eyes on it and see what ends up happening, if they can make any types of kills happen top. In the mid, you talked about it, RCY still catching up a little bit, but with this wave coming into Yopaj, it's definitely Yopaj's lane that he's winning right now.
Yeah, he was able to get the first rune. I wasn't expecting it, but he barely got some bottle time. And yeah, yep. Maybe some revenge from... No, I can't even get it.
Speed turns, he loses a courier, trying to do what he can to hit onto Divine Llama, has a blood grenade, the big hit, it's not going to be enough, he didn't get it off. He will start to whittle down, but Divine Llama barely able to live through that.
He doesn't think about denying himself either to the tower. I mean, he bought out and everything. I thought maybe he'd go for it, but doesn't opt for it. And instead, down the bottom lane, Fade gets one onto Skem. So they finally get their first kill, getting one back for the team.
Yeah. Yopaj sticking around, gets the water rune there, and is going to head back while Hellscream was able to move on over and take the other. So RCY left alone in the mid lane.
Man, I'd be getting tilted out of this puck. That glyph made him miss a CS there, whether he was using the orb for. He's getting denied in his face because Yopaj can just sit there and be a nuisance.
Down bottom, a Nightmare hitting onto Fade. They switch it back over to Shadow Demon. And then a disruption onto Kunkka as Bignum realizes he cannot really do all that much here either. They get an X-Mark pullback onto Skem. Good damage out. Skem in trouble and dead. Bignum manages to take him down.
That's a walk of shame right there.
Up top,
meanwhile,
Speed
up top.
starts to die, but they get the kill into Divine instead.
What?
Oh, man. Nice combo there. Takes him down. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Styx, Lotus, not enough. Fallen here. And where is Hellscream going? He's going for a real deep ward. A courier killer. Get those boots, maybe? Oh, yeah, he's dancing away that boot kill. Yeah. Easy. Down go the brown
Nice
boots.
breakdown. Very good stuff there. And Speed still will manage to get that pull off, though. So nice little way that this one works. It's going to be Puck coming back to mid. and having to deal with a level 6 Yopaj very soon, as this creep wave is going to push in. This is a bit of a danger zone if they do get some rotations. Meanwhile, Divine Llama, wait, speed is on him again. Almost finding enough for the kill. Turns. Oh, but Devi is there with Hell Scream and a tip back the other direction as mid, Yopaj with Skem. Stuff happening all over the map right now.
Divine Llama, like the guy taunting behind the big guy who just saved him. Like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like, Hellscream comes and saves his life with the shackles.
You'll love to see it. Well, bottom has been left alone. Level 6 almost there for both the Kunkka and the Sven. And while that is going on in just a farm fest, level 6 on Yopaj means he can bully a little bit more. But Bane, Skem, gives him a hit, walks away. There is a Nightmare now, though. And with Yopaj getting that TP rotation, there'll be enough to find and do some serious damage to Fade. Does have the Admiral's Rum wearing off as he gets Phase Boots delivered, but they eventually catch him with the shackles too. So they kill off the Kunkka, and now making the move for the Wisdom Shrine. Oh,
nice.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah,
They come
good
on in
coverage
and
there.
take it away.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You're investing 4 heroes to come down here, so it explains why they're willing to make such a costly rotation with so many heroes. Because you're going to be giving up a decent amount of farm, especially someone like RCY, who immediately just skips the tower and wants to ensure that he gets as much farm as possible, because his lane has not been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Letting those creeps run into the tower there. And
Oh,
Hellscream doesn't quite get him.
doesn't even want to let him know he's there. He's lurking.
Yeah, showing the power of that Bane to set up for the kill down bottom was a pretty big move, because these supports are going to be hurting for levels on wildcard now. They also don't have that many stacks built up in the jungle. Things starting to look pretty good for Shopify.
That's true. Yeah, we haven't really taken a look at Stack City, huh? Because both teams obviously have some heavy investments in the idea of stacks right now. It's that could be a good way. Oh, jumping mid onto Yopaj. Hard to get the damage
comes
locked
out.
in onto a puck, you know.
They do have this Hellscream rotation over, but now they find it with the coil onto Yopaj. Won't be able to get him as he hastes away. Instead, it's going to be a kill onto
he's coming back.
Hellscream most likely. Bignum does have a disruption, can use it if he needs to. Goes for the jump away, now banished. Do they have enough to kill off this Void Spirit? Yopaj has another jump, and he's still wearing out, so he'll
The
be
rune of
okay.
invincibility strikes again, you know.
Yeah.
So sometimes it makes you fearless, and then you end up dying. But other times, there's really nothing they can do. So, Yopaj is able to finish that one out there and fully threatened. But unfortunately, he doesn't get a kill and loses a shaman. And only able to send his opponent in RCY back to the base. What's on his courier anyway? Oh, there's nothing on his courier. Okay, my bad. Never mind. Sorry, no flame RCY. My bad. Those are his
He's a little
items.
broke.
He just has dreads. I'm like trying to find his courier. Like, what did he buy?
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
There's a
but-
clarity coming on it. That's something. Yeah, he's broke.
Yeah. The other cores, at least on Dire, are doing okay, but you gotta start to feel like RCY is going to need to be involved in some stuff for this game to be going well. And they're actually starting to make a move towards Devi Llama as Radiant are trying to bait him out. Speed is going to get jumped on first. They don't find a hit on that Aether Remnant, and Yopaj still chasing this. Is Speed eventually going to go down? And it's a TP away from the Medusa. She just goes back to her tier 2 tower.
Yeah, bail of that. Just start farming. They're gonna sack the rune, very likely here at least, unless Skem does something crazy. And no, he's not gonna be able to get it. So, good move for them. They get the top tower. Hellscream's not even level 6 yet, so there's no wards to waste on it, and that's definitely not necessary with the help of a Seeing Red Bristle. As, yeah, some of these neutrals coming out there. The chipped vest on the Kunkka, which is great. He is currently thinking Blade Mail into Radiance. If he gets it in okay time, he's like the #1 farmed hero in the game, so I'm not going to complain if he goes Radiance at this point for sure. But he's going to get himself a big stack.
You know what else you're seeing right now from Shadow Demon? Maxing Disseminate. With the Blade Mail Kunkka, this is something they're probably not going to be anticipating too much, and a really cool answer actually.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
They might like kill themselves on him. I mean, so the only reason I know about this is because I play a lot of Overthrow Shadow Demon, and you just like disseminate and walk into people with Blade Mail, and they just all die. But it actually is like kind of insane when you have a big tanky hero like Kunkka.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't work on Medusa, right? Because
no. Well,
I don't think it'll work. See, I don't know.
think it does because of the damage, I think that damage reduction doesn't matter for it. I'm not sure though, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because Mana Shield's always all weird. Well, we'll keep an eye on it.
Lasso up top, finding Divine Llama and just forcing a TP from Skem and then running away. Interesting.
It's value. Well, more kills this game, but kind of a similar energy to the last one, where it doesn't feel like anyone's pushing things too crazy. Nice catch from Yopaj there. Knew he was going to get him on that phase shift.
Yeah. Easy bring down.
That's a good example of the counter of the Void Spirit versus Puck right there.
Right.
A lot of it in the early game, when you've got these low levels of phase shift, you don't have the Blake, you don't have the Yules before he's super tricky. And then, of course, you know, if the Yules comes out, you've always got this layering of the Remnant, but tend to not see it even come into play a lot of times. There's a Blade Mail now done for Divine Llamas. He's going to start farming some big stacks in here. So he's going to shoot up there, probably next to Fade on the net worth chart after he clears through these.
Right. And Fade just trying to pressure this bottom tier 1 tower, seeing if they can even up the tower damage done over the next couple of minutes. Fade definitely feels like he's the most important hero right now in the wildcard lineup and needs to be sure not to get caught in these like tricky situations like this. This is how the Bane caught him earlier, and Fade playing it safe will farm while simultaneously pressuring that tower.
So here's my concern, is that going Radiance, I worry that they're going to lose 2 fights that lose them this game before he even has a Radiance. That would be my concern. Because like while he builds Radiance, he's going to be gaining nothing, and they're hitting some kind of scary points on the Radiant. Like he's going to have an Aghanims on Yopaj before he has a Radiance. They're going to have this pipe or some big aura item on Divine Llama before he has a Radiance. Sven's going to be ready to go in with his Echo Saber and fight for the like Roche and Tormentor, maybe even before this Radiance. So he needs to farm really fast on Fade if this is going to be worth it.
Yes, definitely. And the plus side is that he has been able to do that to a large extent now. They're also building up those ancient stacks for him, but you're right. If this fight starts up before that happens, it's going to be a big problem. Bane doing a really annoying job of messing with this Batrider and actually even going to just drop the grip on him. This isn't going to be a kill. Speed just walks away from that. So another instance of supports. Yeah, just... I'm gonna get you.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the cores are hitting stacks. Fade on the Dire, Divine Llama on the Radiant. I mean, this is what they have to do. They cannot fight right now if they're going for this build on the Kunkka. So I agree. If you're buying this item, this is the correct gameplay.
But then the question is, are Radiant doing enough to try and punish this? And certainly we're not seeing them go until Yopaj finishes Aghanim Scepter. Are they going to be willing to fight before Tomato has his BKB? Maybe. You know, maybe their timing is that they try and wait for BKB on Sven and, you know, pipe on Bristleback. And at that point, you might have Radiance on Kunkka, but maybe because you have Radiance on Kunkka, you know, it's,
I mean,
you're
surely this mid tower is dead, right? Surely. Like, I mean, you run mid, you drop snakes. Yeah, no hope. So there's objective 1 down.
Did it.
Second tower of the game. For the Radiant, that is.
Yeah,
and there goes the Radiant tower. Yep.
Interesting.
Man, we got to get Big Nim some gold, though. His Ags is too valued this game. But he's going 3 points to disseminate as well, so the shadow poison spam isn't as effective. He's also just giving all his stacks to his Kunkka. That's the other problem, is that they're so insanely greedy on this Kunkka and this Medusa that there's not a lot of gold for everyone else.
Right. They are getting farmed though. Manta done and partway to a butterfly here for the Medusa. She's got that talisman coming out soon as a taunt onto Fade, but he is fine.
Proc his run at least.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear lasso.
Again, catching on to Skem. Skem goes for the Nightmare and burned down. Will it be enough for the kill? Not quite. They let him live. Or do they? RCY? Still hunting? Thinking about it?
Oh, he wants the grip so bad.
Yeah. Okay. That was unfortunate for a wild card.
I think that all came from them just abandoning that Bane, being like, oh, it's taking too long, and then it's like, oh, he's probably dead. Oh, he's not dead. Oh, and then there's a second jump. Oh, this is problematic.
Yeah.
This is not good.
So that's the
Tomato's
decision
gaming.
for Tomato instead. Is he says, screw the BKB, I'm going Blink and battling.
Good, because they have this Void Spirit Aghanim Scepter. Like, they need this.
Yeah.
Like, Divine Llama's going pipe. It's game time. And
Yeah.
this is where your Kunkka is almost into a relic. Actually, he's got the relic gold, so
Okay.
it's okay. I don't know if they'll be able to contest the Tormentor, but as long as they don't feed away like 3 or 4 kills, it's not the biggest deal.
Right. I mean, this gold lead is going to start to build up for Shopify here, but it's not an insurmountable lead. And I mean, this is pretty big. If they can get Roche and think about a Tormentor after, that would be huge. And I don't know if Wildcard can contest this. I think it's just gone.
No. I think that's the cost of this Kunkka build. Like, or
Yeah.
even just the hero itself. Like, I keep saying the build, but there's not, I mean, what else is he going to do? Like, go Orchid and try and fight into them? That's not going to happen with the way the Puck's game went, so that was never a thing anyway. You think Speed's thinking about
Let's
flying
go
in there?
Speed. Let's go Speed. No, he's not going to do it.
No, he's going to die is what he's going to do. He's under a ward.
Yeah, trying to run away. Not going to happen. So another kill going the direction of Shopify. As their gold lead with an Aegis in hand feeling quite strong.
They're going to need just the craziest blade mail fight win.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like for Wildcard. They just need a fight pre-BKB where Tomato just like cleaves himself to death on Disseminate and Blade Mail, and they're just like, aha, we did it.
I mean, the one thing about this is that the Disseminate, as they don't quite get the Nightmare there, that was really close. Oh no, Fade. He did just get Radiance though.
Yeah, I think team can help. No? Team's not coming. No, never mind.
I mean, he's got the rum, but the Shackles just full control. Very, very annoying, I'm sure. Fade eventually goes down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they even had that tier 1 tower. Like, I thought, Puck just got a Blink Dagger. I thought maybe we were coming and helping and setting up. Like, this is kind of the dream is they're jumping your Kunkka, but they can't assemble the Avengers in time.
Dire's
Yeah.
has fallen. Radiant
Yeah, it feels
And
like
now-
Medusa doesn't want to fight till Butterfly, I
RCY,
guess.
he's on a ward.
Oh, God.
The blink on the shaman. Oh, he's
Oh.
dude, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, there's some pings going on. That was very close. And you know what? This was the same issue that we saw in the other game too. When Wildcard won their Series 2-0, they had great vision outwarding them on Shopify, but they couldn't connect for the kills like that.
That's true.
This has kind of been the continuing story of this matchup.
Also, Speed has been on the Radiant side of this map more than the Dire side.
Oh, yeah.
And he's going to run a Bignum. Or sorry, Skem.
no.
I see Bane, I say Bignum.
But they're going to try and take a fight while this is happening. RCY steps forward. They find him right there, immediately trying to kill this guy off. Do they have any save? There it is. Disruption.
Nice.
Now Fade finds him. Yopaj gets the jump away, still looking for the rundown. Hellscream is going to die actually to the neutral.
The Tormentor takes him down.
Interesting.
The old shining AoE damage post chicken, the foul play.
Yamato, he's looking. RCY again. Oh, God. Does
it's
he
an
know how
invis
close he
rune.
is? Oh, no, he's done. He's done, Yamato. He gets the kill. The invis rune. He walked that whole way for the kill with the invis rune.
The second set of footsteps that he saw in the sand, that it wasn't
Yeah.
Jesus. It was
Oh,
invisible
no.
tomato.
Jeez.
It wasn't there to carry you. It was the carry.
That's right.
And now he's going for the tower. And there's no one else up here with
Jeez.
him, and he gives zero cares.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing very confidently in this game, doing everything. He's 4-0-2 for this Sven. And right now, Wildcard are very much just on the defensive, hiding away, not trying to take any of these fights, which, you know, makes sense to a large extent. But then, like, you have Fade up here who's trying to catch somebody, and it's just not going to happen. You also have BKB done on Sven. This is probably going to be the hardest window in this game to deal with for Wildcard, and I don't see the answer.
The answer is ruining the Sven jump. That is how you win these fights. Because, like, you know, he's not an Aegis hero, so Tomato doesn't have the Aegis because they hand it over to Yopaj, and so he can be a little bit crazy. But Yopaj is going to jump in. You need to get a disable on Yopaj that keeps the disruption alive. So then when Sven jumps in, the disruption's there for the turnaround save, and then they have a Stone Gaze fixing the fight. It's so many things have to go right for Wildcard. It's definitely an execution being just more difficult issue. And I mean, that's why Shopify, you know, should be able to win everything at this point in the game. But, you know, there's always outplays that can happen.
Right. I guess Blink Dagger for both Batrider and the Shadow Demon make a really big difference. Because, like, if you would have, for instance, gotten to that top fight a little bit earlier on Shadow Demon, maybe then you get your ulti off onto the Void Spirit and the disruption comes earlier on Puck. Like, things could start to look different, but it's hard to get everybody, like, in perfect concert together.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean,
Fade.
they seem content to just kind of farm it up a bit right now on Wildcard. They can definitely keep these waves pushed out between, like, Puck Spam and Medusa camping bottom, a Radiance Kunkka who's pretty annoying to go on. They need a big commitment to kill him. That being said, they have quite a few heroes around him right now if he gets found out. Scan connects. They know that everyone's coming here.
Divine Llama goes in.
Speed. He wants this jump.
He's thinking about it. They have the X mark connection. Divine Llama gets hit by the torrent. Scary to jump there. Actually, the Bane illusion starts punching speed, and that stops any extra go. But
And this
that
all comes
should
back
set
to
up for the
the
tower.
scan. Yeah, like
Right.
they knew. They knew they were all in here. So they let it go. They're trying to pick their moment. They know they're not going to have many on Wildcard. So this is very good by Shopify. They're not overextending. They're respecting what Wildcard can do. And there's the jump. Where's the save?
Lasso,
there it is.
but the turn immediately there. Still Bane in some trouble. Fade moves in, hits onto everybody. Big Tidebringer. Bat is dead, but can they do any more here? They try and run in a little bit with the Kunkka. Won't go for that much more. And yeah, that's the end of it. Oh my God, he has an MKB on Tomato.
He does. Yeah, he had Harpoon queued
Wow.
up, and then he was like, you know what? I'm farming so much, I'm just going to straight buy the MKB. I hate this item, but I'll buy it anyway because this stupid butterfly. So, nice investment, but I'm going to have a good game.
I mean, it still is very hard to burn through this Medusa, I think, even with the MKB for the Sven. Just because of how insane Mana Shield is. But it does start to feel like, you know, there's some answers now where, you know, Medusa at the very least is not hitting hard enough for it to really matter. But I don't know if they can kill her necessarily that easily either. X.
Yeah, maybe something here.
Does have BKB. Not going to go for it.
Yeah, last one not back for 13 seconds anyway, so that's really their only, like, good threat they have to try and help take him down with this BKB being available.
Bignum's 200 gold away from Blink Dagger on this Shadow Demon. And Yopaj, they jump in, not quite there with the silence. They get him the second time. Bignum does have the save, but needs to get in close to do it. But they have the control now onto the Shaman, so Shaman will die. Do they have enough to take down Yopaj? No. Yopaj will live, but Tomato just kills off Fade way down on the south side.
He got caught with a grip and just got blown up.
12K gold lead now. Shopify in very strong position.
There's that blink dagger though for Bignum, so some chance of the save.
Yeah. They just keep on looking at so many items being finished. Bristleback has the full Aghanim Scepter now. They're going for Shiva's next onto this Void Spirit. They find the Medusa. There it is. Shadow Demon ulti out. Start to hit. Taunted and dead. Medusa in the middle of everybody. Gonna go for the TP out with the Stone Gaze working, but the Hex is there, and Yamsun is in trouble. Speed is nearby. They need the rest of the squad to get here quickly to try and keep her alive. It's not gonna happen, though. Divine Llama pairs together. They kill off Yamsun. They're also gonna take down Speed. This game 2 has been all Shopify, and that Medusa kill is a backbreaker.
Yeah, it's kind of what all these small and not pushing it too far moments have been building up to. Is just making sure that they don't offer up the bad fight towards wildcard where you're going to see this like coil into Stone Gaze and a boat, and you're like, oh, they did it, they turned it around. How do they do it? And Shopify are not allowing that to happen because they're just never risking it. Like they finally forced wildcard to be the ones who are playing too far away from their towers, too far out on the map, and way outside of what can be considered a safe spot for them to fight or to like punish with buybacks. Because another great way to get back into a game like this is you buy back on these heroes like Shadow Demon or Bat Rider or something near the fight. Now, mind you, they don't have the gold for it anyway, but the idea being that you get a second life and it's so worth that investment to essentially transfer this gold and XP into your cores by winning this like second engagement after. None of that's possible when you're fighting at the rune right now down, 15K.
Right. So this is very firmly in the category right now of Shopify trying to close this game out, which is very possible for them if they can just execute cleanly, not give up any of these like bad fights, not go high ground in a really crazy way. Roche is up. I don't think that we're going to see Wildcard come and try and contest this. Shopify can easily pick that one up for themselves as they see that it is up, but instead, they're trying to go in for a fight. They decide to go forward onto RCY, jump in, disruption, save. The boat comes out, but it's still going to be RCY dead. So it was a big chump to try and save their puck, but not able to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, the layering of Yopaj there with the Aether Remnant is creating a problem with these saves. It's essentially the same problem as the Yules,
Right.
Where you don't get any sort of a maneuver afterwards. And I'm guessing he just didn't have his BKB on the puck.
Yeah. I don't think he had it delivered yet.
Yeah. Otherwise, then, that's why he's going this item. It's exactly why. So the Shadow Demon has a save, and Yopaj going to pick off Speed. It's a quick one. He takes him down pretty fast.
Fade. Runs into the Bane. They don't pull him back with that Torrent. Shadow Demon ulti onto Scam. Big hit. Is it enough damage, though? Doesn't look like it. Disruption save. Only for a moment, though, as Tomato takes down Fade. And they also have Medusa. Yamsun. He turns, he punches, he hits. Doesn't have enough for a kill, though. The Topo. They catch both of these heroes with the stun. Now they have the coil, but the grip is there. And Medusa is just being torn asunder. RCY goes for the backlines, can't quite get it, will take down Skem, but you're trading the 4 for everybody at this point. All 5 dead. An absolute clean game of Dota coming out from Shopify.
Yeah, and this is why I love this Bristol too. They glyph now, but the Seeing Red is just disgusting for taking these towers. Happens really fast. And honestly, that is pretty much it. I'm surprised they're even bothering to stay in it, honestly. They're dropping Snakes mid. They have a Sven and a Bristle beating your top racks. You're going to lose mid as well. Wildcard, maybe in discussions about next game, because I don't think you got many ideas that can possibly save this one.
Yeah, no, it's kind of impossibility, it feels like. They will get a Torrent into the pullback with Tidal Wave. They have X Mark, going to drop the boat first. He gets the blink out. Very nicely played. Another Tidal Wave. But yeah, this is one set of racks left. I mean, maybe if you can somehow just like get 6,000 gold on the Medusa, you can go rapier right away or something. But that is very far away from a possibility.
It sure is. And Tomato, level 25 damage is out and ready to roll. Desperation Smoke coming out. They're looking for their big kill. It's on Llama.
Shadow Demon ulti. Big hits. Look at the damage, though. Look at the damage. Llama dying not that quickly. They do bring him somewhat low, but Yemsun completely out of mana. And GG is called. Shopify take game number 2. We're all evened up. One best of 3 left to play to decide who's going to TI out of NA. And it could be anybody's game, but this was very clearly Shopify.
Yes, it really was here. And they get a little reset. Okay, you know, you lose 3 games straight to Wildcard, a team who had previously defeated 5 games in a row and pretty handily usually, like kind of just cementing themselves as the clear front runners of this region. And yeah, things were looking a little bit shaky, but this draft, they grab a few ideas. They take this Bane away from them, so they can't use that. And they get a Bristle as well, which I think was a nicer thing to build around for Llama compared to the Darkseer.
Yeah, and like at this point too, around 16 minutes, it still felt like it could have kind of gone either way. And then there were these couple of like rundown and pickoffs and things, and this is really where like all hope was completely lost at this point when Yamsun gets caught out, because it was still one of those situations where like maybe you can find somebody out there that can, you know, Yamsun can get super duper farmed, but it just wasn't going to happen. And Tomato, to me, standout player. Stellar performance the entire time. His Sven looked really good into a bunch of heroes that hypothetically could have caused him some issues, but they just never really ended up in that situation.
Yeah, I think the overall draft composure of Wildcard didn't have a whole lot going for it. Like this, at least in combination with the itemization they went for it, because they just gave themselves such a tiny window where they were going to be stronger. And in the end, because of the blink purchase by Tomato, like probably recognizing just like what the Kunkka was doing and where his itemization was going, he's like, this Kunkka's not going to offer anything. And if I just blink in and stun someone, like what are they going to do? I think we just win these fights. And I want to play with my Void Spirit. My Void Spirit's having an amazing game mid, and I want to build off of that. Maybe he didn't want to go blink, but then he sees what's happening with his Void Spirit. His Void Spirit shut down this puck, has an Aghanim Scepter. He needs someone to play with, so Bristol's not buying a blink. I will. Let's go. Like I'll start fighting early here, and it was definitely the right decision.
Well, very impressed by Shopify. And, you know, we talked about the young players of Wildcard after getting a victory in game number 1, 2-0ing them earlier. How do you respond to adversity? How do you respond when they fight back a little bit here? Are they going to be able to hold their composure? Or from this point out, is Shopify just going to be able to run all over them? It's a tall ask coming into a best of 5 like this, but still a lot of games left to be played. Again, Tomato 14-0-7. I mean, everybody on this team had just like a pretty freaking good game. I feel like there are even like a lot of clutch moments from Hellscream, who goes 0-3-20. But they'll give it to Yopaj this time around. Makes a decent amount of sense.
Yeah, I give it to him because it is one of the major ways to win this game is just by shutting down that puck in the mid lane, which he really did do well early. We see this matchup all the time in terms of a counter pick of the Void Spirit into a puck, and oftentimes it feels middling to almost ineffective. Right. And Yopaj made sure that was not the case here. He really dominated on the first 4 waves or so and shut down poor RCY in a way that he never really got back into the game. And then in combination with the fact that because he's got an offlane Kunkka who goes Blade Mail first and then into a Radiance, he doesn't really have any like offensive potential. The guy's just like farming stacks the whole time, which can work, but it's going to hurt Puck's game because Puck is giving up the whole top half of the map to a Medusa farming. So she's taking everything there. Kunkka's taking the whole bottom half of the map, and he has no one to kill with. So Puck just kind of coasts into irrelevance.
Well, and I think back to the draft again, 8th pick Puck, 9th pick Void Spirit. Then we end up with the Sven counter pick Medusa. Imagine if instead we're taking like an 8th pick hero on wild card that's a carry. So, like even if they take Medusa at that point, right? But or some other hero, whoever they want to run with, then you have a counter pick on mid instead. I feel like that might be the stronger strategy going forward for wild card, is to try and just make sure that RCY has a good game.
Yeah,
but
certainly something to consider though.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have game number 3 of this best of 5. Can't wait to see where they go from here, but we're going to go a quick break, and we'll see you on the other side of it.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We are back. It is one game apiece between Wildcard and Shopify Rebellion, and we have a emerging, very exciting series to come out, Trent. Oftentimes I think about like these best of fives or even just like best of threes is like, okay, one boring game, two boring games, and like the third one's really exciting. I don't know how you feel about it sometimes. Do you agree that it ends up like that sometimes?
I know what you mean. Like the players kind of like, it feels like they have like one strat that was really good and the other team wasn't ready for, so they kind of like roll over, like the Chen kind of in game one. And then in game two, it's like, oh, we tried to like, you know, kunk a puck and it didn't quite work versus this Void Spirit. We got kind of owned because the Shout Demon saves didn't work anymore because of Eighth Remnant, so that kind of sucked. And so now we got rolled. And then game three is like, we ban out these strats that worked, and we've tailored it to a point where now things are a little bit more even, plus people get tentative and the game slows down. And that's why best of fives are different, because people tend not to slow down as much as game three. They just like, they go deeper into the bag of like, okay, well, what about this strat?
Yeah. It does start to develop a little bit more. And I think that's why for Shopify, it's a really interesting decision to just say, okay, what was going on last time? Let's just get rid of it. That Dark Seer thing, no longer good. Not what we're trying to run. Completely ignored in game number two. And I do wonder for Wildcard what type of lessons they're going to be taking from that game two. Is it going to be we need to give RCY a better lane? Is it going to be we need more active position threes? You know, there's a lot of different possibilities for what direction they go. And I think the lessons that they learn, whether they're right or wrong, are going to determine if they're coming away with the victory here. Because it's shown that they can stay even with Shopify, but in a best of five, can they keep their wits about them and, you know, stay on target?
Yeah, I think that if I'm Shopify, I'm probably going to keep the bans very similar too. I don't want to go back to allowing anything like the Chen or anything like that. Like let's get rid of it. Presumably it'll be first pick for wildcard, right? Based on
it is first pick wildcard. Yes.
Yeah,
we can see it. We're in the lobby.
Oh yeah, we can actually see it. Touche. Yeah. So they had first priority. So as expected, they chose first pick. So Shopify will be on the Radiant side. And I'm expecting not to see the Noggin Siren, not to see the Undying, and probably not to see the Chen would be my guess. Because I think that if Wildcard are offered it, they'll take the Chen first overall right now.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And then it's just sort of a question of what is that second order of heroes? Is the Shaman going to be let through? If the Shaman's not let through, is it maybe going to be like Undying that they get to run again? There's a possibility, but we're going to find out in just a moment as we do have a draft getting ready for all you fine folks out there in this game number 3. Yet to even make one ban happen. Wild card starting with the Enigma.
That's where it will begin. Let's see. So TA first, Doom second. Okay, so I'm already wrong because either Naga, Undying, or Chen are getting through.
Okay.
Okay, so Wildcard's gonna think about this because now the Doom's. Why would they ban Doom again? I mean, they kept banning it before. What is it about their strats that they wait?
If
they're
they
they're
run
banning
Prophet?
the Chen. Okay, I didn't expect that.
If Shopify want to run Death Prophet, that could be a reason. Maybe they're anticipating they're not going to get the Shadow Shaman. And that like banning out the Chen would make a good call for getting the Shaman as well.
I can't believe they
Naga's
left
already banned.
Yeah, but they left the Undying, which gives them this whole Swaparino Cappuccino thing again. But I guess because you have the ban on the Chen, you're not as worried about it. So it's going to be Undying, yeah, as expected.
And
Not
then-
weird. And the prepared response from Shopify was
What?
run it back.
Interesting.
All right, now last time in this spot, they banned
Yeah.
Sven.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't think they're going to
Do they-
ban Sven this time. Maybe they will, but I think they'll probably ban the Ursa, or maybe they'll even go further and ban. No, they should just ban the Ursa.
This is all exactly what happened last time, except the Chen being banned out
And
means
the
they can't
ban-
run the Dark Seer anymore. Or no, it means
can't-
that because they can't answer with the Dark Seer with the Chen anymore.
Yes, exactly. But I mean, the Chen was annoying. We talked about it, like the mana burn and everything was utilized a lot to sort of weaken him. But I do think the Ursa is just like there's going to be some other support answers. I think the Bane is a pretty good answer as well, honestly. Still, just to like his overall game plan.
Right.
But also, if they wanted to throw it in the lane with the Darkseer, still a thing for sure.
It can still be the Undying too. We've seen Undyings even sometimes run like boosts first against the Darkseer and just run him down. They do take the Sven out, and then they're going to take the Ursa for themselves. That is nice.
All right, that's the play then. Understood. That leaves the Shadow Shaman still in the pool. So that's probably what Shopify are going to take for Hellscream again, I'm sure, if it's left in after this. Does...
10 seconds.
Is there a desire for Bignum to play it or no?
5 seconds.
If Speed takes it, I don't mind an Enchantress too, but they'll go the Bane. So will it be Speed playing the Bane, or is Bignum going to play the Bane?
I think Bignum. I think Speed will just be playing the Undying.
Okay.
All right, well, what are other carries then that's going to give this Darkseer a bad time?
I mean, Weaver is the other one that's like really horrible to play against.
Makes sense, yeah.
I mean, other ones that sort of stand out, Monkey King is always annoying. That could be kind of cool.
Yeah, what about like the Gyro Missile? Is that anything?
Gyrocopter can be good. It's again depending upon a lot on like who your support matchup is.
Yeah, makes sense.
I think it can be nice. But I think for my money, I would probably put it on Monkey King with what you've got here. I don't know. I don't know how that matchup goes against Ursa though. That's the only problem. If you want to go way back, you can go Faceless Void. That's a really annoying matchup for Darkseer.
I like your thinking. Well, they are considering things. I mean, in theory, the core to reveal here probably is your safe laner, but maybe they would just rather give up the Fade hero instead and just get to see a little bit more so they can pick their safe laner and their off laner last. It's just the safe laner kind of knows what's up. Like, you know you're going to have an Undying and you know it's going to be a Darkseer +1. There's, you know, you're not going to learn much more about the safe laner's lane, but maybe it's about their whole role in the game. It's also this idea of just like the heroes that Yamsun wants to actually feel comfortable and win a game of Dota 2 could be something like that Morphling, even though it's, you know, into, you know how it is with some players. It's like,
Right.
I just don't want to play it, you know?
Yeah. That is one of those that you don't want to play.
Okay.
This is a really cool answer too, because you can get Ags and then you just dispel all the Darkseer stuff.
And Ursa, the overpower too.
Yeah.
So there's a ton of value to it in theory here. And I do like Troll a lot. He's a game loser sometimes, but one thing he's really good at is winning lanes, and he has an Undying on his team too. So this looks very annoying for Divide Llama. And one of the main reasons why Game 1 fell apart for Shopify was that Divide Llama had 0 game. And they're setting up to do that again.
There is one issue with the Troll as the game gets later. When you drop the wall, when he goes into ulti, you just drop wall onto him. And then he just hits himself continuously.
That makes sense.
It's really annoying to play against. They go Ricky with Nature's Prophet.
Oh, that's a 4 Hellscream Ricky with the Darkseer. And then he's going to have the Shard. So they can't use the Bane saves anymore.
Huh.
Very tricky. And Troll's also very spell dependent. He's like Ursa and Jug, right? Where the silence can really mess him up.
This is a really strange draft, though, from Shopify. Like,
to me, it's like it's Nature's Prophet you can get away with because you have an Ursa as position 1, so you get away with this 5 healing Prophet who can like rotate and hit these giant ultis for ganks. Their mid laner is going to be Ember, Puck, or Void Spirit, or like their mid laner is like a spinning like Lotto of just hero that moves around and uses Ion Shell decently well. So it, you know, you'll have just so many choices last that it's not really going to matter.
Yeah.
And their composition is going to be pretty solid. The one thing they're kind of bad at is hitting towers, but you know, just kill the heroes again, kind of like Wildcard did in game 1. Speaking of hitting towers, we get a Beastmaster here for Fade. And this hero has been very powerful throughout these qualifiers. The Helm of the Overlord is really good. Roar is pretty nice versus Ursa as long as you don't get got by the Enrage. But, you know, he is going to be a big focal point of this draft. So just ensuring that he's locked down. can be very nice for them.
Well, they'll ban out the Pango, the Monkey King. I think if you're wild card, you got to take that Ember out of there. I will say that as much as, you know, the Ricky position for shutting down the Bane's ability to save people and stuff, I think if Wildcard push their tempo and play this fast, Shopify are going to run into issues because they have like three really greedy heroes, I feel like.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Like Ricky, Darkseer, and Nature's Prophet do not do a lot if they don't have gold.
I will say I found myself hating on the 4 Ricky a little bit, and they will ban the puck just because of the Monkey King ban, kind of signaling that, hey, we really want to sneak in this puck if we can. And then I was casting some of Zayat's games, and I really wanted to hate the Ricky because it just looked so not good that game. And man, the 4 Ricky still hits. It's still so annoying. It's really, really good. The scouting, it's very reminiscent of the Slark, of course, which has been kind of nerfed into oblivion, so you don't see it anymore. But when it's played well, not even a greedy sense, you can actually just get so much done on the map, and his smoke screens can just have so much effective usage this game versus the Bane especially.
I really want to see Wildcard switch this up, put Beastmaster mid, and take an Enchantress last overall. Position 3 Undying, play together with the Bane, shut down the Darkseer Ricky lane, and then just play behind the Beastmaster. No.
Would have been crazy. Unfortunately, my sir, the cardinal rule of Pango or Tiny, if ninth pick strikes once more, and thus we must play Tiny.
See, Speed's disappointed. He wanted it.
Yeah. Yopaj, Void doesn't look incredible this game, I'll say. Is there anything other than Void to play? I mean, Storm Spirit? There's Grip, but there's Ricky Save. Then there's Roar and Avalanche, yeah.
I mean, you could like DK maybe?
You could mid Ricky in theory as well, but
yeah, I'm not convinced right now by the Shopify draft. I want to see something to sort of really hold this together. Void Spirit feels like it might be the best unless there's something I'm missing.
I can't think of anything else. Just seems like the most go-to one. The Kunkka's still in, but it's like I thought Void Spirit looked a little bit better than the Kunkka.
Yeah, me too. I think it's too slow.
Maybe because like it's not a good Orchid game, which is why I didn't think he would want the Kunkka. I thought the Ags looked a little bit better for the Void Spirit.
I think to me this is going to come down to off lanes again. I really want to see how the Beastmaster versus Darkseer dynamic goes out, and I think if Divine Llama does not get like enable this Ricky to have a good game, I think that Wildcard can maybe just walk all over him with this draft. But we'll see.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Overall, I do like the way they formulated this from Shopify. This feels better in terms of just like the way they targeted certain heroes during the drafting stage. They take this Ursa to protect Divine Llama. I think he's going to have a better game. I don't think he's going to get shut down. Because I think the polls should be okay for Hellscream. So I'm expecting that to go well. Wrath of Nature is a broken spell, and you just get nuked for like Fingers of Death globally a lot of the times. And I'm expecting, I want to see stacks by Shopify, and I want to see the ward on the stack so that we get these crazy ultis that come through and Ricky scouting and setting them up, and then people quickly die. But the more I look, the more I am leaning a bit towards Wildcard, I gotta say.
Yeah. I want to see how they decide to try and shut him down in this game and shut down that stacking that you're talking about. Can they come in and contest it even? Maybe there's a chance. But we're going to go into this game number 3, Shopify facing off against Wildcard. You only need to win 2 more games of Dota, and one of these 2 squads is going to be going to TI.
That's crazy.
Do they have what they need to make it happen? There's a chance.
What is your opinion on people moving their couriers up to the edge of the fountain? All right, like, are you just like, if there's no one doing it right now, like, are you hating on your Undying and Troll player right now? Like, if you're the Dire, like,
Nah,
like, is this just unoptimal gameplay?
It is,
What
but
do you
also
mean you don't
like,
care? Like, look at them back
I don't
there.
know. I don't care.
You don't care? You're not
I
gonna
don't care.
like make a Reddit thread, try and get them like kicked? Because
No, I
I
don't
feel like
think
their
so.
heart's just not in it. If the courier's not at the line, like, what are you doing?
That's a fair
Look at
point.
that. See? He's listening. Kunkka just moved his courier. Your opponent's like, oh shit. Man, Trent's right. I do care about Dota. I better move my courier up.
I think that like, so here's the thing that I see. If you seriously asking me about it, I think if you are moving your courier up to the front, you are doing something to try and be the most optimal player in the world. And it's cringe. You're just a try hard.
It's just great. Dota famously such a relaxed and laid back game. Yo, bro, that's kind of cringe.
Scum is gonna go down.
Oh my god.
big
Skilled boars?
surprise.
Cringe. Level 1 boars? Oh my god.
That's all I got.
Thank you for saying it. I mean,
Yeah.
when you're right, you're right.
Everybody was thinking it, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see what's going on. Devi is queuing up that Helm of the Dominator again. But this time around, having to contend with a Troll and a Ricky is going to spam out some of these decays and make them a little bit tougher at this stage, at least. But time will tell. See how it goes.
The Helm build did not work out well for him last game. It didn't really feel like it ever got online or got too... I always felt like he was just like next to the creep anyway, so I didn't see a lot of like extra efficiencies or something. It felt like he could have just been Darkseer.
Right. Yeah, and it used to be like a lot better back in the day. Oh, Speed, good job there, doing a lot to connect that creep wave. His Schem is going to go down on the bottom side, so that's 2 deaths now for the Nature's Prophet. And this is something you are not going to see anywhere else. A Nature's Prophet having to walk back from base. That might be the only time that I will ever see this happening in Dota professionally.
I mean, he's not actually. He's just
he just gonna wait?
Yeah. He's waiting.
It's just it's a point
This
of pride.
hero ain't made for walking. Yeah.
You only get so many miles on it, like a car.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sad. I
Alright.
thought we were gonna get to see something new.
I thought so as well. But you know, maybe he was too scared, like intercepted or something. We'll say. Makes it back in time to bully Bignum near this camp. But up top, so you can see they're still just dancing around in the jungle. We're creating a new lane in here. It's very exciting. We're all so happy.
Oh yeah.
So much fun interaction.
I mean, honestly,
Creep
it's
gets
better
in
than
on it.
pulling it behind the tower. It's
Mister, can I get some raised dead here? Yeah, there we go. Get him out.
nice.
Attack.
Nice. I mean, it's still actually like doing okay here for Devi Llama. Speed is causing him issues and getting a few of these denies right in his face, which is, you know, pretty annoying to have to contend with. But at the same time, Hellscream dragging those waves around, it's just looking like a very strange laning stage overall. 6 denies.
Yeah, Speed's just trying to beat him. Where are you going? Yeah, what are we
Look at
going to
Speed.
do? This is Dota, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you came to see. Well, my mid laner could use some creeps. All right. And we're
lane.
laning in the river.
And also able to come on over and take that water rune. Speed
I mean,
still trading hits.
It's
I mean,
sad lyrical.
he has double enchanted mango magic stick. Like if he wanted to, he could drop the tombstone here.
People ask, when are we going to see the effects of climate change? Like, look at these migration patterns changing. You know?
And Yimsun just has the freest lane of his life on this troll as they jump in, find it, but then the hit onto 2. Divine Llama also in
No,
trouble.
he
He took vacuum.
Thanks,
the
yo,
toss
Posh.
to get the kill. Wow. Deliver a free solo kill to the tiny, why don't you? I mean, he was having a tough laning stage too.
That's true. We've been so busy watching this other lane up top. He was well behind, and now he takes the net worth lead over the Kunkka, or at least got next to him for a second there before the last did start coming in. He's another big wave coming here, too, as he tries to go for a top water rune, and Hellscream not able to take it from him.
Okay. bottled up. And I mean, again, you look at bottom and how things are going. Skem is again going to just be ran at and killed. So all 3 lanes right now going exceptionally well for wildcard. Somehow Shopify are managing to lose 4 lanes, which was not anticipated.
That's usually when my jungler dies. You know, that guy is playing his little level 2 Huskar, dies, and the jungler like, ah, there it is. 4th lane down.
Jeez. Yeah, this is an early great start for wildcard.
Okay, Grandmaster Skem maybe going down again here, or at least he's going to lose his carry, one or the other.
Yamato in trouble. Yeah, nowhere left to go. He's getting ran down by this Beastmaster. And Bignum doing what he can to bully. Even gets a deny
I love
there.
speed coming through there, too. And this is Troll Warlord. This is the power of this hero, is that he should not need any help in any lane. He threatens kills when he has supports, and he lives when he doesn't have supports. So
Right.
you get to make these big moves as someone like the Undying. Skem.
Yeah, this is a problem.
They
He's
needed
dead
the
again.
Nightmare.
And the Nightmare to back away. Mato slowed down by the boars, jumps in from Hellscream. They'll summon the little bird. The turn to dodge away. Yamato in trouble. The root to kill, and now he can turn and fight Hellscream.
Face your
Face him. Don't
fears.
give him the bonus damage. No bonus damage for you.
Holy.
Another kill.
Some vanquishing happening right now, I tell you. No Sven, but we're still
Jeez.
vanquishing people. Skem, do not. Brother.
Dude,
not
he's
5.
fucking dead.
Not 5.
What are you doing? Oh, no. Oh, jeez. 10-1. What a beatdown.
Dude, Skem has had his TP on cooldown this whole game. Every time I look at him, his TP's on cooldown and he's dead.
Jeez. That was crazy. I mean, this is a 15 last hit Ursa at 6 minutes jungling.
Meanwhile, you got Yopaj mid 0-0-0, who's just like, what the
Yeah.
what is happening in my side lanes? Guys, what is going on?
And like Yamsun is 34 and 15. They need to find some way to set this up. Like, they're not going to have damage. Divide Llama is so far away from a Dominator still, and like you're having Ricky stack 1 camp at a time to try and catch up for this.
What's crazier is he still has more
Scab.
gold than Tomato. Tomato is almost behind Bignum on the Bane. In fact, if Bignum gets this kill, he will be behind him.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no way. Schem is just done.
Dude, he's
This
done.
poor guy. Yeah,
He's done, and not just on Twitch. Am I right?
Yeah.
6 kills now.
Holy.
Jeez, what is happening?
I mean, look, look at where Shopify is playing right now. They have their 3 cores either walking back to base or farming like the furthest away jungle. Just look at the mini map. Like, there's nothing happening.
It's like they didn't buy the DLC. They didn't unlock the second half of the map yet.
Right.
They're playing the base game right now. They don't even know.
It's a
Oh my-
4,000 gold lead at 7.5 minutes.
And there's a very deep ward planted in there, so they have an idea, like, because they know they're jungling right now. So they're gonna be keeping an
Right.
eye on this. See if they can
I mean-
sneak some plays there.
At the very least, Divide Llama was able to get the shrine, right? Like, that's something going their way. The question is now, can they translate this early success into a bunch of kills and taking down towers? Like, are Wildcard going to be able to try and, like, put themselves in a position to start to close out some of these towers here and get objectives?
I just can't wait to see it when they have a black dragon joining a team fight at like 11
Yeah.
minutes.
That's true. Yeah, that's a serious issue. Because Fade is getting there. He has looked great.
Yeah, he's looked very, very good this game. And of course, with Bignum and speed, I mean, they're tri-laning the whole time too. So, you know, he's definitely getting a little bit of assistance there.
Fade just
And Yamsun,
bouncing now
has his life
between,
planned out for himself too.
he's just bouncing between Ancients and the tower. But yeah, I mean, he's got all of his items that he feels like he needs queued up for Troll. The only one that's really having an okay game is Yopaj.
Dire's middle tower
But Beastmaster is so fed. He is huge.
Yeah, this is actually crazy. Just back to the ancients. I mean, it's nearly that time, guys. We are a mere 1,100 gold away.
Yeah, this is. I mean, so they're bringing in Yopaj now. He's level 8, 2 points up in the X marks the spot. And them pushing to get this tower down would be pretty nice for him. They have the Helm creep that Devi can play with. In mid, Speed is just holding on to the tower with Skem here.
Yeah, I
They're
don't think you
starting
fight
to
this.
bully.
I think you let the tower go because Big Num was just getting 6 down bottom. He hasn't now.
Tower has fallen.
There's not really any value in like trying to TP and set up there because in order to win these fights, you still do want to have like Speed ready, dropping Tombstone, and getting into a fight that way. Fade feeling confident enough with this ward they place on to just farm right through the Radiant jungle. He's going to wrap around on the mid lane tower
See
now.
why? We'll get caught here. They don't have Nightmare, but they do have a grip, and we'll drop it onto Hellscream. Vacuum connection onto 2. They already used the wall. But with the Tombstone down and Fade here, that stops any hopes of Shopify fighting this.
Yeah,
and
they
it
can
should
just keep
just
this
be
push.
the tower.
Radiant's middle tower.
And this will be, yeah, that Helm of the Overlord gold pretty soon here. This is disgusting. RCY looking for something.
Looked for it, not able to find it.
Middle tower has fallen.
And so tier 1 tower down. Wildcard gonna start to take over this Radiant jungle. I mean, Tomato is so far away from relevance.
Yeah, he is. He's half the net worth of the offlaner that he was facing.
I don't know when he's gonna be able to do anything really here. I'm just trying to figure out like what is even their avenue back into this. It feels like it kind of has to be taking a fight, but you have to catch people out and about, just like isolated.
I think it's Ricky dropping a bunch of insane wards and trying to find isolated heroes like they've done right now with the Yamsun.
Okay.
That's probably your best bet. Drops a sentry to see if he's safe, see if he can actually set up here. Devi Llama's close. I think they have to try and go for a kill on this guy. But no one can get here in time, so it's not going to happen.
I mean, they're kind
At
of
least he's
running
leeching all his
over
XP,
there.
so that's
That's
nice.
something. Yeah. He's again over a ward. And Devi Llama is nearby. Can throw an Ion Shell onto Hellscream if they want to play that game, maybe. Yep. And they'll go for a second. Yamsun chased. Does not seem to be that concerned yet. And yeah, Devi Llama's going to have to leave that one alone. Now Speed. Caught by Skem, but he just walks away from that. I mean, it's a testament to how little they care about what's happening. Like, there's just nothing happening here.
RCY going to see Kunkka D wards right in his face, but can't do anything, so they're just going to farm camps next to each other. All right, and we got a dragon. How to Train Your Dragon. Fade, you know, he saw the live action remakes coming out and thought, wow, we could just do things better now, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much that's how it feels like. A really, really clutch couple of moves coming out from Wildcard. And the draft feels like they've come up with pretty great answers.
Radiant's bottom tower.
As Tomato low on life and has to run back home again while the tier 2 tower goes down basically in his face.
Are fortified. Radiant's bottom
This dragon basically has the HP of Ursa, Darkseer, and Ricky combined.
Oh, God.
It's 2,800 HP.
Yeah, it's not dying.
That's a tough feller.
Dude, and Fade is going drums. That's so sick. I was thinking like Vlad's or something, but you can do that as well if he wants to later.
He must be having so much fun right now.
Yeah, I
Like,
think so.
this is absurd. This is actual, like, 25-minute strats that are happening right now in his Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Devi Llama does another one of those. Send his creep in, almost die with an ion shell on it, and then take over a new one right away. But honestly, every time he has to dominate another creep, that's more gold that you're not farming as the Darkseer. As Yamsun taking a few more hits here, but we'll be okay. And Fade pressuring for another tier 2 tower. Are they going to let this one go as well? So far, it seems like it. RCY, Blink Dagger at the ready, but not opting to jump forward. And instead, they're just going to let this one go. Yopaj.
Oh, yep.
He's bound.
Bound by the Prowler.
He's in some trouble. They will find this poor old Kunkka. Don't even need the grip right now.
No.
As they're just going to kill him off.
He is the fish in the barrel this time, you know. They're just circling him, making it easy. They did buff Helm, so you do get the gold and the XP. So feel free to spam it when you go your build. Don't worry. You can,
Okay.
you can keep
Oh,
getting
you're
it,
right.
Nicole.
Sorry. Good call.
I believe in you.
I'm going to start building it
it's-
now, too. That sounds
That's what
sick.
I'm saying. You know, I mean, clearly it might have lost 2 games here in this best of 5, so I hope it doesn't dissuade you.
He didn't go Overlord, though. That's the
true.
key.
He's not committing to the build. He's just a tourist.
This is, I think, a dead Ursa Bear. As
That's just like your
in
opinion,
some
man.
trouble. True. True. It is my opinion.
Wow. Whose voice line is the holy moly?
That's Beastmaster.
No, like the caster
Oh.
one. There's a caster
Oh,
one.
that's
you know what, is it Gods?
That's Gods. Yeah, it's
Okay,
Gods.
I thought it was Gods. Yeah, this feels like one of those games. I would be spamming
Yeah.
that over and over again if I was on the Dire. Every time we got a kill, it's just like, holy moly.
I haven't seen Gods in a while.
Oh,
I need
that's
to- I need to
a
bring 'em
lot of
back.
shrines of wisdom.
Yeah. That is. And a dead Schem.
He's just pinging that thing.
They just keep on going down, man. You know, every time you look back, there's another hero dead across the map.
That is very nice of him to shout out the next game from IOI, the next 007 game. You know, he's
Oh, yeah?
trying to, he's got a brand deal, actually. It's very good.
Oh, look, they got speed. Oh, nope, they didn't. Okay. You know, this is good, though, because it's like they're trying to remind everybody about what the NA qualifiers were like, you know, in the lead up to this. That's what's going on.
See, we are an NA team.
Yeah, exactly. Yopaj. Well, they toss him back to Fade. Hello, sir. How you doing? Hellscream. Maybe they're actually in a little bit too far here. Bignum gets himself killed. Fade also in a bit too far, and with the whole team showing up, they're going to take him down. Oh, no, but I don't know if they can deal with the real carry. The dragon is there as RCY kills off Schem again. Fade is going to run his creep away, trying to heal back up RCY, but it's not going to happen. And now Speed
Keep going.
He is also in a bit too far. This is starting to work. It's pretty huge for them if they can make this work, although the dragon punching and Speed him down. Now the zombies chasing after Yopaj, chasing after Devi Lama. It looks like that's going to be the extent of the damage, as they will X Speed. Pulls him back in. Yamson shows up. Slowdown is there. Oh, needs a net. Not going to find it. Although Surge is wearing off shortly. He gets Greaves delivered from Devi Lama. Bignum moves back into position. The slowdown, and there's the grip. They got their man Yopaj just on the low ground, but will it be enough? Yes, they get the root that they need. Bignum starting to die. Needs to get uphill. Getting away. No, not going to happen. Yamsa now is in a little bit too far too, so they lose him as well. Wait, this is actually enormous for Shopify, and with Fade coming back in, he actually needs to be a little bit careful with positioning here. Has Roar, drops it onto Devi Lama. The hits keep on coming, and it will be enough with RCY coming for the wraparound. Schem dead again. Nothing new there. But on the other side, it is going to be the Ursa, who's trying to run away after finishing off that Battle Fury.
They scan. They know he's up here. He's going to get found.
Oh, trying to make his way through. They can wait on the timing for the toss. There it is. And now Speed comes in for the finish. 6-1-8 on this Undying. What a monster.
Jeez. That's a lot.
I mean,
that's a lot of damage.
If you look at the recap, that was still like actually pretty okay for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, they still managed to like actually get a ton of XP in a game like that, or in a fight like that, because you're not getting it on the map because you're so squished in. So, okay, well then they lost some apparently.
Right.
And they're gonna end up getting the Aegis. Okay, well, they tested their limits a bit there. That's probably going to cause Wildcard to play a little bit safer, you'd imagine. They're also spending a lot of this gold. They have way more stuff now, which was a bit of an issue. There's a bit of some empty bags and full pockets in that fight, somewhat for them.
And I mean, having the Battle Fury doesn't really enable the Ursa to fight at all, but it's the first step towards that. NP does have the Spirit Vessel, and like only one tier 2 tower remaining with a 9k gold lead. They can probably just start to pressure high ground if they want with the big creep from Fade, particularly now that they have the Aegis, but likewise don't want to put themselves in a position where suddenly you're, losing out in these fights over and over again.
And Yopaj going crazy here. Going for a deep farm maneuver. Let's see, he's going to get away with it too. And this is what you got to do in a game like this.
Right.
They're going to jump onto Bignum.
Has the Nightmare ready. Okay. And he's fine.
Man, this guy bought Quelling Blade. He's crazy.
There's going to be a TP out from the Ricky, but the Roar, they find the Kunkka also taking down Skem. As Yopaj will be eventually killed.
And I love this Agnum Scepter from Yamsun. Just seeing it, it's such a good game for it.
Yeah.
Gonna be really hurting the Darkseer, gonna be hurting the Kunkka. Just a nuisance. Anyone's trying to try and slow down that kill or something, and you're just chucking out these dispels. The Ricky's got the Yules. It's real nice.
Oh, yeah. So, 21 minutes in, Shrine of Wisdom on the Dire side claimed, as Divine Llama is trying to get into his next item, does have the Greaves done, could go for the Blink if he wants, but eyeing up, at least for now, that Lotus first. Is going to run into an area where Bignum is at. We'll see if Bignum decides to double back to catch him there, if he's just going to let him go.
He only has the Aether Lens, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah,
and his team has
decides to
creep,
just
so
rejoin team. Yeah.
Yeah. They have to keep the catapult alive, though. And they just jump in deep. They find Skem.
Oh, big. All right, they got
Easy.
him. And with the catapult there, they can go.
Just protect the catapult at all costs. Do they have any way to kill it? I don't think so.
No. I mean, that's Rex.
It's a brave catapult.
Jeez. And now they can go in mid if they want to. Hellscream is here with an amplified damage, as they will jump right on top of him. Yule's Scepter lift up, the toss back to the friends. Hello, sir. How are you? Moves back over and will be in some trouble and gone. And they can just do it all again.
That's a bit of a problem here. He's coming in with the Frenzy. Let me see a Frenzy Troll Warlord. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Big hits.
Oh, that's a lot of attack. 561 attack speed. Holy.
All right, Ursa has Blink. This is their last stand here. They got to get something done. They also have Lotus Orb at the ready. Yopaj X found a Fade. Doesn't decide to pull him back. There's the RCY jump connection on to the Kunkka. Grip immediately there, but Bignum going to get jumped by Tomato. He goes down. They don't have buyback on the Kunkka. Vacuum Wall not really doing quite enough at this point, as another
RCY
avalanche
again.
and another toss back, as Skem will die for the 12th time this game. It is going to be
Oh my gosh, can we make it a baker's dozen? He's buying back. Give
another
me
one
more.
The Darkseer again in trouble. Triple kill for Yamsun. And they will head on out after taking 2 sets of racks at 23 minutes. What a freaking beatdown.
Where did it all go? Okay, I mean, it was really the bottom lane. The side lanes really, we know where it all went wrong. It's not really much of a question. It was more of just like, wow, It really went wrong in those side lanes. The mid lane was so inconsequential in this game, which is very rare in Dota, especially these days. Usually the mid is dictating a lot right now.
Right.
Like we have our playmakers coming out of mid, and they're doing so much. This game ended before the playmakers were relevant at all. Like,
Yeah.
Yopaj and RCY were playing their own game. They were just like in a separate spot, doing some other stuff. And this, like, they just heard these news reports coming out from other parts of the field. and suddenly the war was over. RCY didn't even fire a single shot.
It is kind of crazy. I think that, yeah, like, really to me, I think this comes down to, like, the difference between Beastmaster and Darkseer as heroes, right? Like, Beastmaster can win you a lane, but oftentimes doesn't have to. Just by like existing and having some good answers and like shutting things down a little bit. And Darkseer, you need things to go well. And if it doesn't go well, if like those pulls don't happen effectively, it's over. Like your game is just done. Particularly with this Helm of the Dominator build, you kind of have to be ahead with it, I think, on Darkseer and like continue to build an advantage. Because
Otherwise,
otherwise,
like a farming item for him.
Right, you miss out on the auras otherwise.
This is a tanky troll with that granite golem.
And Divine Llama going to be tossed back and caught, rooted, enfeebled, everything. They drop the boat, will connect onto nobody. And Fade just walking away from this. They jump onto him, but the Sprout doing some counter synergy there, as it actually kind of keeps the Beastmaster alive. And now another toss on Tomato. They will lose the Beastmaster in the end. Yamsun now turns, starts to hit, immediately breaking the Fiend's grip. But Yamsun is just so strong right now that it honestly does not even matter. They're going to chase forward, looking for a bit more. Now the hit, Tomato in trouble, forced to run away, able to get that surge out of there for a moment. Llama trying to back out, will just bring him down. And they will finally be able to close this one out, it looks like. At least getting the Mega Creek scam will go down again. Triple kill for Yamsun. They keep the chase going. Hits now onto Tomato. He is starting to die. Bit by bit, the ultra kill. Yamsun says, get on over here, mister.
Oh, yeah.
Give it to me one more again. It's speed. You stole it. How dare you? He takes the kill, but it is going to be GG. Wild card, one game away from going to TI.
Oh, my lordy. Oh my, they are not celebrating. They're, they're thirsty. They're hydrating. They're taking a deep breath. I love the attitude here, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Nothing, they're not popping off. They're not jumping all over the place. I mean, it's a good win. It's very clean, but you can kind of feel the tension there of just like, shit, we're doing it.
I think there was a lot more celebration after game one, and it speaks to maybe some of the mentality change that they had, because they were really excited. It became real that this could all just end right now after they lost the last game, and now they're a game up. And like you said, this is where a lot of it started.
It's yeah. I mean, the bottom lane was everything, because the top lane was just a 1v1 that didn't really manifest in anything, because it was just Troll 1v1ing the creeps and the dead air. He was 1v4ing, but the creep wave. It was not the good 1v4. And then you had Darkseer just knocking anything down in the jungle, and the inability to win this 3-on-3 down bottom. Like this,
what else
was
that
the
is?
game.
The other thing I was thinking about, so it's the Helm of Iron Will there for Fade, but it's also his rugged ability that gives him the proc no matter what. Like that little bit of damage makes the difference to keep him alive right there. And I mean, once that happened, it had all fallen apart.
It's it's pretty crazy. It does make it a lot better for diving towers. Like you got creeps on you, like they are not hurting you.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Ricky's basically a creep at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That counts for something. That was brutal. Great Troll Warlord game by Yamsun, just pulling out a carry that we don't get to see all too often, but it made sense in this game. Again, this idea of just shutting down the Darkseer. They cannot go back for it. Don't do it. Like this team, you banned the Chen, you thought there'd be an answer. You took the Ursa, you thought that was the answer. They still shut down your Darkseer, so he was completely and utterly irrelevant. You cannot go back to this hero in this series. I refuse. Don't do it.
I am the #1 Darkseer lover in the world, I think it is game losing based upon what we've seen in this series between these two teams. And the data proves that too. So it's not just what I think.
So science.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. But I mean, look at this score line too. I think for me, really, it's Fade that, yeah, I died a couple times, but 8, 2, and 14. And there were like various points where he was almost like his kill participation, I think, was like 90% or 95% through the first like couple minutes of this game, when things started really popping off, which was when it kind of decided everything that was going on. Oh, God.
Yeah,
it's good to
I mean,
watch
the
some Dota,
value
man.
of the support duos could not be more different this game. Like,
Yeah.
it was absolutely ridiculous. Just so much damage and so much support from those heroes to help out Fade in that bottom lane. But yes, I 100% deserve standout player because he was given a game where he could take control and win this game if he played it well, and he crushed it. And that's exactly what happened.
Right, not giving up that lead later. And we'll give a sort of, nice little shout out there to Speed 2 on the Undying to really mess with the lane pulling shenanigans coming out from Hellscream and just like completely denying everything. He was body blocking the creeps to make sure that they didn't connect and then they could reconnect later. And it just forced this Darkseer into a terrible game, which allowed the Speed to free up and go down and help Fade win the bottom lane so hard too. So
Alrighty then.
Awesome
So
stuff.
the underdogs now, wild card, at least coming into it, they were the underdogs. They 2-0'd Shopify. Now they're up 2-1. One more game for some of them to get to their first international ever, Lyrical. That's what we got coming up next.
it would be pretty hype. I can't wait to see what ends up happening. I also would love for this to go to a game 5.
Yeah.
I think no matter what happens, I'm excited for either of these two teams to do it. Because if Shopify manages to come away with the victory, it's like, in this dominant fashion, they lose this game and then they're able to come back from it. That's a great storyline. If Wildcard do it, obviously for TI first timers, that's a great storyline too. But we got to find out what's going to happen after the break. Is we're going to head there and see all on the other side of it.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And welcome back again. We are ready for what could be our final game here in these NA qualifiers. Trent, Shopify facing off against Wildcard. I don't know what the heck to expect, but one thing that I do know, it is going to be first pick Shopify. So could potentially change things up again as we get that old swapperino.
That's right. And Wildcard choose Dire. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Did they do that previously as well? I didn't actually take note of that. That is
remember.
unusual in the current world of Dota 2. No, they did not, right? First pick has always been first pick Radiant, first pick Dire. Okay. Yeah, they did before then. No, they didn't.
Okay.
Shopify chose. I'm confused. They were taking first pick, so they took Dire. Oh, I see. Okay. We've had both them. We've had some choosing Radiant, some choosing Dire. Okay. Understood.
Good to know.
I'm still Radiant pilled, I think, for the
Okay.
most part. But I guess some strategies obviously work a little bit better, depending. And especially like that off lane, as we just saw, diving the towers and controlling underneath the tower kind of feels nice, I feel like, when you're on the Dire off lane now, compared to how it used to feel abysmal. And with some of the changes to the trees and stuff there, maybe that's partly why.
I will say that there's something interesting about the idea of like there. I kind of feel like if you are clicking and playing down to a low ground and you're going north, that's harder than if you're playing down to a low ground and you're going south. You get what I'm saying there? Mm-hmm. Because of the
100%.
orientation of the screen, like clicking between up and down on that high ground is a little bit tough. Oh my God, he's got scissors. Look out. Okay,
get
it's
back.
fine. He's cutting down the competition, Trent.
Much safer
like
with his
that?
scissors than your chainsaw. So
That's right. Oh, I
Yeah.
should get that ready.
only if Timbersaw wins this game, which he's currently still in the drafting pool, which is something
Yeah.
that he's been removed from several times in this first phase.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay,
I was trying to open up and see what was going on for game 3 in terms of the draft, but I actually can't look back at it. It does look like they're going to take out the Undying again, and they're going to run Shaman first again. So this is, I think, exactly the same as what happened in game number 2,
Yes.
where, everything is the same.
And then we
Now,
had
are
a Bat Rider.
Right.
10 seconds remaining.
I do think that this was still like overall an okay strategy, but they're opting to switch things up. Terrorblade was second phase ban by Shopify, so they're just going to take the Terrorblade now and then ban a bunch of stuff. Now here's a question.
Okay.
As a wild card, do you ban Darkseer?
No, I think you banned Timber instead.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you give
Yeah.
them Darkseer.
Yeah, I think you give them Darkseer to TB. You just be like surely he's so mentally broken that it would be a gift to let him play Timbersaw instead. That would definitely be my way to go about it. This is the first time the hero's been picked up, but it has been banned in all 3 games, twice by Wildcard and once by Shopify. So the hero has been on everyone's mind. And Shopify, after this, they went for that Bristleback, which traditionally doesn't do super well versus traditionally does doesn't do that well versus Terrorblade because like the whole like he has high armor and stuff, but like the hero's pretty strong.
Yeah.
I don't know, it might still be worth it, but we'll see if they've just got other heroes in mind.
I like the Timber ban still. And I think that giving them Bristle is fine with 4 picks to address it. Or, I mean, 3, I guess, realistically. They banned the Darkseer. Wow. Okay.
All right. We'll see. I think you're getting Timbered, though, because I don't think you're going to pick Timber.
Although, to be fair, I think, rather get Timbered than Bristled at this point. Even though it's a better matchup against Terrorblade, I think Timber does less harm to, like, the state of the game than Timber does. I feel like there are more answers for Timber.
I mean, Bane's already fairly annoying.
Yeah. The reduction in cast range alone.
Ah, man, I don't know. I feel like they so mentally broken this Darkseer, but fair enough. It's just like they
Yeah.
banned Timber 3 games straight, and then after picking TB, they leave in Timber. This is the first time
Yeah.
I've been like a little bit more disappointed with their drafting. I feel like they've mostly been pretty on, but this, we'll see. Maybe they've got a really good way to address it. So I will wait to be impressed here.
I
As they're going to
actually
pick up the other support. It's Disruptor.
okay. I guess
a-
an answer to Bane.
Yes, a classic counter because you can just glimpse from like across the screen and cancel Fiend Script. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Is it Fade that used to do the Lycan gameplay stuff? Am I remembering that right?
He does have a Lycan, yes.
That kind of seems like it could be an interesting late pick. I feel like with the like Disruptor and Shadow Shaman as like the two supports. That sounds kind of
Yeah.
hype. Okay, but
same
no, this is
idea.
also awesome.
Yeah, targeting the supports, right? And the Silence versus the Timber Saw. And this was what they used in Game 2. This is very similar to the strategy they had there.
Yeah. You know, I actually think that I am happier for them to have given them Timber Saw, because now with like an AoE silence, Nightmare, Enfeeble, Fiend Script, and a lasso, there's so much control for this Timber Saw, and if you can keep him controlled, you can kill him. Versus, I think even if you got the control, you might not have the damage to deal with Bristleback. So I really like this draft so far from Wildcard. I hear what you mean about like, you know, banning out the Darkseer kind of gives them a weird position because he's been so crap so far this series, but like at the very least, it's clear that they knew they were giving up Timber and wanted them to have it, and they would have a solution.
All right, well, I'm going to now bring out the ABBA, someone who's been all over these qualifiers and makes his first appearance, I think, in this finals. Got banned out one time in Game 2 when it was kind of looking like it might be something to opt for.
Right.
And the final pick in the draft does go to Wildcard. They're looking for a Pango-esque hero, Pango, Puck, Ember. I think any of those heroes would do them pretty well. A little extra damage would be kind of nice. Like their damage isn't crazy outside of having meta. But they can get away with heroes with as long as they have enough control and it's someone who can play fast, then they can probably get away with it. Shopify are going to ban for just matchup-based things, so like getting rid of the Monkey King because he's got that mobility and he also just dumps on any melee hero. The Pango is the big question mark that's in. If you don't ban Pango here as wild card, the problem is that they're not going to take Pango and leave in Puck. So
Right.
you have to consider that.
Yeah, that's a good point. You can get Pango, but then I guess you could go like Ember at that point if you want. You have like pretty even matchup. Both of you get something out of that. Because I feel like the core of Wildcard's draft is this Terrorblade, like either Batrider or Night Stalker jump. The other stuff is just to sort of like set up for it in a way almost.
Yeah. Right now, they're, again, very dependent on the TB's damage, too. I think that is my main concern for them right now.
Yeah.
Because these are some difficult kills, like ABBA, Timbersaw. You need a little bit of help.
Sports, though, take them out.
What's that, sorry?
I said the supports, though, you can take them out.
Yes, you definitely can. Yeah.
The cores are going to be an issue. Okay, well, mids, they're taking a
win away,
lot
man.
of time. I know.
This is tense. This is a hard ban.
I think for wildcard, you can't be thinking about that though. Like if that starts to get into your head, it's a real hard thing to like reset yourself.
Yeah.
Well, Skem looks pretty chill. Taking their time. What do you want to play, RCY? How do you want to set this up?
I kind of feel like he's going to play Viper.
Right.
Like, it would actually work with their heroes. I'm a decent Viper hater, but if it's a good matchup to whatever, like if they could force Shopify into something that gets punished by Viper, they ban the Storm. So this allows the the Puck pick into Ember ban and then only leaves the Pango for wildcard, they'd have to pick it into the puck, and that would force wildcard onto like the DK. They're going to ban the Huskar and take the Ember?
I think the Huskar was the right ban there. I was thinking to myself, there's a decent chance that they last pick Huskar.
It would be interesting. It feels a little YOLO for the rest of their draft, but if it won the lane, then yeah, might as well. You're up a game, maybe going to TI, you're feeling yourselves.
Right.
But they did. Yeah, they gave him the puck and they gave him the Pango.
That's the play. Like, they could have maybe gotten a free win if they get that Huskar there at the end. This is like, you got to work for it on the Pango.
Yeah.
But should have a really good time. And I think RCY is set up in this game. If like the combination of heroes they have can shut down Devi Llama, I feel really confident in winning this game.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder is kind of crazy in this one. Nothing stops it. He will go where he wants to go. So they have to be a little wary about that.
And I honestly feel like Devi needs... I mean, maybe even go something as crazy as like an early BKB on the Timber just to like stay alive. But they have two BKB piercing disables too.
Ooh. All right, well, they're going to want that relatively good start again here from their offlaner in Fade. Can't expect it to go as well as last game, of course, not only because just the pure hero circumstances and tri-laning and whatnot, but just the fact that it is a Night Stalker. He does not pick up as fast as the Beastmaster, and he will have his Night Rain to have a decent start, but he's a bit slower to get things going, and he's laning into an Abba and a Disruptor who you're not going to have a lot of kill threat on unless the Disruptor gets out of place. But we've seen the what's it called? I actually forget what the innate's called. I've seen that save Disruptor in the laning stage so many times lately.
Yeah, I don't know what that thing is. Something. I'm gonna look it up.
I always want to say translocate. Electromagnetic repulsion. Obviously.
There you go.
Just it rolls off the tongue. How could I have forgotten?
It's like geomagnetic grip. They like the
true.
Yeah, electromagnetic, geomagnetic. Yeah, they like magnetic as a word. We need like a Magnetron Pokemon like hero in Dota 2. You know what I mean?
Do you mean Magnemite or Magneton? Brother, you got to get the name right.
Isn't there Magnetron?
Wait,
is that not one?
I don't think so. I mean, there is a third one, but it has a funnier name.
Like Magnetron? We're getting into this one game away from making this stuff happen.
It's Magnezone. You were kind of close.
Oh, I was so
They gave
close.
him a third one, you know.
Getting zoned out.
Just what
Wow. All right. Well, let's see what ends up happening here.
darkness.
Definitely going to be a contentious one, and Shopify, smoke. Are they going to find some tasty little pickoffs here to start their game? Wildcard are all together. Do not want to give up anything for free here.
No apps, no free apps.
Oh,
No jalapeno
delayed
poppers?
Smoke. The delayed smoke. I do love some apps, not gonna lie. That placement again of that ward there, they got it down earlier for RCY. It does a good job of like scouting out that area without being an easily to take away place. All right, yeah, and RCY shows, now they run away. Bum, 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 bum. Man, Skim died a lot last game.
Speed is thinking about going in here for a play. No, okay, never mind. I thought he was going for the flame break play, but decides against it. Yes, he did. He died a lot. Maybe that's why he wanted the electromagnetic repulsion.
That's a chance. It would have helped him against Beastmaster, that's for sure. But then he's playing Disruptor, and maybe that's not so helpful. Oh, good job there by Speed. They still get the body blocks. Not all of them, though.
No.
Okay.
No, this should be good. So this lane is not just going to push out for free. So they're going to have to deal with the level 1 nuisance of a Bat Rider. As Fade will now come down the bottom lane with his Night Rain. Or sorry, Scam will come down the bottom lane to face off against the Night Rain of Night Stalker.
Nice.
Who can actually lane at level 1 now these days, which is pretty cool.
Speed on to Hellscream up on the top side, getting some good damage out there while you see the Chakram get thrown, not Chakram, excuse me, Whirling Death get thrown out, and Speed runs back into Hellscream again, continuing to bully him. He's doing a very good job of making this Shaman feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, meanwhile, Hellscream's attempts to fire back at him just do nothing with Bat's 4.2 HP regen base.
Right.
Despite his giant muscles on Shadow Shaman and his huge hits, it's not enough.
It is kind of crazy how good this Batrider hero can be, just like with that base regen that he's got and everything else.
Yeah.
Super hard to play against.
And an innate that just wins you trades, you know?
Right. Yeah. But so far, everything's seeming pretty good. It is a slight lead right now by RCY as he will get another deny right in Yopaj's face. 8-4 versus the 8-1. And again, this is one of those matchups that can get a little bit dicey depending upon how things work out. Bignum taking some hits down bottom, getting chased down by Scam, is going to get glimpsed back in. Goes for the TP out. Does he have enough to escape? Yes. And he TP'd to the tower. Wow.
Hey, he's got tangos.
Yeah.
You can stick around for some of this XP. Scam getting his vitamin C here, munching a lot of mangoes, but he doesn't have glimpse for a few seconds, so no chance for a big glimpse back for some damage.
While that's happening up top, Divine Llama and Hellscream were able to get a pull off as they're actually still chasing and trying to do some damage here to Yamato, seeing what more they can make happen. He doesn't have a Photic Shield. Back up for a second. That's first blood. Fade again. Having a great start, and the Night Stalker getting first blood. Wow.
All right, good start.
Man, that's crazy.
Can it happen again?
I mean, yeah, honestly, there's a bit of a chance here. You never know. But a window there where, you know, you just had the Disruptor too far away to take off the Nightmare, and so he gets pulled right under tower pretty much. Still pretty even out of the mid lane as we look up top here. Timbersaw.
This is
Grago.
This is the man of legends. You know, this was when he first came onto the scene. Divine Llama, he definitely made a name for himself with this Timbersaw, right? There was a reason it was banned a lot. It's here. He's a Grandmaster player. I think that if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm putting my hopes on Divine Llama in this game. So I'm expecting a lot when he hits 6, because this is a HP pool that is absolutely puny on this Terrorblade. And basically, when you hit level 6 on Timbersaw, Terrorblade can't play the lane anymore.
Yopaj in some trouble here, trying to get high ground, but they bring over numbers and manage to find themselves that kill and also the Water Rune pickup for RCY. But yeah, I mean, with what's going on mid, it's got to come down to Divide to have a good game.
Yeah, and they got to be thinking, I mean, hopefully right now that this isn't that consequential right now. It's okay, but like I could see you'd be feeling like it's kind of slipping away right now, you know?
Yeah.
Like, look, Hellscream now in trouble a little bit here, but they turn on the Yamsun with the shackles. He's going to die. Still stick charges on Yamsun. Oh, he gets the kill first.
Yeah, wasn't able to do enough there. Speed does actually have more stick charges, can keep chasing this down. Divine Llama forced to pop his stick, runs away, 10 stack Speed. Oh, he goes down. The DOT, a double kill for this Batrider. Level 4 now.
I didn't think he was going to do it. I had hater energy.
I didn't think so either.
I didn't believe at all.
Oh man, Skem going low, but not dead yet. Now they get the catch on to Bignum, who backs away from this.
2.
I mean, look at this. This is a 1v3 now, and they're winning it.
He's just gonna walk away.
Wild card. He's fine. Like, I don't know. This Shopify are crumbling here. I mean, granted, again, like you said, it's not the most consequential thing in the world at this early laning stage, but they're outplaying them.
But it's not good. It's, you know.
Yeah.
Holy. Divine Llama hits a massive shock on Speed up top in those trees, but he manages to walk it off. Almost dies to the Whirling Death, rather, I should say. Not the shock, I'm sorry. Don't want to mislabel my spells here and
I
confuse
did
our
the
audio
same thing,
listeners.
too.
I know. It's hard not to.
Yeah, I mean, this level 6 is definitely going to need to be the big window when you watch for stuff, but Devi Lama is just taking such a beating up here. He keeps on, I mean, because the speed is level 4, this double point and sticky and having flame break and the threat of Firefly, it's a problem. It's got to be careful.
Fade is the top farmer in this game. Okay, now he's not. He doesn't get overtaken by the Terrorblade, but like, holy, that's crazy.
Oh, RCY I thought might have been willing to go there. Has level 6 before Yopaj does. Yopaj gets it now.
They could
And at the
definitely,
7
they could definitely bait
Oh.
Devi Lama. You know, like if they bring the Pango up top or something,
Yeah.
because you know he's going to be hungry when he hits 6.
Oh, absolutely. It looks like
All right.
it's going to be a wisdom shrine for each side here. Which
Hellscream
is
needing one
actually-
desperately.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be a pretty strong timing here now, though, because you have level 5 on Batrider. And he's actually, if Devi Lama is not careful, he actually could run into some issues himself. Although maybe he just kills speed. Yeah, that's pretty good too. But now Yemsun shows up. Ooh, threatening.
Oh, here comes
but
the
a bit too
TP. Bane's
scary.
coming.
Danger, danger. Looking for one. Finding him. And there's the glimpse away. So that
See
keeps
ya.
him fine.
All right. Well, Speed was being a bit too cheeky, I think, with some of those flame breaks and stuff with Devi Lama. He knew he was level 6, but he
Yeah.
still was playing a little bit too close to the Devi Lama Timber. You got to respect this hero. This guy has no points in reactive armor because you're all magic damage on this bat.
RCY finds Scam and kills him in the jungle.
Yeah, not playing around here. Has a regen rune as well, so he'll just go right back full resources here, trying to get the 8-mana rune.
It's going to be bottom
And
where
it's
it's a
bottom.
haste. They hex RCY, try and kill him off. Do have shackles. And nightmare. Oh!
He's bottling. He might get the rune too.
Big Num, what a gamer!
This
And he
Bane.
gets the rune. That's crazy.
Is Bane the hero of the series? If he wins this, Bane will have won all 4 games.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean,
RCY
he's played really
he
well.
just used it right away and just wants to go steal their bounty runes. He's going to get 2.
Yeah.
Bottle
That's
refilled.
nice.
And okay, they got to kill Yemsun. He's not allowed here. This is illegal. Yeah, get
Yeah.
him. Chase him out of here. You're not allowed to be under the tower versus a level 7 Timbersaw.
And with nobody coming to help, it's a bit of an issue. Yeah, they bring everybody, and Yamsum will go down. Mid lane, they try to catch on Yopaj, aren't going to be able to. That is what they needed. Take down that Terrorblade.
Yeah, a bit of a gift there, I got to say. That's Yamsun just being way too greedy. You got to know, like, it's over, bro. You go to the jungle. Like, you
Right.
don't have a tower anymore. Timber's level 7. Go away. But he forces rotations, so I guess you could say that at least is part of it. But he's going to TP right to the tier 2 and start jungling.
Another one of these games, though, where this like slight lead, it makes me wonder, you know, who's going to come out swinging earlier. This is a big kill if they can get him. Does not have ulti skilled up yet. Smata will do it now. They wait for him to wear off, and now immediately going to bring down this Abba. So Fade making good use of his first ulti.
All holding the Rolling Thunder the whole time, too, in case any rotations came through. Bignum trying to set up in the mid lane as well, potentially, but nobody's ready for it. He's just going to end up trying to get the rune, but it spawns bottom, so unlucky. No Oracle to tell him where to go. And he's lucky to well, I shouldn't say lucky. He survives because of the ward that he has.
Yeah.
Gets him away from Devi Lama.
And while this pressure gets mounted onto the tower, they are not on Shopify able to immediately take this tower down mid. They have 4 heroes here, are expecting a response, but Bignum, with that great ward, it sees all of these movements.
Yeah,
And they know if you TP in, it's a glimpse away.
And I think they're just choosing not to confront this because, I mean, the creep wave is starting to die, but Pango's so close to defusal.
And a nightmare to start. Yopaj goes. Bignum backs away, does have 6, has stick charges, tries to run out. Bignum dead. That is tower gone.
Okay. Full commitment pays off from Shopify Rebellion. They get their tower. Gonna open this map up a little bit. But RCY is heading home right now to grab his Diffusal Blade, so big upgrade for the hero.
Yeah.
Actually, not quite. He's still 180 away. My bad. Thought he had it.
A lot of stacks in the Radiant Triangle too. 3 on the Ancients at least, which Timber can run through if he wants.
He just circled it, so I think he's thinking the same thing.
Right. Yamsun's still the most farmed in this game, though. Despite that earlier deaths on Terrorblade, he's still doing quite well.
All right. Fade is just going to... Did they just twin-gated past each other?
Wow.
They went through
And
at the
Devi is
same
dead
time.
because of that.
Because Hellscream...
Hellscream thought that they were... Oh, no.
It was like Freaky Friday. They just like switched sides
Oh
at the
my
same
god.
moment.
And now they get Yopaj in the mid lane too. He's dead. They lose both of those cores and they see the stacks.
Because he was trying to
Trent.
scout for this exact move. He's trying to
Trent,
protect his Timbersaw.
This is really bad for Shopify. If they lose these stacks now too, I mean,
They don't know. Wait. They don't. Oh, no. They didn't see them
okay.
actually.
No, they only. Well, I thought they saw the big one, but
I
maybe
mean,
they also.
they don't have enough.
Yeah, they can also just like deny them getting them by taking down this tower. I mean, I don't know. Speed, he might think about it. They're taking these ones. Now they see, hey, there's some bigger ones over here.
That's a hard one to deal with, though.
Yeah, Speed's just going to take some of these, and they all come in to reset. Wow. 3,000 gold lead. Our wild card going to do it, Trent.
I mean, they were slowly starting to get something going on Shopify. It was feeling pretty good. You know, it was costly rotations, but they were successful ones. This part hurting them a bit here is now Tomato gone on. Has his ulti ready, but man, the chunking of the HP here.
Yeah.
Fade, remember, he has his Orb of Corrosion as well here, so versus this Timbersaw as well, we might see that come into play.
He's going. Hellscream in some trouble. Aphotic Shield is out, but Bignum is already there, so that is going to be one dead hero. The Hex is out, not going to be enough to stop this, although they're moving in with Void Spirit, and now they catch and kill on the Bane. They haven't been able to bring down, well, they finally get him now, the Shaman. Batrider trying to play his way out of this one. Will be able to juke out and actually escapes. Holy. Fade, you need to be careful. Divine Llama is coming, but they come in with RCY now. Fade trying to get out of there, barely backing away, but he runs out of ulti form, and Speed getting chased by Devi has Chakram back up, but he hides away in his little corner, and that keeps him alive.
He's gaming.
Oh,
It's
but
your boy
RCY.
Speed.
They find RCY, but is RCY just going to kill Yopaj? Trying to get the right angle on him. Now on to Devi.
He has no
And
TP.
RCY just says, I'm out of here.
Yeah, so he's got to just roll out Autobot style. Speed, speaking of which, also no TP, so just stuck in the trees.
But again, what is this all leading up to? Terrorblade farming.
Oh, man. This is some wild stuff here. And Fade has some big decisions to make in terms of his itemization. He's thinking about just going straight up for the blink, so wants to target this Disruptor and this Shadow Shaman.
Wait, are they going to kill
is it,
Devi?
Lyrical?
Are they going to try to go for Devi here?
I mean, they have no lasso. Like,
But they have grip.
this will still be hard, won't it?
Yamsun kills Skem, but Speed has a lot of damage. Oh my god, he goes down. He does get the kill first.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. I did not respect the bat. Well done. I was a little nervous.
That was crazy.
And Bignum's really the big winner because he just gets all the XP on that. So shout outs.
Level 9.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Speed. Helping me out here. Yeah, there is a big gap in the supports for sure. Like, Speed's almost level 9. Bignum is level 9. We got barely level 7 on Skem and 7.5 on Hellscream. So feeling pretty good. And Divine Llama, talk about how we need to like carry this game. He's got to be big, huge. He is the top net worth, but he's being forced to go into the Lotus Orb next. So he can't go for these like these Agnums that they love to build on the Timbersaws to be like big and bulky and create some space in these team fights. He feels like he just needs these kind of middling items to try and survive through all these single target problems of Batrider and Bane.
Man, that is crazy. This is not the way that I thought this series would be going, but Wildcard have really leveled up their game and on the verge of being the representative from North America at TI. Absolutely crazy stuff.
It's still a long road from here.
Well, not that long if the game keeps going like this.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sold yet, Gabe.
Okay.
I believe in the Timber.
The Timber is scary. He's the second highest farmed hero in the game right now. Is he going to be able to freely cast his abilities? He is basically at a plate mail right now to finish off the Lotus. And that's when a lot of this stuff stops working. But the flip side to that, the danger, the flame break, ooh, just barely off the mark, not clipping him, and they'll get the Abba instead, who does not have an ulti up and ready. Is Divine Llama going to run back in here right now? Speed gets him. The lasso's there. And now with Big Nam, the Sunder from Yamsun to save the day. It's a team effort. It's a team effort.
Once your carry is sundering, I believe.
Oh.
They have become one. They have become the Borg. They've assimilated to a single unit of greatness on Wildcard.
Oh my God.
It's no longer 5 players. It's one mind and one spirit.
That was very, very good. Man.
And while we're watching that, like there was another solo kill as well from Fade. He just able to completely tear apart Skem by himself. So helping to propel himself even further after this Blink Dagger. It is a farming item when you can just solo supports.
Right. Yeah, it's nuts. And Bane, I mean, like you talked about, the hero of this tournament, it seems at least. They're finding people in the jungle, though. Looking for Big Nam, can't quite get him. Walking up the hill is the Batrider, but they also don't go for that. I mean, with like a glimpse on Disruptor, they just don't feel like they can force a fight, which is crazy.
Yeah, we often say this about this hero, but he is one of the worst feeling heroes when you're behind.
Yes.
Like there's just nothing you can really do.
Jeez.
You need to be hunting and chasing and glimpsing and creating these outnumbering situations. And when you're the ones on the back foot, it's just the only way to do that is to like TP back a Boots of Travel hero. And you're like, oh, we did it.
Holy moly. You know what this means, right?
What's it mean?
If Wildcard go to TI, we need more streamers to buy Dota teams. You know, Amaranth comes in, buys the freaking team. They're suddenly going to TI. we need the rest of them. Everybody buy a Dota team. You'll go to TI, I promise.
It's gonna be a lit panel segment.
All right, 6K gold lead. Smoke up now from both
Finally,
squads.
a hot tub interview.
Exactly. It's Ken
Jenkins and Amaranth.
as Yopaj will be found and killed. Not a chance in the world. Skem also going down. And can they find another health screen on the back foot? The dude is dying. And just like that, 7-20.
Oh, they're getting their vision. They're playing aggressive, just like last game, really. Very similar styles and ideas, and they're just not getting countered by Shopify. They're kind of just walking around right now, a little mindless, you know? Like think about Tomato. What initiative does he have to change the outcome of this game? Basically zero on this hero.
Like he can be a part of some moves, but what is the move? You know, how do you take a fight?
It's only Timber. That's it. I mean, that's not true. It's Void Spirit. It's Timber and Void Spirit.
Right.
Like they have the items for it in theory right now, but they're just getting outplayed and outvisioned.
I feel like they both need BKBs though too, because Fade is causing such an issue with the silence. Like they can't play their heroes the way they want. Like the last, you know, quote unquote fight that they had. All right, this is the play. This is what you've got to do. Like they have to make a big play like this and take down Roche.
And they're assuming that they're taking the Tormentor, and they are correct. They are moving their way there right now. So they're just saying, hey, they're going to Tormentor, so we need to use this opportunity to get Roche. They dropped the snakes, even though they probably didn't need to, but just to play it safe. So they can at least have something to do. Do you put him on Divide Llama? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
like
think
that.
that's the right call.
I mean, he's basically Storm, right? Like, think of it as a Storm Spirit is
Right.
how I like to consider the Timber Saw. When he gets his full mana, he's just kind of crazy again.
And I will say that, you know, this Night Stalker did not go for the Hand of Midas type of build. It's going in for BKB next. He's not really going to be like another core in terms of damage necessarily. That's definitely the TB. So it's not necessarily that he falls off, but more that he needs to like make sure he's getting stuff done with these items when he gets them. And if it ever stalls out a little bit, maybe things start to feel a little better for Shopify. But then again,
and
you're
that is
also playing
something-
into a Terrorblade.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we do know that TB's got the damage, and we know that Pango with the Ags also has the damage. So
Right.
that's probably going to be their next best timing, is Pango Ags coming up. Try and utilize that to take down these tier 2s. And meanwhile, Shopify, they got a plan. They have an Aegis. They're going to try and group up. They're going to try and bait somebody and get a fight off of it. And
Divide.
that fight might start on Divide Llama. Then this is not a jump. There's a shield.
Tomato's right there. Immediately takes it out. But can they kill off any of these heroes while RCY is rolling back and forth through it, finds the supports. Yopaj a little bit forward. This is an okay fight for Shopify. Although now they lose the Disruptor. That makes it a little bit worse.
I mean, they have 2 resonants. I think you got to try. This is your best chance.
They're looking, they're hunting, they break the ulti immediately. That's the start. Now the jump, Terrorblade, 4 staffed away. The sleep is there onto Divine Llama, passes it back over. Yemsun gets the Sunder. No!
Bonus.
He stays alive. Divine Llama doing everything he can to make this work. Well, at the same time, they're hunting the backlines. Fade, RCY hunting onto Hellscream, but RCY is also going to go down. Divine Llama, big hits, misses the chain there by virtue of the Firefly, but still,
You could have gave him
some
Dark
signs
Seer.
of life.
You could have gave him Darkseer, but you gave him his Timber Saw. What does he do? He gets his face in there, and he slaps on that Lotus. He baited Yamsun. He waited for the animation, then boom.
Yeah.
Lotus, pop back that Sunder, kill the Terrorblade. Like,
That was big.
That was their one moment. Like, this is, if there's any hope of getting this game back to even, that was the moment right there. And they could not retreat in that moment either. Like, even though they lost their Disruptor kind of early, it was their best chance of finding something. They're playing under Vision for a lot of that. Really well played for Shopify. Gonna cut this lead down a little bit.
And if you're wild card, how do you respond to this? You know what I mean? Like Fade is there going to blink out now. If they, I mean, there's a lot of different ways. You have to ride that balance between keeping the pressure on because you're still in the lead, but not overextending. As we're going to take another look at basically where they stand over the next couple of minutes. Like Bane is rushing to this Academ Scepter. It'll be tough to see.
Yeah, especially because he also wants the Yules now, so he gets jumped on by Hellscream and just snaked up, not messing around.
Glimmer to try and save his life. He's under there. Fade moves in. Bane actually living. That's crazy. That's crazy. Bignom's alive. Oh, he finally goes down. Yopaj comes in for the finish, and Divine Llama takes down Speed. Fade does kill Skem. But again, trading supports for support.
Radiant's courier.
Oh, and he's going to lose a career as well as Faye just keeps on rampaging through the Radiant side of the map. But they're going to cut that lead down even more. And they have to consider, like, can we get a Dispel to deal with this Timber Saw? Or, like, do we just have to wait it out? Because this Aghanim Scepter has no answer right now.
Yeah. Double jump. Fade gets away, though. What a big moment that steal of the Aegis was by Shopify while the Tormentor was being taken. That's the type of game-winning play that you need in these moments. Yemsun being hunted a little bit by Devi here. Do they think that he can do enough damage to make this work? Just going to TP right out. Hellscream can't get there in time.
There was no blink. He was so close. It was on cooldown. That would have been a massive kill. Very unfortunate there for Shopify. I mean, that would have evened things up, honestly. If they get that kill on Terrorblade right there, he's dead for a long time. Tomato's hitting Ancients and stuff. Like, the lead's basically down to 0 at that point. I mean, functionally, it kind of is at 0 right now because there are no moves for Wildcard. They're still waiting on this Aghanim Scepter finish from RCY before they feel like they can do anything.
Yeah, they have definitely stalled out a bit. I still think that like getting into the later stages, Terrorblade is the be all end all, but Timbersaw is a great answer for him. And how is the Terrorblade's farm? He's almost got a Scotty completed. A
That's
big
Ward.
smoke up.
Yeah, it's spots where Fade and RCY are going. They know where they're at right now. They're hoping they're going to show up on this wave and just going to jump and get the quick kill. But RCY just getting out of there.
Yeah.
Didn't like what he saw.
And it looks like they'll have a short pause now. 26 minutes. Wild card. Very close to being on their way to TI. If they can come away with the victory in this one, Shopify trying to push it to a game number 5.
Ooh, all right. Pause Dota. Very painful thing to happen in a game like this. So you gotta keep your head in the game in terms of like where everyone was. Gotta wait 1 minute being asked right now here from Wildcard.
It is also about to be a Lincoln Sphere done on Yopaj.
Okay, good choice. Again, dealing with these lassos and Fiend's grips. And, okay, so how the fights are going to break down right now is Wildcard have to try and find a jump kill without being countered by Blinking Rasta, Blinking Abba Shield, or the Lincoln Sphere.
Right. Yeah, that is an issue. Tomato almost has Manta, but they have a lot of save amongst a bunch of different people. Yeah, and the team fights are definitely starting to get more weird because, like, the silence from Night Stalker is good when you can stay on target, and he is actually almost done with a BKB. That also can make a big difference.
It's
His
huge.
ability to just stand there, because there isn't like any other damage once you get a BKB, pretty much.
Yeah, and he needs to ruin these saves. He needs to get in there with the big silences, too.
Right.
All right, Divine Llama is spotted here. He's playing
But there
pretty
is a
close to
ward.
them.
They see Bignum, though. They know what's going on. It has still been the case that I feel like Shopify has been getting great wards on the map and consistently able to just like read what's happening over Wildcard.
Yeah, it's allowed them to play pretty aggressive in a lot of these down situations as well, like Yopaj, where he's playing right now. Although the Dire seem to know where he's at here.
Yeah,
There's
so I'm
smoke
just going to
up.
TP out.
Oh,
I'm
Yopaj
looking.
might be getting... Oh, speed not going?
They're hunting, looking, spotting him. Yopaj sticking around a little bit longer. Jumps down to the low ground.
Remember, he's got
They
the
will
Lincoln,
pop
so...
the ulti, and they're on him. Silence is there. Can't get away. They break the Lincolns and have them now as the grip is out. Oh, the save, it's not enough. And now Tomato is in too far.
Oh,
They're going to
help
come in
screen?
too late with Divine Llama. Oh, man. Yamsun
Wait,
gets a
is-
little
is
bit
it
of a
too late?
separation now. And they turn, try and hit Bignum in some trouble. They're slowing down Divine Llama, keeping him kited. They will kill off Bignum. Can they do more? No more roll coming from RCY, but they're still thinking about chasing. Yamsum immediately there on Yamato. Good damage out from Fade, finds the kill on the Skem, and now it's a silence keeping them at bay. Fade thinking about going back in again as Divine Llama is already being brought down fairly low, but they won't chase anymore for that Timber, who is now the highest net worth in this game.
Does it again there. And that kind of ends up just being even, I think. I mean, they got like a 2K lead, but it's still only a 4K lead right now in the Dire.
Right.
A lot of that gold going to the Night Stalker as well. And 2,000 experience. Holy.
I know.
That's crazy. 17 and a half right now with 1,300 gold to boot after that BKB. And Divine Llama just looking terrifying. He is all the damage. Likewise, most of the damage is also the Terrorblade on the Dire there.
And with the double BKB disables, I think also like you've got this Bat Rider that can lock down Devi, but you need to wait out the Lotus for the Bane to get the grip on him. And that's where it starts to get like a little bit tough. Even once he gets the Agnum Scepter, like that won't stop the Lotus from just destroying you. Whoa. Disruptor buys a Hand of Midas.
I mean, I don't think I've seen him cast Static Storm more than once this whole game, so
Yeah.
maybe he just wants to attack. This is for the attack speed. This isn't this isn't even an Agnums.
Skem has had a tough series. It's been rough for the guy. That's for sure. But
He's just getting
maybe a
jumped
sign
on
of
by Night Stalker.
a sign of where they feel like this game is going, that they're going to need to get that Agnum Scepter eventually out of him. Yeah, he's got the greedy and he's got the Midas. He's just trying to scale.
It's just Scrooge McDuck over there, man.
Oh,
100 GPM and a Midas. Whoa. All right, big item. The Scotty versus
Scotty.
Timber.
Jump, high ground, finds him, disruptor. Almost immediately dead as the BKB comes out. RCY bouncing back and forth.
Skem.
The bottom side,
Hellscream.
they're
both
doing
gone.
good damage to Tomato, who is kind of in no man's land. And there's the grip. Does Devi go in? Can he even really take this fight? Speed still chasing, looking, hunting, wanting to find somebody to target. Yamsun getting hit by Devi Lama with the BKB going, but his entire rest of his team is gone. Sunder's Bignum now ready to walk away. Will be able to find a double kill, but can Devi get out? He does not have that much help at the moment, but Yopaj ready to jump in at a second. The Scotty, though, the damage is there, and finally, they find a way to take down Devi Lama.
Yopaj trying to game here on them, but Speed jumps in.
And Hunting, can they get him? He actually jumps forward, tries to take down RCY. It's a triple kill for Yamsun.
Oh, they went for it. They went for a big play on that one, and they got punished hard, and that's going to finish off that Basher now, too, which is really the thing that they are missing the most is just a little bit more control to help Yamsun. The fights are a bit of a scramble. Devi Lama, good prioritization, I think, going after that Night Stalker after the BKB dies, but the problem is the fight started by both supports just being gone. Like, immediately. Hellscream in the pit, dead. He just gets, like, 4 shot. Disruptor, dead. They know Hellscream just popped back. Skem doesn't have the buyback. And you're immediately fighting 3v5 into a meta TB. And yet, things still are kind of scary. Like, Devi Lama, you can see, still just blows up Fade here.
Right.
But, you know, nice thunder by Yamsun as well.
Yeah, taking his buddy out of the fight, but for the right reason. Obviously can't do it to Devi there. I think also these like areas where there's sort of limited trees to fight at does make a big difference. And like Wildcard, if they would have been able to get up to high ground there, maybe for Devi or something else like that, it could have been a better situation. But as we get back into the game now and out of the replay, it is going to be Aegis into the hands of Terrorblade now and almost a completed BKB. As RCY actually getting caught now, Static Storm is down, so they will kill the Pango. Okay. Skem getting a little bit of retribution finally, but that's a BKB from Fade. And he'll escape.
No shard on Yamsun, I just realized as well. So,
yeah.
Generally you really want that shard when you're playing the Terrorblade with the Aegis, because you want to be just like demon zealing and whatnot. So I imagine they're going to go for this Tormentor, because maybe he'll get one for free. And if he doesn't get it, Speed gets it. So win-win.
Right.
Speed also has the gold for BKB right now.
Yeah, that will be very helpful as well. We're 700 gold away from Bane getting an Agnum Scepter, as Fate has to blink away. Yeah.
Okay, that was a little bit scary.
Close.
And unlucky.
Yeah. Lasso.
All right.
Find Skem. And we'll get that kill. Yopaj has to back away. Wait a minute. They're collapsing on this, though. Yamsun kind of in a precarious spot. The Hex is there. The control comes out. Do they have any extra save? Yamsun turns, beats him down. Does have Sunder at the ready. Yamsun tries to get out of there. No! He's not going to be able to do it. That's Aegis down. Can they kill him a second time? Night Stalker is coming in from very far away. That is the BKB and now the runaway. He does have TP. So opting to stick around right now. I mean, he could have turned this. They're deciding to take this fight. Now he hits onto Yopaj. Good damage out. Can't quite get the kill, though. And with RCY rolling, it is looking like a problem and a dead Terrorblade. He could have TP'd out of there. RCY is going to die a second time to Static Storm, and Fade just has to get the hell out of here. Am I crazy? Did they have something to break the TP?
Maybe Abba? Yeah, Abba has Basher.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense then.
Yeah, that's not get stunned at some point. Yeah. team just felt like they kind of had to fight him, and very correct, I would say. Pretty unlikely you're going to get out in that situation. Now they have the Abyssal as well to really ensure.
Oh.
And there is no Lincolns on the Dire side to try and help, much like the Radiant one.
Jeez.
This game is just all Timber. Like they said, go ahead, pick Timber into Terrorblade. We're not scared.
Yep. Apparently.
They should have been scared.
It's a little bit insane. I mean, the Scotty makes a big difference. The BKB helps. I think that time, like, they just felt so safe for whatever reason, and then getting collapsed on, like, the team fight became very difficult. But these BKBs on wildcard should make the fights way easier, and that one just started terribly.
It's true, but now there's BKB on Timber and Void Spirit.
That was a refresher that got taken away from Timber.
Yeah, he's always been wanting that one too. He's still missing. Actually, he has the gold for it now, so yeah, he would have had it.
Jeez.
Now
Oh,
the Agnum's
man.
done for Bignum.
My heart can't handle this. It's too much.
Take it. Some Shrine of Wisdoms here.
Just 2,000 gold separating these two squads.
Yeah, basically nothing at this point, and it just comes down to the jumps and the saves. That is where we're at right now. Tomatoes blink into shield to just nullify any jumps that they have.
But
What to do? He immediately
Lasso.
ults, of course.
pops the ulti. That's one down. Can they find any more? Fade gets glimpsed back. So Abba ult on cooldown for 60 seconds. Lasso on cooldown for 40.
That was interesting. Is the reason we're not like blink silencing or something at the same time?
Yeah, that I imagine that's going to be the only time that happens this game. But a little bit of a mix up there.
Well, unfortunately, the ulti is just, at this point in the game, it's 70 seconds, but 70 seconds can be pretty easy to wait your way through in these kind of fights. So
Right,
it's not going to result in anything for them.
The bigger issue is the Night Stalker having his on cooldown.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. 3 minutes until nighttime.
And I do feel like we're getting to that territory now where,
Divine Llama's in their base.
Yeah, we're getting to the territory where they are running out of damage a little bit, particularly with this Night Stalker not having a ton, and this tower is going down. They need to deal with
kind of
this.
chunks. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, it got increased by 10% in 7.39. Oh,
Yeah, flamethrower is good, but they're letting this happen, not bringing people back yet. They have the Curse of Avernus attack speed bonus too. They're getting racks.
what are we
Manta?
saving up for down here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what the call is. I guess Night Stalker ulti is what they're waiting for.
Yeah.
But that is a full set of racks gone. Granted, it matters less at this stage in the game, but still, you do not want to be giving that up for nothing.
Oh my. This has been quite the match there, Lyrical.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a chatty game 5, I feel like.
You think so?
Whichever way this breaks down, I feel like at the end of it all, there's going to be a lot of typing. That's what I'm thinking. This game's real quiet. Not a lot of voice lines or anything.
Yeah.
Wildcard knowing they kind of had a big edge, but weren't able to really turn in anything massive. Shopify knowing that things are still a little bit spooky if they miss a couple of spells, so we're all focused on the game. But now another big item is, God, Dota's just so crazy now. This guy's an Eggs, Diffusal, Basher, Blink, Refresher at 38 minutes. Just totally normal itemization. And yet he's one of the poorer heroes,
Right. Yeah, the double Rolling Thunder is going to make a big difference. Also, Nullifier done means these supports are even worse off than they were before. Shaman needs to get that BKB for him to be able to stay alive at this stage. But 2,000 gold now into the favor of Shopify, and Wildcard really struggling to come up with answers at this point.
Yeah, and they're just going through the checklist here. Like they're going to grab the wave down bottom. They're going to push it into the tier 2. They're going to take that down. They're going to go check for Roche after that. They're going to play for the Aegis. Then they're going to start hitting the high ground with Timber or Abba. And they're going to force Wildcard to make a play.
Imsun almost has Daedalus, and he is still like the highest right-click damage hero in this game. Like Abba hits really hard, but Terrorblade is, I think, still on a little bit of another level just because of how hard it is for Abba to get on top of heroes.
Yeah, he needed this Chrysalis so bad. He's been trying to get it for a while. He has no buyback. Like he is buying out for this damage. Because my worry is that even with the refresher Pangolier and this Night Stalker and everything controlling, the damage is feeling a little lacking right now. It'll get back up there. You know, we're paraboling a little bit here, but I feel like he's starting to come out of a bit of a dip where it felt like his damage was kind of ineffective unless it was absolutely perfect, like full illusions up and everything. After the Daedalus, it's kind of more like, as long as I'm there, I can do my thing.
Right. Well, again, waiting for the next Roche, as it is capable of respawning very soon. And for Wildcard, obviously a decent place to fight in there, but it has proven hard to fight anywhere because of all of these saves that Shopify have. Tomato on this Abba has just been a thorn in their side constantly. With the shield rune, there's no way in hell that they're going to be able to burst him down.
And we got another max spawn Roche, by the way.
Yeah.
So Tomato's just sitting there for no good reason. I think he's not coming back for a while.
They're walking
and here we
up.
go. There's no forward vision here. They don't see anything. There's Tomato. How do you jump him, though? Is there going to be silence? What are we doing? There it is. There's
the silence, the control. They also find that Shaman needs to run away. RCY still bouncing around, but no Shaman at the start of this fight. Devi, he is on to the Terrorblade. Terrorblade gets pushed to the low ground. Now they Nightmare and leave him alone. Scam's stuck up on the high ground. Fade starts to beat into him, but gets over the top and gets away. No more Bane. Devi Lama trying to deal with this Bat Rider, but Bat pops the BKB and now backs away. Buybacks coming in mass and immediately TP out. But the Abyssal, they found the Terrorblade. Oh, TB in some trouble. Now they have to fight as they've got him under control. Nowhere left to run. Thankfully for Wildcard, they do have buyback on Terrorblade at this point.
I mean, the arrow was drawn down mid by Divine Llama. Like, they went in for this fight feeling like they were falling behind. Like, they had to find an engagement to get a fight so they can actually win the Roche. But they tried to use their vision to their advantage and get in here, and they just can't get a good jump. Like, they're just finding this Abba first. It's not going to be the hero to win you the fight. Like, they try and get the silence there, but there was a quick hex that stopped the lasso from Hellscream. He immediately died after, but he stopped that initial lasso in combination with the silence. Like, actually, like, bring him down kind of low. So Tomato just... You know, he got lassoed, he got to pop his ulti, and Divine Llama is just running full tilt all over this entire fight.
Well, buildings are falling, needing to come up with answers. They've dropped snakes, they've pressured out mid, and it looks like they're actually not going to fully commit to that as they get the buyback from the Terrorblade. So they will keep their melee racks mid alive and their bottom tier 3 tower alive.
And now Roche is there with a massive bounty. Cheese, refresher shard, and the banner.
Yeah, this is really huge for them. Wildcard, it feels like you have to contest this. If you give up Roche right now, oh man, they're not going to get there in time, I don't think. Radiant are scanning. It's too hard to run in there like this.
I mean, Abba's so fast.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way. So Shopify will get Aegis. And Wildcard, so close to being on their way to TI, are now going to have to play from behind in this game and not let those emotions boil up if we go to a game at number 5. For Shopify, I feel like they kind of just got to play it safe now. They've got so much of a net worth advantage. They've got the buyback advantage. The only people that don't have buyback are these two supports on Radiant.
Do you think Skem's going to get an eggs? Is he going to make it? I've never seen a Midas pay off so hard. This guy's at 3K. Yeah, there he is. He cues it up.
Nice. That's
He's
big.
believing.
You know,
let's go
what-
Scum.
So obviously a win condition for Shopify is they kill Terrorblade, right? Do you think it's a win condition killing the 2 supports on Wildcard? Like if there aren't those supports there for a save and it's a really long respawn time, how much does that matter in the context of these fights?
I think the dream is you kill Yopaj really, really fast.
Okay.
Then the supports, and then Divide Llama, but you have to do all that without Divide Llama killing you.
Okay.
Because with his refresher, it's a crazy amount of damage that he bursts out very, very fast.
Right.
Like, the fact that his longest spell is 8 seconds, he's buying a refresher, like, this, I mean, yeah, it's a BKB refresher, kind of, but it's kind of also just a mega burst refresher. That's a lot of the part of this item, is that you just
Right.
want to do everything twice and just, like, blow up this Timbersaw super fast, or blow up this Pango really fast.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's going into the 5v5, and it's really hard to win these fights because there's just too many saves. Like, you're never going to get a lasso pull away. I
Yeah.
cannot see a world in which it happens.
Well, some of that is Batrider has not gone all the way in for a force staff either, so it makes it hard for him to get a quick pull away. Maybe if you get that, like they're slow on the reactions or something like that, but you're depending upon basically Shopify to make a mistake, and a mistake they haven't made all game.
Now, Pyrrha Cloak, that could be something. I didn't think about
Oh.
that. The Fade Pyrrha Cloak, maybe that's what does it, you know?
Okay. They've got double. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Okay. All right. Okay.
What the hell?
He got slept alone. I don't know. Spends the whole game not getting slept. Gets slept completely by himself. They're probably like, well, he can't be alone, so we'll sleep him.
That is
I don't know.
unbelievable.
That's not good.
And now,
Oh, that's an
I
Axe
mean-
career. Oh, not the Axe. No.
Scam.
He just looks dejectedly at the secret shop, like, as if maybe the body had dropped the items. He's like, are they there? Yo, Posh, do you see my items on the ground?
Oh no, poor Scam. He's pissed. He wants to glimpse something. Oh,
All right,
Poor
well, that's not
Scam.
great.
all right. Well, the Divine Llama death is scary, but it doesn't really change that much.
Well, it stops them going high ground with Aegis.
That's true. That's fair. It's a good point.
I think they wanted to do that, Lyrical.
That's a good point too. You know, you're not wrong. And I guess it does let Yamsun get another item. Dude, does he just go Rapier?
I mean,
Is it even that good?
I think so. I think like he just has to right click.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could he go? Like a Swift Blink, maybe, if he just wants to like try and like if they just want to actually make their other stuff effective.
Right.
Because in theory, it's much harder to react if they just all blink on someone and try and blow them up like they're cosplaying Divine Llama kind of a little bit, you know?
But if they do that, then Divine Llama can jump on them and blow them up. I guess not if they have BKBs, though.
And Outworld Staff. Obviously, he'll just dodge all the spells.
All right, they're going high ground.
All right.
Wards
still here.
down. Speed there. Do they go? Flame break, push back. Thinking about it. Get the BKB, but pulling him in.
no way.
Where's the
Ain't no
save?
way.
They're not
Ain't no
nearby.
way.
And then the lasso. Oh no, Divine. Not like this. Not like this. It shouldn't be like this. It can't be like this. Wait a minute. Yes, it is. Another interrupt. The chase down and the kill. They get him. And now Yo punches in too far. They got a little too greedy, but they do get the megas. But the problem
No,
is,
no, there's not. There's mid-racks. There's still mid-racks.
oh, they do. Oh my God. What an unbelievable moment right there. The flame break pushback to break the chains, and Divide just getting a little bit too greedy. 2 times.
Okay. All right. We're going to take a deep breath here.
Oh.
Man, he got pulled back into oblivion. Help! Help me, team! Just so far back.
They couldn't
And
get there.
RCY jumps through. I mean, the team was just not there. How did Yopaj die? I missed this completely.
I mean, they
He got
just
silenced, stunned, dead. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Got it.
Worth noting, got Ags on Disruptor now.
Oh, okay.
He has Blink too.
That actually is pretty big because they need a
there's-
desperation play here.
Wait, but they don't have ABBA for 40 seconds. He's 700 gold away. Do they know this? Are
There's
they
also
aware?
there's also Silver Edge here.
Oh, Trent, we've seen this before in TI qualifiers. Team going for the all-in play. It has sometimes not worked, and sometimes it does. There's the batch. The Static Storm is down. Do they have the damage to kill off Yemsa? No. The Nightmare save is there, and he's living. They
RCY.
take down the Disruptor. And RCY in pretty far. You cannot overextend right now as the buybacks come out. Wildcard will retreat.
And Divine Llama going to save his. He does not want to create a win condition of dying. Okay, so Yopaj has bought back. That is the big thing here. They're going to be wanting to kill him. Yopaj's current itemization, he has the Lincoln Sphere, he has the BKB. So if they can force a Lincoln's pop, they might just end this game.
It's an
If they get into
amplified
position.
damage on Yamsun. He's waiting for somebody to step out of position. They see Yopaj right there. Yamsun wanting a big moment.
Divine Llama?
Are they going too far though? Are they overextending? It's gonna be Divine Llama caught for the moment. The roll, where'd the roll go? Wait,
He's on
what?
RCY. He's on Tomato.
Okay, they got him there. Now the catch, but nobody's hitting Divine Llama. They immediately break it, and now the Nightmare to walk away. Things getting squirrely. Things getting weird. This is not the way you want to be taking this fight. I understand the amp damage, but that play is now done. They have to back out.
Yeah, their base is also completely assaulted right now. The waves are very much pushed in. Speed trying to clear the sides. There's a boost of travel picked up now from RCY. He knows that he needs some ability to help out here. He's also very close to buyback, so he can buyback and bots it with these, which is probably what he's hoping for.
Worth noting.
This,
Oh, go ahead.
this lets Speed get on the map because you don't really want your bat showing clearing waves.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say it's worth noting that they have a glyph available on Dire. They do not have a glyph at this point on Radiant. Shopify, if they get caught out of their base and TP is broken, you could end the game at this situation.
It is a
So
fast
it's something-
respawn as well.
They got to keep it in mind.
It'll be up in about 40 seconds. Vision on the map right now, just nothing. A little bit of vision on their own side. Great vision inside the base, I should say, for both teams. Both teams seeing inside Radiant base. So they know that the Radiant team is out there.
Yeah.
That's why they are running to their base and hiding.
Yeah. And a smoke up is not going to translate into anything for
I see why.
Shopify right now.
Defend Dire base. Good ping, good ping.
I like that.
Clear comms, clear comms. this is where the game gets real crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Can they
Dalai Lama.
stay in an okay position? Fade is over here looking to break a smoke, trying to see if he can spot anybody. So is Big Gnome, and Divine Llama's right there. They jump and find and kill Bane. He does have buyback. That's Gem down as well.
Doesn't instant click it. He's going to hold out, but the Roche, they know what's up. In they go.
And
Okay,
Bane will
there's the
buy back
buyback.
now. Okay, and now
And,
Shopify.
oh, that ward. They see them. I didn't realize. That's a good ward. It gets killed.
There's also that other ward over on the high ground, which you have to be aware of. Now, if they can hold out for 2 more minutes, wildcard, Roche is going to pass through, and that might be another way that you can hold this ground, but they need to defend their base also from all these creeps. They're going up to the area where Bat Rider is.
Hellscream's going crazy. He wants it.
Oh, he's thinking
snaking,
about it.
He's snaking the racks.
They're going in to snake the racks. Can they get this? They have the glyph still.
Yamson's mid with the creep wave.
Very afraid to
they
jump in
base
and
racing?
do this. They're thinking about it.
I think they try and punish and pull them back from the Roche.
I think that they might. The other question is, if they're going Roche right now, how much damage can you do on wildcard? And yeah, they're just going to go straight for it. Force them back. Now TPing a couple. It is Divine Llama back already, but now they can maybe
Fade.
take this fight. Fade is
can
looking. He's
see.
hunting. He's ready to jump. He's already cleared a spot. Jumps right into the middle of it, but he gets bashed. And Yopaj gets the Aegis. What a bash. Item down on the ground. That's Roche's banner. Nobody cares about that junk. But the real problem is that Tomato is, well, okay, he has a refresher. He blinks away. He's fine.
But that'll do. Everybody just panics and gets out.
Yeah.
No one commits for a fight. The Rax is still alive in the Dire base. The Creeps thankfully avoiding it and targeting the tier 4s instead as they come from the side lanes.
Oh, God. I feel like I'm going to throw up. This game is too much.
Bignum dropped another set of wards inside the Radiant base. So they still have this crazy amount of vision inside of Radiant base right now.
Yeah. Understanding where they're at. They can see couriers heading over, all of that stuff. It's Batrider going for having a completed Aeon Disc, which Divine Llama almost takes out. Okay. If he was A-clicking, it would have been dead.
Bro was just looking at the creep wave. He doesn't even know.
All right. Oh, man, Trent. Less than 1,000 is separating these two teams, basically, at this point.
Oh, we're 5 minutes away from the tier 5s. Wildcard are 1 win away from going to TI. Bignum's been trying to do this shit for 13 years.
That's right. For those of you that don't know, Bignum been playing Pro Dota for 13 years, has yet to go to TI, and this could finally be the time when it happens. To try and stop that from happening, Yamsum shows for a moment. Decides not to go. They're still queuing up and ready to go with the Thunderbolt. They drop down the wards, try to take him out as quickly as they can while RCY stops the hits. They're still hanging on to that glyph. Have not been forced to use it yet. God, I don't know though if Shopify can handle another like death in the base like that though. Like diving for racks and stuff. I think if you do that, you might just lose the game.
I mean, yeah, Yo Punch isn't advised for 90 seconds, so yeah, I don't think they want to do it yet either. Dude, I don't know if they can handle Divine Llama playing like this. Hellscream's just like, please, brother, I'm just gonna sit next to you and just hex you or do whatever I can. I'll throw my body in if I have to.
Yeah.
Because they really do not want to spend his buyback.
Oh, he's queuing up a Lincoln's. Okay. So Devi will have a Lincoln's now as well. Wildcard getting out on the map.
What is Hellscream gonna snake again? No, he doesn't have snakes. He gets scanned.
They're scanning. They know. They see Devi. Fade, ready to jump, and they get him. Tries to TP out. Ethereal form. Got him. Using grip for it even.
All right. Close.
They did use a lot for that though.
Well, they did. They're playing really aggressive there on Hellscream.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he feels like he has to play by Devi, and Devi's playing crazily.
Yeah, he kind of ditched him, eh? He just hit that max timber chain. And he was like, see ya. All right, we got 3 minutes left here. It's also daytime, which is a big issue because there is no ulti for a minute and a half, and it's 2.5 minutes till night.
I also don't think, though, that with Shaman dead, they're going to try and make anything happen on Shopify. Well, I say that. They smoke up with Scam and Yamato.
Is there a world where he has to buy Refresher on Night Stalker?
On who?
On the Night Stalker, like...
Eventually, yeah.
Because, man, he's so trash during the day.
It's pretty bad.
And, like,
2
he
minutes.
has the attack speed 25 instead of the cooldown.
Right. Oh, all right. Refresher on TB. Okay.
They're going in here.
Devi
Stunned,
tries to make
broken.
that move happen. Good
Lincoln's?
damage out. Lasso, no. No.
He
Lincoln
just got
gets
that
away
Lincoln's.
from it. But still not feeling comfortable sticking around to secure that melee racks. They're keeping it alive,
They
stopping
didn't
the
force
mega
the
creeps
glyph
from
either.
happening.
Yeah, but he
Yeah.
had the snakes.
And they will be ready. Break that Lincoln's. Now catch. Divine Llama starts to go down. Interrupts for a moment. Hits. They have the glyph finally used.
They got
And
the
now-
snakes, though. Snakes. Oh,
Yeah, it's
they
down.
got him.
They got it. They got it.
Okay, now someone pass him the refresher shard. And put more snakes up there. I think they've all been used, though.
Yeah. All right. Well, they forced out the glyph. That's something. And this should secure getting to tier 5 neutrals, which obviously aren't as insane as they used to be, but are relevant.
I mean, the books are probably going to be pretty impactful in a game like this.
Yeah.
The Helm of the Undying, of course, is still pretty top tier. We saw it a lot in our last tier 5. Stygian would be huge. Whew, okay. I can't believe this mid-melee Rax is alive.
I also kind of think that like the XP on some of these supports could be pretty huge also. Particularly the Disruptor, right? If he gets that 25.
Oh, Shaman? Okay. He's using his innate very wisely. So, no, sorry, he just was almost dead.
Yeah.
But, you know, innate doing work. It's okay. Yeah, Disruptor could be huge. And then Bane, the +3 on the Fiend script, maybe, you know?
Yeah. All right, let's see who gets what. And it's back tonight again. Oh God, I was not ready for this. Yeah, a lot of Greater Healing Lotuses there too. They're ready for the blocks of cheese. They have 2 of them, so they put one on Void Spirit, one of the blocks of cheese.
Little finger stretch break here. Everyone immediately stretching it out.
Skem can also pass over the other one, so if they want, they could do double blocks of cheese as this timing with the tier 5 neutrals.
Wait, they can do double, did you say?
Yeah, because Void Spirit has 1 block of cheese, and then Abba has a cheese, and then they also have the 3 lotuses with Skem.
Yeah. Oh, man. At least we got that one game where they had a real block of cheese when it was like the infinite broken thing. That was kind of cool.
I don't remember that one. What was the infinite broken thing?
It used to last forever.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the tier 5 neutrals. I think only Timber has access to it. He's got Book of the Dead, Divine Regalia, Fallen Sky.
I just tried to look up the changelog of block of cheese. Yeah. And I just usually when I do it for Dota stuff, I just like look at it, right? Like I just Google the thing, but I just Googled a block of cheese as if that would just give me an instant image of just a block of cheese.
That's sick.
You know, I've just of course they'll bring me up the Dota block of cheese, but no, it just brought me up a nice little block of cheese. Not what I was looking for. Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, they just paused and then chose device item, and then they're ready to go now, which is funny. They went Book of the Dead, and then he went Debuff, Duration, and Spell Amp. The other choice could have been 40 for primary attribute, but deciding instead to go for more damage, basically.
All right. Whew. Boots travel in the Shao Shaman. Oh, we're gaming now.
Yeah. I want to see if there are any more of these tier 5s. Abba ends up going Divine Regalia and then the attack speed and magic attack damage.
Okay.
Are there any more? They don't have them yet on Dire. They need to get out
kept
there.
The monocle.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, no, he hasn't gotten his yet. He's still on tier 4.
What?
Yeah.
How's that possible?
Well, because he wanted to keep the other one for the GPM for a while.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Fair enough. Just I feel like monocle's so good.
They're moving in again to try and use the Book of the Dead to take down the Rax, and they get some of it. Oh, out on the map, Fade. Are you going to be okay out here, buddy? They find him. Abyssal Blade, BKB, run away. Do they have any way to kill this guy? He glimpsed and pulled back and Static Storm down. Yeah, he is dead. Does have buyback, though.
And also has neutrals now, too, so could have had a Minotaur Horn. That would have been good.
Yeah. They need to get the rest of their items. They don't have them all yet. And almost everybody on Shopify does.
Okay, there is no glyph for a minute and a half, and Hellscream is making his way in. He has boots of travel, and he's got a surplus. Come on, baby.
I think they
he's
just
going.
Yeah, I think they just have to take it now and give it up if you're wild card. I think you can't do it otherwise.
Man, this is such a relief for the Radiant. Like, it is
Yeah.
so much more pressure when it's megas.
Yes.
It's so much harder to get. You basically have to throw 5 heroes in, and everyone has to die to lose the game now. Because it's just so hard to deal with the creep waves. I mean, that's not, I guess maybe not necessarily true as long as you have all your bots and everything up, but it does just make so much more pressure appear on the side of the map for your opponent. So,
right.
good news for Shopify. As Yamsun also trying to figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah, Yamsun has it, and then also the Pango. Pango goes Divine Regalia, and then the attack speed magic damage. So looking for just more out of it. And he also went for Revenant's Brooch. That is a really interesting collection of items. TB could still go Stygian if he wants, or there's Divine Regalia.
Okay.
I'm not sure which way they want to go.
How do you win this game? As wild
Yeah, I don't
card.
know.
It is a tough one. It's, I mean, it feels like it's one of those pull them into the well situations. Or just get a crazy pick off. Like, you know, you have a ward down when you see this disruptor farming solo on the side of the map.
Right. I mean, they
Honestly.
just need more damage. Terrorblade to freely hit in these fights, which he can do with the BKB and the refresher a little bit, as long as Abba's not on him. So, like, it just gets very difficult trying to hold all these things together. And what did he buy out on Yamsun? Oh, he didn't buy out yet. He still has 10,000 gold. Like, he at least needs to get a
Oh,
moonshot.
fight
He's
bottom?
not... Okay.
They tried to get something there with the disruptor ulti, but didn't succeed.
Oh, Bat Rider. Interesting. Yeah, spider legs, Minotaur horn. He goes for Minotaur horn and the cast range.
I wonder if that's partially just because his BKB's down. It's like, if they push right now, I need to be able to play Dota.
Yeah. I mean, having the extra range on Lasso is really nice. That's level 30 Timber now. First hero to hit it. RCY thinks about rolling in, finds it onto Yopaj. Immediately there with the grip, and now the control. Hellscream in trouble. Mono manages to find the catch with the
that's
Abyssal
Aegis.
Blade. That's one time down. Can they do it again?
Do they even want
Divine
to?
Llama shows up. Yeah, it looks like no. They're okay just sitting back.
All right. So remember, grip only has a 55-second cooldown, so it's not that bad. You grip to kill the Aegis. That's fine. Scam all alone. He's why? Why do you trust your Shadow Blade, sir? So far alone.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Okay, dead for 2 minutes. The other thing that I'm kind of looking at here, and I'm still just trying to figure out what the game plan is for Wildcard. Yamsun has 2 big items for artifacts that you could go, Divine Regalia or Stygian, and then he has 2 different enchantments he could go, which is the base attack time reduction or the attack speed and magic attack damage. But he gets
I think he's
increased
waiting-
damage.
I think he's just waiting for Regalia. That's my assumption. Like, he's just gonna make it when he knows the fight is imminent, because he doesn't want to get picked off and die. Like, in case he has to buy back. I think that's the only reason you would wait this long.
Interesting. I mean, that makes sense to me. I guess that's a question of why RCY didn't do it, but he has enough buttons to press anyways on this Pango.
Yeah, he's busy, you know. I would like if they tried to get the outpost, because I'm worried about, like, I guess at this point there's buybacks bots on everyone anyway, so who cares about the outpost? I'm gonna accept. Actually, they all have it.
TB buys out for Aghanim's Blessing. That's pretty good.
Okay. The terror wave.
Oh,
Go lagged.
66 minutes. Dude, if Wildcard win this, it is going to be the most hype pop off ever. Or they're just going to be so exhausted that they like immediately just pass out.
I mean, I'm never going high ground on Shopify. Come meet me in the fields of battle. I'm not coming in there. I won't go into the den of lions.
I mean, they're going. They are going.
All
And
right.
who do they find? Divine Llama is there. They're hoping that they get somebody, but look at how back Shopify are, how far back they are. Yeah, and speed, just going to grab this wave down bottom. They need to push out top too. It's so hard to fight.
It's just so funny to watch mid laners killing neutrals on the side of the map at 67 minutes.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I don't know what it is. It's just like we just have so many creeps everywhere, and we have to mid max everything all the time before we can end the game. And it's just like, what do these creeps do, man? Haven't they done enough?
Right.
Haven't they suffered enough this game?
Well, back to the Ancient. God, you remember when tier 4 towers had regen?
I thought you were going to talk about Ancient Guardian. Defending
no.
your base with plus 100 damage. That was a good one.
That is a good one.
Yeah, it's probably for the best they don't, huh?
I don't know. I kind of like it. Having like these games that, you know, you get to 60 minutes, it feels pretty cool.
Did you see that Lich talent with the Undying Tombstone? That was pretty funny. It makes it like
Yeah.
unkillable.
Right.
Now there's an overthrow strat.
142 gold off of bounties. But I think that we're in a situation now where gold does not solve these problems anymore.
I do love me a good buyback chart at this point. It's just yes, 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 yes.
Right. Level 30, was there anything else that really changed there? The AoE miscoil. Abba's queuing up the Axe Blessing next, and then Dissimulate Roots for 2 seconds on Yopaj. So other things to kind of keep in mind while all this other stuff is happening in this game.
It just becomes such like nonsense, really.
Yeah.
At this point, like there's every hero's level 30 or 25, and they've all got like 18 abilities, and it's just like there's only a couple super mega key ones in that one team fight. It's like who got the grip, you know what I mean, or like who got the hex, and it just every tiny little itty bitty one can be the one that decides who got the Midas.
Right.
Yes, indeed. The most important of questions. God, most value Midas I've ever seen in my life.
Honestly, he's level 25 now too, so that Static Storm is huge.
Yeah, it's a big one.
It's really nice if they can get that. You know what though? Because of all of like the Helm of the, or rather the Book of the Dead creeps that are coming out, they're kind of staying a little bit even in net worth. Like the lead is not ballooning that much, and in fact, RCY spots Skem. Oh, Skem, poor old Skem, as he is gonna die now. Wait, did they find more? Hold on, Divine Llama nullified, bashed. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 They get it. The silence is there, but now the lasso, the control, the right clicks coming through the terror wave. Divine Llama is immortal. You cannot kill this Timber Saw. All the saves coming out from the friends. Yamsa throws out another round of the Terror Wave, but there it is, the Static Storm, and they take down the Terror Blade. It's a double buyback immediately. They know what's coming, and they find him. Fate is there. Gets caught, gets killed. Yo, and you know what's crazy about that? They used everything on Terrorblade. He does not have meta. Oh, wait, no, he does. He has it back up. Never mind. That was Demon Zeal that he doesn't have.
And he also made his Regalia now.
Yeah. He knows what's
his
up.
plan. His plan worked.
He's going to need to get a big hit here. And I don't know if they're going to have what it takes to deal with this.
Oh, he needs... Night Stalker needs to get a courier. Because I think he needs a refresher for his BKB. Oh, he's only got a 4,400 surplus anyway. Never mind.
Man, that buyback from Skem. To get him back
part of
into
the plan.
fray. Exactly.
And look, he's still there finishing his job. He's killing the wards that got him. Killing some creeps, you know. He's busy.
Oh my god. And now Timber has an Aeon disc too. Just cause. You can't deal with that guy. He's immortal. But the Regalia may be an opportunity. He needs to get a Divine too, it feels like, on Yamsun.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. He's going to need bots too for sure, though. Because they just need a YOLO theoretical play.
Right. Yeah, they got to run it down a lane if they can win a fight and just make it happen. And in the meantime, they're just slowly, steadily pressuring this down. Hellscream gets an Ags.
Okay.
So
All right.
the Ether Shock on a target. And, I mean, he does have the Ether Shock damage, too. So it's 660 when you take into account Spell Amp.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
I think they're in a state now where, and I don't think you can do this against Mega Creeps, but it feels like they have to try and like backdoor or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
It's or like try pushing down the wave and hoping that like one person comes to kill it. You get the kill on that. You force the wave past the river and you try and get a Roche like at that timing. Feels like that's kind of play because if they just wait for the Roche on Shopify and they come high ground, even if they don't come high ground, if they just like choke out the map even more and more and more, it's never going to go well for you. But maybe that's what they'll do. They'll just force Shopify to take the slightly disadvantageous state of coming high ground versus them because buybacks are broken.
oh, they actually, is that the second round of neutrals now? So Book of the Dead and the debuff duration, and then we get what, debuff duration and spell amplification on Void Spirit too. Interesting. Oh, G Willikers, Trent.
Yup.
It's a lot.
It's stressful.
I know. And again, like I'm just looking at the graph here. There's so much stuff on it.
Who do you think?
What's up?
Who do you think has suffered the most in this game? Like, which player is the least happy? I have a theory that it's Tomato because I can't imagine playing position 1 ABBA for 74 minutes, only have 4 kills, and have 862 last hits. That just sounds miserable to me.
That's fair.
It's a lot of like work that you have to do that's not even that fun to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel bad. But at the same time, they're winning, so that feels okay.
It's winning is the key thing in Dota to make one happy. That is true.
Yeah. My God. All right. Well, Roche, it makes a little yelling sound. And that signals it is time to go forth and secure themselves another Aegis, as well as potentially getting that another block of cheese at the ready and a refresher for Disruptor.
Yeah, there's a lot of Lotuses around here. Fate is trying to get some Mad Stones to make something here of himself due to his disgraced regalia.
Yeah. He needs it because he's not getting anything right now.
No.
But it looks like he's going to actually manage to get a decent amount.
I don't know if he'll get 20 before they hit high ground, though.
No, that is a problem. And it's daytime right now too. Yeah, this is a tough push. Although
Just hold them back, team.
I don't know if Shopify really want to fight in that way, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true.
Like they can just send in all their Books of the Dead and slowly whittle down the towers.
Oh, God, it's taking so long.
Look, they took a tier 4 tower. I think that you're kind of okay just doing it like this. It's a little bit anticlimactic, but like it also works really effectively. They're actually just taking the tower, and when they do this to the throne, there also is equally not an answer.
All right, here we
They're
go.
starting to go forward. Static Storm down, in trouble, but Nightmare gets RCY to the far side, but the throne exposed and being hit. 76 minutes, and we have been waiting for this moment, and there is just not enough in the world, it feels like, to stop the pressure. Devi Lama moves on in. They hit the throne. We are going to a game number 5. Shopify even up the series.
Oh, look at the reaction there. The chairs just slide back. The arms just go. I was like, oh my God.
I know. Oh,
Ooh.
man. Trent.
76 minutes ago, we began this nice little journey. Another
Yeah.
long match between these two teams. This time, Wildcard not getting the better of it. And Shopify firmly saying that we want that game 5. We want another shot at it. And man, what a long, arduous road it was. And then a late game that was, they only lost support heroes after the 50-minute mark.
Yeah. I mean, they just couldn't do anything else.
No.
And you called it earlier. You're wondering, is it the right choice to give them the Timber over the Darkseer? And I think the play, if you're like discounting player hero comfort, if you're just thinking about your own game and trying to execute it and not be thrown off, is what they did. I just think realistically, like you're talking about, there was that other option.
I mean, they banned it 3 games. They thought maybe they could do it. And Divine Llama, like, he is the only reason they got this game win. Like, he stabilized a game that they had no right winning and played extremely well throughout it. I mean, it really is that simple. He just did so much work for them that it was ridiculous.
All right.
And I hope they are very thankful for his service in this one.
Man, so many of these little moments that if things just go like slightly differently, you're in a situation where you're winning this game as wild card. And I mean, with how far ahead it felt like they were at various points, and particularly like around those bottom areas when things were really starting to look better, you're just going to be kicking yourself. I'm feeling like, you know what I mean? Things could have been different.
Yeah, it's a hard one. And then Shopify just full patience as well in the late game. I love how they just didn't force it. They were just mad chilling. Like, they were absolutely no rush to do anything.
Yeah.
And fully cleared out the base, dropped some shaman wards, just like in your guys' pubs where the shaman just YOLOs in and throws the snakes down. But in this case, it actually works. And they're able to secure themselves a win. As we take a look at a scoreboard, and those 4 beautiful ages up there means we're 2-2, and our best of 5. We wouldn't have it any other way, as the winner gets to go to TI.
Oh, so good. So solid. I mean, that's really what you want. Like, this full game series to go the distance. And it very much is either team's game. I don't know if I would say that one team has necessarily played better than the other. I do think that Shopify, it feels, by winning that last game, have a little bit of like the momentum edge going their direction. And I also feel like there's been these couple of little slip-ups from Wildcard where otherwise they had been able to close things out cleanly. Divine Llama, standout player of the match. There's no question about that one.
Yeah, got to give it to him here. And Yopaj as well, definitely notable in terms of the mid to late game, just helping to play around the entire map, not feeding too much there in a situation where there was definitely a lot of control options and some pretty scary options, but they weren't able to lock down anybody with this bat or this Bane. The Tomato Abba carry was very clutch. It survived the mid game for them because he went for this Blink Dagger to make sure that he would have the shield and then his own safety through his ultimate. They couldn't get any combos off. They didn't have any sort of like a break silence combo to like force through it. And they just kind of thought out all the ways that Wildcard could finish off that game, avoided them all, and eventually won this battle of attrition.
Craziness. I mean, that's the thing. You get into these situations and you got to be able to close out the match. Just as we need to be able to close out these segments, Trent. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have the final game in the NA qualifiers for TI 2025. Who is going to represent the region? We'll find out right after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. It has all come down to this, Trent. Game number 5. I went out and I grabbed myself another cup of coffee and a little bit of water during the break. Did you fuel up at all?
Yes. One of the best parts about having kids is that I buy granola bars when I'm lazy packing their snacks, and then I steal them when I'm casting. So, yes, I now have granola bars in my house and got to eat one.
Nice.
I'm ready. I'm fueled.
I hope that the teams are as well, because this is getting down to the wire here, and it's going to be one of those matches. I feel like that you just got to make sure you're dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's during the drafting phase. Don't get Huskard last. Don't get Brooded last. These are things you got to be on the lookout for. And honestly, I'm a little worried that Wildcard might try and do some like tricky thing like that, and Shopify is going to be ready for them. Should be noted as we get into this last one that it is Shopify with first pick, and Wildcard are playing Dire. So same as last game.
All right, that'll be the plan. Whew. I was going back and I was looking, and what?
Wildcard will have penalty level 2. Uh-oh. Well, that is interesting. We'll see how that affects it.
Okay. All right. I mean, we weren't privy to the discussion. I'm sure there was a good reason for it.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this is going now. Shopify are going to have first pick, and the draft is underway, so we can pop into that now and take a look at what is going on. But at this point, only a minute of reserve time for Wildcard in this draft. Game 5. Let's go.
Okay. So, what have we learned, folks? What have we learned? Bulba. It's on his head, just like, oh, here we go. Okay. Shadow Shaman, first overall for Shopify. Will that be the plan? Wildcard. They're going to remove the Naga Siren. They're going to remove the Timber Saw. Yeah, not this time. So, Undying, the big hero. Shadow Shaman, the big hero. And I don't have the draft open because I'm sure I'm forgetting one. I think Bristle maybe could also be up here. The Bat Rider has been up in this spot, and the Terrorblade, I think.
Right.
It's also been...
Terrorblade got first phased. They ban out that Timber now.
Oh, sorry, that was second phase. Sorry, or at least for the rest of the series. Yeah. Okay.
So Shopify are going to give up. Oh, they take the Undying and they leave that Shaman in. Okay. Oh, now what do you do as wild card? Because you either need to think about banning Lena second phase, or would you want to steal it away and take something else here?
10 seconds.
I think the Lena with the Undying isn't too much to worry about. They're gonna go for the Terrorblade. Okay, so now they have secured a Timber Saw ban plus one more ban with a Terrorblade. Now they can ban both. You just play it safe.
They will still have to contend with the Bristleback, most likely, then. At least that feels like it's going to be the avenue that they go, or that we've seen so far from them.
Yeah. I'm fine with that, if I'm wildcard at least. Do you let them just have the Bane? Because, they're going to pick it. Nope. Okay, we're banning the Bane. Yep. That's pretty obvious at this point. He's looking a little too cozy on that hero. Can't have Bane in all 5 games here, everyone.
Is the Shaman into Undying really that bad?
No, I think it's fine. I mean, you got Shard Tombstone is kind of your only thing. It's you have Snakes versus Tombstone. It's fine. You're just planting down, playing some Doter.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, Shopify looking for their next ban. Haven't seen Wildcard go into the reserve time at all yet. And they will have first pick on Wildcard out of this second phase. The question is, do they actually want to take the Darkseer for themselves? They could do that.
That would be interesting. But they could ban Ursa and pick Darkseer.
Yeah.
That would be the way to set it up.
And that is an option for them right now. They take out the Beastmaster, so trying to focus some of those Fade heroes. Okay, no, they
All right.
ban it.
We're just getting rid of it here.
Interesting.
All right, so
Interesting.
the Bat Rider is in. Didn't have the most success necessarily in that last one. Was kind of struggling a little bit. It also lost game 2, so I feel like Speed's gonna go somewhere else.
I don't know. He had some pretty sick plays on it, to be honest. But I hear what you're saying.
Oh, he wants it. He's doing it.
Yeah, he
Okay.
believes in himself.
Confidence.
Okay.
And he didn't really get a chance to play in game 2 to his credit. Because they
Right.
had the Medusa, which is just a very different hero than TB in terms of just like getting into the game in the earlier parts. So at no surprise, they left in the Shaman, so it gets picked up, and they quickly scoop their next pick. It's a Brewmaster. Oh, they are North American guys. Divine Llama was going to bring out the Brew for monkeys, you
Huh.
know.
Okay, I see.
So we get another Brew versus Terrorblade. It's definitely a solo killable hero as you hit level 6. You also have the Dispel Magic versus Summons, which is pretty cool. Downside, you are a pretty prime lasso target.
Right. What else could you do as an answer to this? Like, I don't think that the lane is going to be that bad up until 6. They get the bristle. Oh, that is a cool idea. Okay, if they're not going to take the bristle themselves, now you've got Bristle Terrorblade as a combo. Interesting.
Okay, we need our other support now for Bignum. Which is going to lane with the Bristleback into an Undying +1, which could be Ursa,
Yeah.
which is kind of spooky. This could be, and it could also be a Shaman 5 in theory too, and then you have nothing to break the shackles. That could be also kind of scary if they like put the Undying into a. Well, I guess it's probably not going to be like a. I mean, they can just do a little lane swap, but yeah, let's not worry about that. Let's just assume it's Undying.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of heroes that can actually kill a Bristle and give them a bad time.
Right. The other thing that you could do here is just take a Shadow Demon. They played it earlier. No, they're going to go for the Tusk.
Okay. I was kind of thinking Lion would be kind of nice because then they have some damage to break through the Bat Rider, but Lion's kind of ass now. And now you have Snowball Save versus Shadow Shaman, and you also have the Walrus Punch Burst to go with the Lasso. So this was a really good pick. The lane is not amazing. You are, in theory, running double melee into the Undying, but they might set it up so that the Bat and the Bristle play together and the Tusk and the Terror play together.
Right.
We'll see.
Well, Shopify likely looking for a safe mid, unless there's a carry they really want.
I think you pick Pango if you want Pango here, but I think you pick Ursa. But I mean, I guess Tomato hasn't been. When did did they play
Oh.
game 3? Was that them? Yeah, it was. He got the Battle Fury, but did not have a game. I thought it would be Yamsum who brought out the Morphling in one of these games, but it's going to be Mr. Tomato here, at least most likely. I don't think they're doing the Yopaj mid BZM style
No.
Morphling, so.
Well, and this is a pretty good matchup against the Bristleback too, and
Yep.
in some ways the Terrorblade as
Yep.
well. Though it can sometimes go both directions.
Yeah, I've heard
Morphling-
more Morphling players complaining about the TB lately, but I agree. I really like it versus TB. Like getting the
Yeah.
reflection and getting the meta and kind of cool.
So the mid matchup, this was what we saw last time. RCY in a similar position. They're going to ban out the Monkey King, ban out the Puck. There was still the Pango Void Spirit dynamic going on there. Shopify, are they going to switch up what they want to do now? I think for wildcard, you're just looking for any type of like big control.
Yes, you're banning Pango here 100%. And they're going
Right.
to pick Tiny, and then you have to counter the Tiny mid. That's probably what's happening.
They ban the
they're
Storm
banning
again.
The Storm? We're giving Pango?
I mean, I wonder if they're thinking about a Huskar if they do it again. That could be that option. Do
I guess you get-
Shopify decide to take it out?
I feel like Yopaj wants Ember. He lost the qualifiers last year 3-0 to Nouns, you know.
Right.
He wants to go to TI. Yopaj is playing Ember this game, so you're banning Huskar and picking Ember. Surely.
Let's see. I mean, if you're taking Ember, there's no way you don't ban Huskar.
Yeah, 100%. The other big hero, I guess, is the Kunkka still in, right, for both teams?
Right. And Pango. It's all a little whirling dervish.
It's Kunkka, Pango, Ember, Void Spirit. We have not mixed up this mid lane at all. it's all just a mixed bag plus Tiny. It's all a mixed bag at kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Speed has fallen into the Shadow Realm, as Knight has fallen.
Oh yeah, he's gone. He's like me. 9:26 here. Evening at the Atlantic.
All right, down to the wire. What are you running? Bulba, give me the answer. What does Yopaj want to play? I mean, they're really taking their time with this one. Dude, what if they accidentally do the thing where they try to ban something and then accidentally pick it? Oh my god. All right, it's not going to happen.
They're taking the Pango. Yeah, they're just taking the safe option. So, I mean, in theory, the Huskar there.
Huskar?
But I don't know. Are you really going to Huskar here?
Oh, are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? Wild card. Oh, God.
Are you feeling silly?
Are you seeing any smiles? Are there any smiles? Wait, this is all Shopify's. 20
Just don't
seconds.
Huskar. Just don't Huskar. I don't even care if it's good. Just don't Huskar. I don't want to play against Huskar. I mean, surely they're just going to Tiny. It's going to be Pango. It's going to be Tiny. We're going to play some Dota.
Give me the Huskar. I want to see it. Give me the Huskar. Come on, Wildcard. You can do it. Down to the wire. Oh!
Okay. I see why.
Oh!
All right, Yopaj, he didn't have it in him.
Oh, Bulba's smiling. I don't know why.
He didn't want to make the call. He didn't want to say, "Give me my Ember. Give me my hero. Give me my go-to."
Oh. Interesting.
I mean, Yopaj professionally 197 Ember games.
Yeah.
His Pango 54. I mean, still a lot, but not crazy. Mr. RCY getting his chance to game here. 82 Pango games. Knows the hero extremely well. It's his most played. His second most played, it's that Invoker. 57 pro games on the Invoker. So he is well aware. It's also his, like, back when we could actually track pubs, it was his second most played after his Puck, which we know he also really likes. So this guy plays Puck, Invoker, and Pango, and then Dota after that. So he knows the matchup very well.
I'm stoked, man. This is really hype. And he switched.
No, say it ain't. There's no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way we're getting a Mind of Torneras. I mean, I guess with the patch, there have been people experimenting. I shouldn't say there ain't no way. Just everyone has been off Invoker, is the more accurate take.
He's stuck with it.
We'll see. They
Mind
can
of
change after.
Torneras.
Just wait, Lyrical. I've had this happen
You
to
can
me.
change? Really?
Yeah, I've had they can change during this loading animation thing.
How?
Because I've been
I don't know how
excited.
to do
I don't
that.
know. I think they do it like as hours fades, they can still somehow change it. But it's the tornado.
Oh, he's
Confirmed.
going in. He went the Wex build. All right, Mind of Torneras. Let's see it. Oh, man, this is going to be hype. All right, game number 5. We end it with a last pick Invoker. What an unreal way to end this series. And it can either end in a good way or a bad way. But yeah, take a look at it. The little mini tornadoes that come out, all sorts of cool stuff.
Yeah, this will be my first time getting to cast a pro match. I've seen people messing around with it in pubs a little bit, but this should be very interesting. Smaller twisters.
Does also have the shard pull-in thing, which is super annoying to deal with, as everybody knows. Very, very frustrating way to play against that. But then, yeah, the little mini tornadoes that stick around. So it's extra bits of damage. And Divide.
Well, it's funny. The build is
going
basically
to
the same.
The danger zone. No, okay.
But yeah, I've the builds are generally the same anyway, though. They're still just like Midas Ags buyers. They just, instead of cataclysming, or what is it called? Tornerasing you.
Torneras. That's right. Fade. Oh, going for the sneaky wraparound. So if they battle for this one, this might be 3 runes here to start. And yeah, Divide Llama in some trouble. 3 bounty runes and first blood for the Invoker. Oh, baby. It's happening.
All right, friendly
All right, I'm
tips from
getting
the
too
team.
hyped. I'm getting too hyped.
It's happening. They're up 1 kill. It's happening. The Invoker, he's gonna go crazy.
Dude, I'm just excited. I can't wait. This is gonna be really fun. This is gonna be a good game, or it's gonna be really bad. That's a possibility too.
Yeah,
But
that is
I
certainly
don't
the
choose
other,
to live in that world.
No, of course. Reject reality, substitute your own, yada, yada, yada. Hellscream is just shamaning again. Has he? How many games of shaman has he played in this? 3. He played,
Yeah, it's been a lot.
the Ricky game. So this is his 4th game of Shadow Shaman. 4 out of 5 matches. As Yamson
Quick-
needs a second here.
A courier kill. Scam manages to beat that one down to death. And some internet problem. Oh no, don't make this happen. Not this, not like this. Net issue? Oh, right. They have to check to make sure that they're okay to leave the.
Yeah, he wants to go like fix his router or something.
Okay. Oh, God. Trent, what a time to be alive.
Admin,
NA Dota.
Admin's just like, I was paying attention for 76 minutes. I gotta go sleep, man. It's like
NA Dota alive and well. With these 2 teams, at least. It's, you know. I don't know about those other ones, but it's good. It's good. It's good.
yeah, we got ourselves a game 5, which we haven't gotten a little bit. So this has been nice.
Yeah. Why do you think he went for the Tornaris?
I assume he's just been trying it out, and it's new. Like what was the full changes? The Cataclysm ones were pretty impactful, right? It got like, but no longer has increased size and travel distance on the Meteor. Cataclysm
Right.
cooldown got increased to 90 seconds. So it all got nerfed, whereas this Twister thing just went a little funny. Because now, instead of doing 120 damage per second, it does 50 plus your level of Wex. And then the duration also goes to 3 seconds plus a multiple of your quas. So now it instead of being like flat values, it scales later, which is what Invoker's all about. Buying a minus, getting more levels, and scaling. So it changed the
Interesting.
ability from just like kind of a, once you get it, it's most powerful it'll ever be, into this gets better and better, which is kind
Yeah.
of cool.
I do like that. Okay. Yeah, there were so many of those Invoker changes in that last couple of patches. It's been
I'm not gonna lie. I hit Invoker in the changelog. I see that much text. I just scroll past. I'm just like, I'll wait to see what the broken build is, what gets nerfed again, and then I'll read it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
get confused.
Yeah. It is kind of how that functions. That's like Kez. I still don't know what that hero does.
I refuse to read it.
Yeah. Until that adds to Captain's mode, then it will all come together.
Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise, then I'm gonna be saying all the wrong stuff. Because I'm gonna be thinking about all the old builds of Kez and everything.
Right, exactly.
I'm gonna just wait till he's in, till he's settled, and then we can meet. But I do love that he is parry. That is my favorite part of Kez.
That's
So
pretty
I'm
cool.
glad they brought that back because they kind of killed it for a second there.
Well, the kill score in this game is 0-1, but the courier score is 2-0, as they have taken down another courier. Shopify Rebellion have. Kind of a bit of a tough one there. And getting some damage onto speed. Hellscream. They're just trying to play for farming in this lane and get to level 6, and then Devi can bully back the Terrorblade.
So this whole mess is all your fault?
Really, I couldn't
but-
see their text. Are they
Oh,
muted?
interesting. Maybe. I might as well. I think I do also. I tend to have a lot of players muted. As up top, ooh, Yamson moves in, uses that first meta, and gets the kill onto Hellscream. Not bad. Also worth noting, Invoker doing quite well in this lane so far. 7-4 versus the where's the ping going there? Oh, 10-2 now. So he has a creep wave coming into him, which should even this out a little bit more and pull it slightly into his favor as long as he gets these last hits. But yeah, some annoying pressure being thrown back onto Yopaj here.
Yeah, he's in fact
Bottom?
up by 2 denies. So
Bignum very low, and Scum can get the kill with the zombie.
that zombie hitting hard right at the end there. Well done by Scam. from downtown as well. The Tombstone just like chilling in the neutrals. Still farming for him, even.
That's nice.
All right, so in this game, if you are cheering for Shopify Rebellion, you're hoping for a good start for Yopaj, but really you're all in on Tomato. You know, he's playing the Morphling. That's your all-in hero here. Dire, you know, Wildcard, you kind of got two heroes to all in on. It's a bit Invoker and it's a bit Terrorblade, which also means that you're scared for your early game. And I think that's the main concern that Wildcard are going to have here.
Right. Yeah, can they deal with the early pressure that's coming their direction? And can see Speed again doing a good job of bullying back in this lane and keeping that both heroes away from the lane. Very frustrating to play against. Was not able to reignite that Cinder Brew there onto Yimstone. Just hits the creeps instead. And Yopaj already getting a little bit of a taste of this EMP in the mid lane and trying to pressure back by RCY. Seems to be doing quite well. Actually, on both of them now, but RCY a couple more denies there.
You know what's sick is that he has not busted out this this Invoker.
Yeah.
Like, the last time he played it was NADCL, which I didn't even know was operating right now. Like, it's on right now. He's playing on one of the teams in NADCL Season 8, and he played as Invoker.
Scam. Getting chased down by Fade. Keeping the damage going. Waveform forward, but Fade gets the kill. And now Tomato moves on over. They want to get this Tombstone kill, and actually Bignum gets a decent angle on it. Fade is going to be able to walk away, and they get the gold.
Nice. That's boots. 125 gold. But that was also the Galarion, the fire Invoker. So it is a Exort only that he had used then as well. So this is his first of the new Voker that he's busting out here. So obviously quite confident in it to go for it in Game 5 of qualifying to TI.
That's pretty crazy. Should note, different than our, sort of regular Brewmaster player build, Divine Llama not opting to go for the urn, just rushing straight into that Radiance, picking up a Windlace along the way.
That's like the least surprising thing I've ever seen Divine Llama do.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going for the game, you know. He just wants to farm this up, get his one big item, feel really cool. He's going to get gone on now, though. Speed baiting here.
Do they have enough? No, not really. They'll go for Hellscream instead, the easier kill. But an easy one going their direction. Yamsun, the one that picks up the last touch. 2-0-1 on the Terrorblade with top CS in the game. He is already, almost 1,000 gold ahead of his opponent.
What a rotation here,
Carrion. I don't know if they can do this. Yeah, in fact, Divine Llama needs to be careful with his positioning. Gets pushed back in. The shards are going to block him off. How much damage do they have to take him down? Divine Llama in trouble and dead. And Yamson getting chased down by Tomato and Scam, but now they show up with RCY. He moves in with the Haste Rune. Good damage out. Speed in trouble, will end up falling. But now Scam with the cold snap and the right clicks. A huge win as Yamson just gets kill after kill delivered to his lane.
Okay, that's a wild one. That was, I mean, at first it's
Tombstone?
Like... Did he get it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of gold. Oh my God, he's 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
Look at the Dragon Lance in a second. Yeah, that's a gap right there. That's a big start for a TB. And we're talking about how Brewmaster hits 6 and kills TB. Like, TB's going to hit 6, man.
Yeah.
Amsom's going to get some bonus time in this lane because of all this action.
Divine needs to get this himself because he needs it.
And Brewmasters, they really don't want to be shy in XP, obviously, because they're hoping to get that kill and snowball their game through it. Hellscream is back, getting some stacks going. Not that helpful for a Brewmaster, unfortunately. And that all started from this Tusk rotation. One of the reasons why Tusk is really, really strong right now is because if you see any sort of a moment that you can leave your offlaner alone, like they saw with their Bristleback getting a full wave towards his tower completely free, he's so quick to just TP snowball rotate.
Yeah. Man,
as mid lane, Yopaj getting really low, but he's baiting. Has his shaman on the high ground, but do they have the damage?
Well, maybe. Bignum is there with the snowball save. Pulls him into it right at the last second. But RCY, he gets away. No, they managed to get him. That sentry were just barely keeping vision. Oh, what a huge play from Hellscream and Yopaj. Speed?
Okay, so while that happened...
Oh, no.
Tomato got zapped by a harpy and died.
Oh, no.
I don't know how,
Oh, no.
but he did. A few too many cooks in the kitchen, I guess, near the old harpy.
Oh, jeez.
So that's kind of fun.
All right. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay.
RCY coming down.
Jeez.
All right, so how much does this tornado do like right now?
Just what, 220? Yeah, they're not going to catch him
Out of there.
Not an easy one. They move through though. Devi Lama was chasing Yamsun. Couldn't do enough damage or chase him down all the way.
I mean, we are all here, and now Skem is coming through. He has 2 points in Tombstone. And
TP in the Brew.
Okay, the Brew. He's got level 6. This could be good.
They go for it. Yamsun, I think they just need to let him go. This is a really hard fight, but maybe they can go for some type of a snowball play. He does have Sunder. Maybe that's something you can do there. Tries to make the move, not going to happen. And now they're kind of in a little bit far. Do you fight it? Do you not fight it? It all feels a little bit weird. And now Speed is also in trouble. Wildcard throwing away some of this advantage that they had. And will manage to get out with the rest of the team. But a big burst back into Shopify's favor.
Yeah, they get a bit all in and kind of aggressive there, trying to get something done into Tomato's lane, but just Undying is still Undying. So when he gets back in through that twin gate, like they have all this vision, crazy vision on the side of Wildcard, but they don't actually see the twin gate. And so maybe not just recognizing that the angle that the Undying was coming from and the fact that the Brewmaster is going to be able to TP for 6, kind of the dream situation there.
True.
Yeah. And also just the level 6 take on Morph there from Tomato, so he could use the snowball to try and get some extra kills was nice.
Well, Yamsun goes down. Devi Lama less of a threat at this stage with no split available. And is still 1,000 gold ahead of the next highest, which is the Morphling, who is slightly getting pressured by Fade here. Skem moves into position. And now grabbing that creep wave is going to pull it away. As RCY in the mid lane sits on a shield rune and is going to start to get some damage maybe onto this mid tower with a catapult coming in. Hellscream has snakes up top. Could make a move there.
Yopaj just so far ahead in this game, though. He's like level 9.25 right now. Invoker is just getting to level 8 at the moment.
Right.
But Yopaj is just kind of farming it up a bit.
Look at this wraparound. Speed, level 6. Bignum is there. They spot Hellscream. Go for a kill. Lasso out. And that is an easy catch onto Hellscream. Devi Lama trying to get away. They do not have Lasso. Skem up on the high ground.
Split in 10.
Drops the tombstone. How much damage do they have? They're going to have to... Well, if they go on him and drain his mana, but has stick charges, interrupted, needs to get out of there, pops the ulti, and that gets him away. Morphling turns, wants to fight, but Morphling very low on mana. Nowhere left to go. Wait for him. He doesn't have enough for it. They're chasing down and killing Tomato. So while the split is happening, they're going to lose their morph. And, well, honestly, they're buying enough time that Devi Lama comes out of the split. And Speed, he walks away for now. Getting some separation between him and Devi. Where's the rest of the squad? They need some help. And he gets
No
Speed
way.
Gaming. Yo, it's your boy. They got him.
It's in the name.
He's so strong. Now Yopaj comes back in. Sunstrike level 1. Not often that good, but that time it was enough. Bignum is going to be the one left behind, as at 12 minutes we get a 3K gold lead. Oh me, oh my, oh man.
That was almost 2K swinging their way in terms of gold. It was 2,000 in experience and 800 XP to both Terrorblade and Invoker. An Invoker without a Midas right now is already up to 9.5, and his Midas is done in 250 gold. Brew just using the split in a losing effort, unfortunately, but they still want to bring the numbers up top here. Speed going to show himself here. You're crazy. Speed,
Yeah,
I know you lived last time, but come on.
Yeah, he's feeling himself a little bit too much there.
He
gets
thought they were all
punished.
gone. Yeah, to his
Yeah.
credit, he did not expect them, obviously, to have these other heroes there. He thought it was just a Brewmaster pushing, but Yopaj lurking around and punishes Speed for that one.
There
Can't
you
blame
go.
him.
All right, Halberd done on Bristleback, and like you said, RCY 30 gold away from a Midas. As
Morphling? 360 HP?
what?
He just popped like a balloon!
Holy! What was that?
I don't know. I'm mashing Death Summary 2 obs. I can't get it.
I can't see it either. It's bugged right now. But that was
I
that
got
was
it.
a lot. Oh, what do you get?
It was 170 from the EMP, 200 from the tornado, and 36 from a cold snap.
Wow,
It was just no shift. He just dead.
just too low. And ends up getting punished. And now they make this move to try and catch, but already Fade is away. RCY is going to drop the level 1 meatball. Already threw out a tornado. Now he's in trouble. Does he get pushed up to the high ground? No. RCY kind of playing himself here and ends up getting punished. That's a bad death.
And a needed kill here for Shopify. They got to balance the scales out a little bit here and try and slow down this
Yeah.
Invoker. You can't have this guy getting all crazy on you.
Right. Bignum, in the meantime, steps on over and steals the shrine. So double shrines going to wildcard, and Hellscream about to have wards back up again. In the meantime, Devi Lama getting closer to a Radiant, still relatively far away.
Does House Green dump and run here or no?
Not doing it.
That's what we call it whenever you can drop your kids off at someone who's going to look after them and you don't have to stay.
Okay.
Like if it's a birthday party, you have to ask the parent if it's a dump and run. That's some fatherly advice for you in the future. You know, that's
I
the
like that.
That's the term. You know, is it a dump
I
and run
say
or
I'm-
somebody got to stay?
I'm used to dump and run meaning something else.
That's fair.
It's like a Putin scoot.
It's okay. The kids do a lot of dumping and running as well, so it's, you know it's a very useful vernacular.
That's right. All right, where are we going to now? Is that full Manta out? Oh no, Sanjin Yasha for Terrorblade. Okay, and then
beaky
going
boy.
straight Scotty next.
And now we get some Ghost Walk action happening here. I was noticing not a lot of Ghost Walk, but now he's starting to get it on.
Looking, hunting.
Oh, what a bounce back.
Yopaj. Nice, nice, nice.
That was not it.
Get him.
I thought he had canceled the roll up, and then he had not. Then he was just on top of him.
Yeah. Walrus Punch onto Hellscream. Moving in with Terrorblade. Amson there. Hey, no roll.
Yeah, I'm not scared.
Be a little careful there. Skem shows up. No tombstone.
Okay, they have split. They're popping it. He's just going in. Divine Lama's trying to farm a Radiance off this fight. Give him some
And
gold.
They kill one of the Brewlings. Yemsun still living, gets lifted for the moment. Tornado, big tornado with the EMP burning all that mana. Hellscream dies. Fade still low, but not dead yet in the turn of the hit. Tomato goes down. Yamsun with the kill, and suddenly it's working. Sunstrike hits onto Yopaj, a couple more punches, and the slowdown. He has a shield crash to get away. Has a swashbuckle soon, but it's not soon enough.
7, 1, and 4.
Triple kill.
Oh, man.
Baby.
The blink? The blink on
Yeah.
Bignum? The saves are here? Oh, Tomato
That's
is just,
crazy.
he's trying to do too much because he has to. I understand. Like, he is the big gun. They need him desperately in these fights, but he's wave farming in. He's just finding himself dead.
And now
But I
Devi
think-
Lama, suddenly he's in trouble too. RCY running him down, the Invoker player, but Hellscream shows up trying to save his buddy, but the snowball moving. Bignum found him, killed him, got him good. And RCY backs away from Hellscream. Oh, these kills, they try and go for one after another, and they just fall apart a little bit. Shopify slightly grasping at straws here to make stuff happen.
Yeah, it's an AK lead now. Yopaj also TPing up here. Maybe hoping that someone will come nearby. Someone will be greedy, stay on the wave. Can kind of feel that desperate energy here. As he's also close to a Blink Dagger. One man shield now for Tomato, trying to live.
And that type of play by Hellscream, right? You don't necessarily have to make that play because, I mean, obviously you're trying to go for the save onto the Brewmaster, but if you miss and you don't get it, then you just end up dead too, and more gold into the
syndrome
coffers.
for that.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And now we've got a Aghanim Shard done for the Invoker. Skem spots Fade. Wait, what's going on?
Someone keeps joining their Discord over and over, is what they're saying.
They can just turn off notifications.
Well, I mean, that's a fair point, I guess.
But also they could stop joining it. That's probably important too. Oh, man.
Pretty funny
Oh,
timing, though,
Trent.
that he just happened to pause as the Undying popped out of the smoke. I think he was smoked at least. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. On the verge.
All right. Is he dead, do you think? On Fade?
Hell no.
You don't think? Sorry, I meant Skim.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Him, yeah, definitely.
You don't think they can hit the perfect no bristleback hitting Rolling Thunder off the wall 7 times and get Morphling there?
It would have been pretty sick.
This hero might be kind of good.
True enough. Oh, God. All right. But we've been here before, right? This has been a situation where Wildcard closing out games. Oh, they find Hellscream, though. And there's the lasso. They're also going to get Divine Llama's Courier.
Yeah, we were also watching that mid. They were trying to get a kill onto Divine Llama with a tornado, maybe threaten him, but it's into the Roche Pit.
Amp damage, last little duration of it for Terrorblade to clean through this quickly. And Bignum moves in, and look at that Roche just get eviscerated.
Some stone cold faces right now on the side of Wildcard. Very focused, very intense. RCY top of his head, looking like it's ready to play some Dota. And on the side of Shopify Rebellion, I mean, we saw this in their 2-0ing. They kind of just sunk into a depressed state of Dota. It felt like they just never found another opportunity to get through. Tomato, you can tell he's playing crazy because this guy's at 450 HP farming Ancients right now. Like, he is putting it all on the line to farm as fast as he can because he just knows that, like, I have to be there for this fight. I have to get big. I have to get a big morph into, like, some sort of a counterplay against these guys. Like, get my own EMP or something.
Yeah, I think that is pretty much the thing that has to be done is, like, Morph and Invoker is kind of like a weird thing too with even the keys that you have to press, because if I remember correctly, when you morph into Invoker, it turns to legacy keys.
They recently patched all that.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
so
never mind.
you can should be good.
Scam dead. Tombstone down. Yamson wants to go and kill that too, because why not? Just more gold to farm up. And his lead continues to grow. Now almost, 4,000 gold ahead of the Morphling. This is going to be a Scotty difference.
And Yopaj trying to clear a big stack of Ancients right now because he's trying to get towards that Aghanim where he can actually have some decent damage.
God, he's so far away, though.
He definitely is. I don't even know if it'll be an item on the table for him before they have to maybe buy something smaller to try and fight. Maybe even just a Basher or something for a YOLO. But it feels like you kind of have to go Ags. You have to go for the big one. Bignum in speed. Hunting here. Speed, no blink. He's waiting to be set up here by Bignum, and there it is.
And immediately in, another death for this Undying. And at the same time, taking the tier 2 tower top, this Aegis is going to get them so much, because this is a tier 2 down with almost 3 minutes left on this Aegis. Like, they have just gone so quickly around the map. A 12k gold lead now.
We do have a Dota Sama Radiance timing now out here on Divine Llama. 21 minutes. It has appeared.
Let leave him. He's already so hurt. He's so hurt already. Kicking a man when he's already out of the qualifiers. I mean, Hellscream at least has been able to work his way towards a blink, but he's not quite there yet.
Smoke up here. They're bringing Divine Llama around. He's got the second point in his ulti. He has a Radiance. Invoker is close to BKB, but doesn't have it. This is your best chance at a fight win. Despite it being into the Aegis, they're going to try to ignore the Terrorblade and kill everybody else.
Batrider is not there. They go immediately. Find RCY. Does not have a way to escape from this one. A big fight win as they kill that Invoker. Lift up onto Bristleback now. Terrorblade in a weird position,
no
but
mana.
Fade, he's too hard to fight through this Bristleback, I think.
They can just ignore
And
him.
they catch
Ignore the
him.
Terrorblade.
Big Num ready to go with some save. They pull back in Yamsun, try and keep this pressure on, and they eventually kill him off.
That's good. Just leave.
They want to go for more. Jump in. Big Num right there. Going to get the Walrus Punch. Has the save if they need it. Snowball about to go out. But they stop any extra aggression and
That's
ready to
crazy.
start
They
to
tried to
chase.
fight that.
Fade goes in and they get that kill. And now
Guys,
actually, if Divine Llama's not careful, he needs to run too. Jump forward. Walrus Punch misses. Bought the shorts. It catches both of them. Oh, it's amazing. Now they move in. Morphling. Tomato. This is what he farmed for. Does he have enough though? In the end, he takes down one. Couldn't get the Bristleback though. And almost connecting there onto speed. They do burn through the Aegis at the very least.
Oh, but they lose
God.
some extra kills that they did not need to. Like, once the Aegis was down, that was your moment to just back up, you know?
Right.
The split's gone, but I mean, again, they're trying to fight to win, not to lose this game. So he goes in big, tries to get a big play on the Terrorblade respawn kill with the snakes, but too many reinforcements returning there from Wildcard.
And Morpholine at least getting involved there at the end, that like sort of extended fight. He almost got the kill into Bristle too, which would have been huge, but now
Yeah.
a little bit of an injection of gold into his favor. Manta done, has the Vlads, is going to be working now on the Hurricane Pike.
The problem is that fight does not happen next time because RCY will have a BKB. And
Yeah.
that was purely a I don't have BKB so I died moment.
Right. Has so far been looking pretty good in this matchup on the Invoker. He did have that Aghanims queued up, but like you said, opting now to go for the BKB instead, just providing that safety.
I think he's feeling like we're so far ahead that I just need to not feed, right? So I'm going to get my
Yeah.
BKB. He's also considering Blink next, which is kind of interesting. Instead of this Ags, like still a coveted item on this hero, but realizing I have damaged my Terrorblade, I have damaged my Bristle because he's really fat. I just need to set them up. Like, just let the goose flow, let my TB right-click, and we're going to have a good game. So my Ags isn't that important. The Tornado doesn't need to do damage. It just needs to set up.
Yeah. Fade comes on over to farm out this area that Divine Llama wanted to get. And now that they're starting to bully them a little bit more around the map, this is a good situation for Wildcard to be in. Do they decide to go in towards mid next too? They have a creep wave coming in. I mean, Yamsun is posturing like they're thinking about going high ground, and in fact they're going to.
Speed wants to jump because there's nothing to counter this lasso. Like,
Yopaj.
he wants to go high ground and find a freebie.
There. Does he find the right angle? Does he find the right target? Brew is going to be there, but that's a tier 3 tower dead, and Fade standing up front and center saying, come deal with me. Still looking for a jump. Speed just out of range of that blink dagger from catching somebody. Tomato a little bit close too. They roll in with Yopaj. Ready to find that backline. Hex now onto Bristle. Still not that much damage done. Yopaj starts getting hit, but the tornado lift up is there. Burning down some mana, and there it is. He catches him on Yopaj, and that is godlike on Yamsun, who by the way does have Thunder, but he can't get it up. He takes him down the Hex. Hell Scream with the save at the last second. What an absolute clutch jump from that Shaman.
Oh,
They
that
will
was so
lose
close.
a lot on their buildings, but they take down that Terrorblade.
They get to breathe a little bit here. Couple close calls there. I saw him pump the Sunder once and then tries it again, but that Hex in the last possible second there and no opportunities for a save. They take him down. But yeah, like you said, costly. Yopaj needs the buyback. And Hellscream gets the kill.
Oh, man. All right. An amp damage on Morphlane. Can Tomato do this? I mean, this is a kid that's been going to TI since he was 16 years old and has played in almost every region, it feels like, trying to take his team there off the back of his Morphlane one more time again. And Roche dead, capable of respawning in 15 seconds. They're still pretty far behind, but we've seen crazier things.
They're going to have to watch out for RCY just lurking through this map. They have Ob Sentry combos, so they're going to try and use to catch this Invoker moving through. That could be the way that they catch him, like maybe feeding a little bit. Again, another Sentry laid down here. They're trying to find where he initiates, but can they actually punish it is the question. Oh, he doesn't get the low ground.
Got him caught. Tornado lift up. Snowball right there. Has the Walrus punch for after the fact. All out of mana, all out of life. Tomato, nowhere to go. And Trent, the other thing to watch for is Roche is about to respawn.
Oh, it's so fast. It was instant.
It is a quick one. Bignum, does he check it? Yes, he does. Sees that it's up.
And immediately Yamson's going.
That's huge.
That's very big for them. That's a banner with a TV hitting high ground with an Invoker backing him up.
Now they see this. There is a ward in the area, but they can't do anything. With Morphling dead, he can't contest.
No, there's no way. Oh, you're digging real deep right now instead of Shopify Rebellion. You're thinking, what can our Brewmaster do to win this fight? Who do we toss? How do we take it? How do we burn this Aegis without burning Split is the real question.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What a
Man, the
time.
snowball save being there too. Like, there's so many good layers of protection here from Wildcard, because ideally you want to kill the Invoker. That would be great. You try and hex him before BKB and burst him down, but then there's snowball save. And if you collapse on top of the Invoker, then you're probably in the jaws of Yamsun. He just starts, you know, chomp, 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 as my dog would say. Chompasaurus.
And unlike last game, there isn't that Timber Saw to, like, destroy you on the other side, right? Those illusions... I mean, the best thing that they can do is the Dispel Magic from Devi, which will do a ton of damage to those, and most likely just kill them off straight up. But this is the other thing, is Tomato now getting into that morph form for the Terrorblade can make a big difference. Guys, almost a butterfly, though, on Yamsun.
Yeah, that's good. I'm trying to go for a Maelstrom into Mjolnir here to give him some damage that can cut through this Terrorblade. It's a good idea. I mean, he's got 38 armor, so magic is a solid route there. And of course, just for probably knowing that the waves are going to become an issue sooner rather than later, so Maelstrom's not going to hurt. When they smoke up, they're going out right now. They're going to try and attack aggressively. They don't have Divine Llama. He's going to TP back. He pushes out bottom. The goal is that knowing they have Aegis, you want to try and find a fight when they're not grouped up.
Oh, and they are smoked. And Trent, they are grouped up, and they are going to run right up to high ground, and they catch the Shaman. This fight is over. But can they get out? Can they manage to escape from this? Tomato's trying to run away. Although they did kill Speed, I don't think it's going to end up mattering.
That was pretty good. I mean, quick thinking from Yopaj there to get a counter kill.
Yep.
No blink left here on Bignum. Yopaj gets out. I mean, overall, that is a net win.
Well,
okay, well, not if they do this.
Yeah, this is the problem. With no more Rolling Thunder, there is no worry that they have at all. There is still a split, though. Something to be a little bit concerned about. Yamsun starts hitting away. They do have that banner if they want to drop it now, but the tier 3 tower starts to go down. And they can keep this pressure on. Tornado goes out. Slowly but steadily, they are whittling down this tier 3.
Oh, there it is. We're not going to end this game without it. The Tornado upgrade.
That's right. Love to see that one. We'll see how much it does. It's kind of cool how long it sticks around, and it's just very annoying to play with. But yeah,
I just wanted to cast it. I just want to see it.
450 damage and then 150 damage per second afterwards.
Well, maybe he'll go use it on the Tormentor, because that's up and free here, so Fatal gets started with a couple of goos and quills.
I think he's just taking it himself. He just goes for it.
I mean, this hero, there's a reason.
Yep.
Every game.
Terrorblade. Level 20. 10 all stats as the talent, but the butterfly, the Scotty, another minute on this Aegis.
Yeah, Divine
And
Llama makes the
Shopify.
call. He says they're coming. They want to use his Aegis. Banner
How do
down.
you stop this? They have their own version of the Radiance. Yamsun takes down the full range tracks, now moving towards the melee. Everybody is so far behind. Look at
They're
how
trying
far
to
back
find
they
the
are.
back line, but
There's no
over
back line.
there.
They've dodged away from this completely. Such good positioning. And now they see over here, they spotted the Shadow Shaman, so they know what's going on. And that whole set of racks is gone.
And there's still a giant wave coming up top here with a catapult. Another wave to boot after. They're going to follow behind it. Show me the tornado.
Shopify, can you stop this at all? They go into the meta form, start to hit away. Lasso is there with the force staff, got him caught and Undying dead. They cannot stop this pressure. Yopaj
Hellscream
rolls through, trying to do what he can. Hellscream looking for that back line, wants a jump. Brew, he gets caught, he gets brought down and killed. Forces that buyback, and Hellscream completely out of position now is going to go down. A triple kill for Yamsun as eyes set. They'll force these buybacks. Do still have the brew split, but they start to spam out abilities. It looks like Yamsun's still fine at the moment. They just do not have the damage to deal with this Terrorblade.
Now Tomato.
That's
the last
Morphling
hope.
caught. Tomato gets up to the high ground. Can he manage to escape from this one? The Sunder to keep himself alive, and they do manage to get out on Tomato, but to no avail. They are still running away from this Terrorblade, although they did manage to get another kill. Divide doing work. Wait a minute. Divide Llama on this brew, making things function, but the hits coming from Fade, all the minus armor in the world, comboing together to take this Brewmaster down. The Sunstrike, the exclamation point to end his life.
Hellscream
And
going
a
to stay on the high ground.
28,000 gold lead.
Ooh. All right. Well played there. 12,500 damage from Terrorblade. Yamsun, one job, his team setting him up for it, and he is knocking down the pins right now. It's just strikes all over the place for the boy. Making it look real easy, real good. And yeah, Divine Llama, you got to give him credit. He was doing a lot there. He was in there, but Tomato is trying to bob and weave his way through there. Miraculously survives on a waveform, which I think maybe even single-digit HP there. Barely gets out. And then he did more from the TB because he can just do it off the illusions. Now he's going in. He's got his Manta. They're going to try and find some sort of play, but it's a shield rune TB right now.
Oh, and then they jump in and try and find him. Now immediately Hellscream in a worse position. Tomato gets pulled down to the low ground. Can't waveform in. Can't get into this fight. They're rolling around with RCY, trying to do whatever they can at all. Excuse me, with Yopaj trying to do what they can at all. But it's not enough.
Manta? They're trying to
And
get
they
Tomato.
got him. The lasso. They find the Morphling. He will fall.
Lyrical.
And with him, the hopes. The
They've
dreams
done
of
it.
Shopify as Wildcard are closing this game out. Wildcard take down everybody. One last grasp to try and hold on here.
I mean,
They're
that's a
doing
full
whatever
HP
they
TB.
can.
He's got a Satanic. He's got a Butterfly. It's game 5. There's no help.
Eyes
Fade's
on the
huge.
prize.
He's
They're
waving goodbye.
running in, forcing them away, and it is going to be Wildcard taking the North American region slot as they move in, hit the throne. There is not enough left in the world to stop this pressure from coming on in. For one of these players, they've been waiting for 13 years to get to TI. For a lot of them, they were like 4 years old when that happened. And it is going to be Wildcard moving on from the North America region. Look at how they're hyped. They're throwing headphones. They're all over the place. Oh my God. TI players, all 5 of them.
Oh, the pop-offs, the celebrations. Like, what an unbelievable game from these guys. They really stamped it down in game 5. I got to say, like game 4, they were close. They almost had it. Fade's off telling his family right now. He's like, we did it. Yeah, son is still just losing right now. Bignum is
and
pinching
Bignum.
himself. He's like,
Again.
Is it time?
Look at this guy. Again, 13 years playing Dota competitively, has been on so many teams across so many different regions, and Bignum finally getting his chance to play at TI. Shout out to that guy. This is really awesome. It
Yep.
sucks for Shopify, gotta say.
It does, but I mean,
really
we can't-
rough.
We came into this qualifier with them recently 3-0ing wildcard and another qualifier and 2-0ing them before in the bracket as well. It was 5 straight wins versus them. They come up against them in the upper bracket final. Wildcard 2-0s them. And we're like, okay, well, this might make it kind of interesting in the finals. But in our hearts, we thought Shopify were just going to run it back. Am I wrong? I thought they were coming today a little bit more fired up. I thought, yeah, maybe Wildcard gets another game. But surely Shopify close it out. Surely that they'll get their TI placement as well. No, Wildcard said no, not today. And the Game 5 Invoker pick from RCY going in for the Invoker that no one else is really willing to pull out right now, and brave enough to do it here with their last chances on the line.
It was just very well done. Yeah, and honestly, I also think that, like, you know, this is one of those instances where the upper bracket advantage probably helped a lot. There's times where people are like, why do you even, you know, play the double elimination if there's no benefit for the upper side of it? But I think that, like, if Wildcard were going to be in a position where they're playing through the lower bracket, I don't know if this happens as much. Like, keeping up that stamina and all the rest of it, it's so hard to keep playing through that. And man, what a great performance they had. This moment right there from Tomato, got a feel for that guy. He was playing so hard and trying so much to carry these guys through to the end. And in the end, he could just not manage with the rest of the team to pull it together. And Wildcard, man,
yeah,
really cool story for them.
Very clean. Like, I think we brought up a lot of times, but I think the thing that impressed me the most was probably their drafting. I thought they were super on the meta. Like, I think they had looked through a lot of the regions. They understood what was good, and then they combined that with their own players to find what worked them for them the best. And I think their openings to the draft were always really good. Even though it was linear in terms of, like, you could kind of tell what was coming, but you could tell it was coming because it was strong heroes. It was good, solid strategies that are working across the board. And despite, you know, us pointing out a few times during the games versus Shopify, they were often at like a vision disadvantage sometimes. It didn't really matter because they were just so clean in terms of how they took their fights together. I was really impressed. Very, very impressed by them.
Well, this is it, the closing moment at the end when they end up taking the victory. And what a hell of a performance across the board. The drafting, I think that there were multiple times where their drafting really stood out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Now, it's very, very impressive stuff here. And Shopify Rebellion not able to find their own successes here. You know, they kind of similar, getting most of the like meta ideas here, like the Undyings and the Shao Shaman over and over again, but oftentimes just struggling to get like a mid game together in the games where it was rough for them, right? Like even that game 4 they came back and won, the mid game was a pretty tough time through a lot of that one. And maybe, I don't know, maybe just a little overconfident with some of how the other matchups had gone. Not sure what it was, but this time it wasn't enough for them today.
Well, we are waiting right now for Wildcard to come together and get themselves ready for a winner interview. But again, standout player, at least for this match, we've chosen Yamsun 17-2-9 on this Terrorblade. And across the board, though, I think this was another one of those matchups where you had everybody just doing their job really, really effectively. You know, RCY obviously comes out, finds those kills across the map with the Invoker. Fade is this like immovable object, keeping the mid tier 1 tower alive for a long time. And then Speed for the jump kill support, Bignum for the like jump in save support. Very impressive stuff. And then at the end, Yamsun's the damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of TB games. I'm sure you guys have watched some of the tournaments lately where the TB completely fails to do that job because it's not that easy. And Yamsun multiple times in this tournament has been very successful at doing that job, like being the cleanup, the mop and bucket where everyone's just splattered all over the floor and you just got to show up and get a little bit finished up. He was able to do that here very impressively, so I'm down to give him the stand-up player.
Absolutely. Well, very cool stuff. And again, Wildcard, your representative from North America, going to the international this year. I think it's just a pretty crazy moment. And I think that it's one that has sort of been coming for a while, where there's been these teams that sort of battle it out for who's number 1 and who's number 2 within a region. You can see here the entire way through. Before today, Wildcard, the only team that ended up not losing a single game. And they continued on here, did manage to lose 2 of them to Shopify, but still managed to get the victory in the end, 3-2. Cool stuff.
Oh my goodness. Whew. We are working on that here. I think it's coming here, Fade. Let me
yeah.
see. Oh, we're getting there. We are working
Don't
on getting
worry.
an interview here, which I believe we're gonna have. I
Okay.
think we're ready, Lyrical. Could we have
Oh, my
Fade in
goodness.
here, please?
That's right. We've got Fade, the one and only bristleback spammer. I still look
Not
at you.
Hellscream.
That's right. I feel like I'm looking at you a little bit voyeuristically. Your camera angle is way down there. How you doing, though, dude? You're going to TI.
Well, I don't know. I'm full chilling. That game was. I mean, at some point in that game, I knew they can never kill me, but our comms were like really hectic. Everyone's excited, but I'm just playing some bristleback, going them up. So I don't know. It's just a crazy game. I can definitely tell like the enemy team was nervous. Like you can just tell when someone like doesn't deny one creep or just like walks away when they shouldn't. It's
Yep.
like very nerve-wracking. So, but won 5 games. The games were awesome. So yeah, I'm happy.
Nice.
They were absolutely fantastic. Yeah, and in terms of that game 4, when you guys again another late game, you managed to pull out the first late game versus Shopify in the previous series. What was going through your guys' minds and like through the comms as that game 4 kind of like kept dragging on and it sort of turned for the worse near the second half?
Well, I feel like we were outplaying them most of the game. It just like the Sunder and the Lotus killed our tempo a lot in that game.
Yep.
And probably additionally, we're just like pressing our big ults, like my nighttime, and not getting enough, and they're just like walking and getting top racks. So I don't think we're like necessarily nervous. I think we're just making a lot of game mistakes. We tried our best till the end. I think it was just kind of hard to play. We just have a lot of lane shove. Couldn't really find a good moment.
Yeah.
But not really thinking too much about like here we go again or stuff like that. Just I mean, kind of how these games go. It's just kind of going crazy.
Absolutely. So I did want to ask you a question a little bit about your team as a whole. You know, you've been battling it out with Shopify so many times before, but this roster now, you've got 4 players that have, if I'm not mistaken, never been to TI before, and 1 player that's only been there one other time with Yamsun. Did you guys like? How is this process feeling for you guys? Were you guys just like so stoked at the end of the game? Have you talked about going to TI? How much of a dream is this for you?
Well, definitely people were excited. I think people were like mixed of like relieved because the game is over because it's really stressful. Definitely excited. I think this is also coupled by we like never beat this team, so that's like extra special. I would say this is. I mean, we beat them yesterday, but like to qualify for a tournament, usually if we go to tournaments because like they can't play, and if they're playing, we can't like beat them. So that's But I think I mean for me, I'm just to like get the stress up. I'm just trying to focus on the Dota. I'm just trying to like think like what we need to do in the game, like just not worrying about like winning or losing, just trying to make like the optimal plays. So that kind of helps me. I know, but I think we in the future in these big games we definitely need to like learn to calm down a little bit because games it's just too hectic. I mean, it's just like like getting there's like one ward on the like sentry and everyone just screaming like one word here when it's like it just should be more calm. But yeah, I mean I don't know what your original question was, but hopefully I answered it.
Oh, you got it, buddy. Don't worry. That's
okay.
Did great.
I mean, there's no way to practice that, right? It's like you got to get into these tournaments and get into these games, and that's the only way that you're going to get the experience for that. So that is awesome. And one thing that we kept pointing out, at least I felt over and over again, was that you guys had amazing drafts. Like I feel like you guys were on the pulse of the meta. I feel like you picked all the right heroes right now. When I go and I watch like all the other regions, I feel you've taken a lot of the best things and distilled it down here. What's the team conversation like when it comes to drafting and stuff? Like, is it very, very much like the whole team is communicating, or is there someone who's like really leading the charge?
I mean, I would say that definitely goes into it's just. I mean, it's understanding of the game and your like heroes. So that we trying to pick we're trying to pick heroes that everyone's comfortable on. So that's one. And we need to understand what the enemy team wants as well. And I think, I mean, if you're talking about just heroes, it's like that takes like just a lot of like consistent work, like, you know, playing every day, practicing these heroes, understanding like, okay, can I pick it on this slot? Because, you know, if you have a good hero, you should like pick it into more aggressive matchups. For example, like some like these Bristleback Starkseers, they're like a little weaker now, but sometimes they're just can be like first pick because they just do something like really strong in the game. But I don't think it's single one person. We try to, everyone kind of, you know, throws their hat in towards this, and we just try to make people comfortable, try to draft like balanced heroes. And yeah, I mean, if we need to play something or we think something is good, we just always just kind of sit in Discord with each other, communicate. So yeah.
All right, I got a last question for you. I just want to know, Bignum, I was sort of keeping track of him, and for a long time, he started playing like around the same time that we were casting and stuff at the very beginning. He's been playing competitive Dota since 2012 when you were, I think, 12 years old. So I was wondering, what's some of like your earliest memories, if you're going way back, of Dota in terms of things that have inspired you, and like what's sort of your experience with like the history of Dota when you have this like old ass player that you're playing with, and then you guys also are a bunch of newer players as well on the team?
Well, first off, yeah, I mean, Bignum is awesome. I think one thing that's makes him a great teammate is that like it's hard when you play Dota for a long time to stay just as passionate about the game, to still come and every day play pubs, watch replays, discuss the game, but he has like no trouble with that. I mean, me and him, like we sit in Discord with each other from like morning till he goes to sleep. So we just like play pubs, talk, flame each other, just like casual stuff. So that's one. I would say 2012, I was a Han player, so I played Han until that kind of was not a thing anymore, and then I just slowly transitioned to Dota because one, my friends in high school was playing it, so I don't really like Dota, I don't want to play this game, but he kind of like told me to just play it, and we played, and then eventually caught on. Eventually I went to like school, university. I was always passionate about this game. But I think after I finished my degree in university, like these couple of years, I've been just like, pursuing this. So yeah, it's been like a pretty cool journey, and it's awesome that it like kind of pays off in this way. Yeah.
You're going to TI. Congratulations. Any shout outs real quickly before we let you go? Shout outs, call outs, whatever you want.
Yeah, shout out to the whole team. Everyone played their heart out today. I think shout out to our coach Blink, our manager Maggie. Shout out to Eagle. He's like since Apex days, he's been like supporting us throughout. Shout out to Wildcard for also believing in us. Personal shout outs. Shout out to my friends. I'm getting a lot of like Steam messages and Discord messages right now. So I know a lot of people are supporting us and watching, so I'm really, really thankful for that. And I don't know, basic shout out to like my mom and my family, I guess. So
there you go. Nice. All right. Congrats again, Spade, and congrats to Wildcard representing North America at the International. Go celebrate, and we'll see you in Hamburg.
All right. Thank you,
Bye,
guys.
Fade.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye, Fade. Oh, what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive, Trent.
God, this
great.
was worth all the forfeits. That's what I'll say.
Well, let's take a quick little look at the teams that are indeed going to be at the road to TI, as we have a nice long listing. That is right. Liquid, Paravision, BetBoom, All Gamers Global, Game and Gladiators, Team Spirit Falcons, Tundra Esports, Aurora Heroic, Extreme, and Wildcard. We're still looking for the representatives from Southeast Asia and Western Europe. The qualifiers soon to come.
Well. That's, I mean, they're a year late. I mean, the circus theme was last year, so, I mean, could have, this whole, like, kind of clowny logo thing on Wildcard, but that's okay, close enough. They're just slightly delayed, as NA tends to be, but we get there. And Oh, what a time. Thanks, everybody. This was fun. I love doing NA. It's kind of become a little tradition for us at this point that we get to come and do this. And this has been the best one for a while.
Honestly, yes. Like surprising, big outcomes, except for the forfeits. That wasn't great. We got to, meme about BSJ and friends. It was a wonderful time.
It had it all. I'll miss this dearly, everyone.
Absolutely. Well, shout outs to everybody watching. Shout outs PGL. We're going to be heading on out for the evening now. Southeast Asia qualifiers in Western Europe still to come. Trent, any final words before we close out for the NA region?
No, of course. Thank you everyone for hanging out and watching NA Dota. Congrats to Wildcard. Very much a deserved win there. And I'm looking forward to seeing them at TI, as should
Absolutely.
you be. That's the one. Take us out, Lyrical.
That's right. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We're going to head on out. See you next time. Road to TI. Bow, bow, bow. See you later.